Sabaody Archipelago Plaza. Is Kaido a fake? It's the guy with similar abilities to Admiral Kizaru who was with Jinbei before, but isn't his ability light? It's a complete mess. My brain can't tell the situation anymore. Even if it's fake, the attack just now was really shocking. In Shachi's tavern, I was wondering how Kaido could become a teacher. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh choked on the wine and then laughed. But young people nowadays are really amazing in every sense. Well, has Luffy changed? Shiachi said. In the conference room where the 5 elders of the world government are located. What a joke. That fruit has awakened. Hurry up and have someone cut off the live broadcast. It's too late. Notify Sengoku to kill the Straw Hat Boy. Let CP0 go. Garp will get in the way. Eliminate the Straw Hat Boy anyway. On the battlefield of Marineford. Is this thing really as useful as that guy said? Buggy looked at the map in his hand suspiciously. If he dares to lie to me, I will not let him go. Not long after Buggy showed up on the live broadcast, Sulin made a deal with Buggy using a map that can automatically detect gold. That is, the live broadcast will be turned to the vicinity of Straw Hat Boy Luffy, and the camera will be turned to him as soon as he appears. After giving the surveillance bug to his subordinates, Buggy has been studying this map. Even that kind of person has to make a deal with Lord Buggy. You are worthy of Lord Buggy. Huh? Buggy heard someone discussing him, but turned around and found that his subordinates were looking at him with respect. He naturally didn't know that Sulin's commotion just now not only raised Sulin's level, but also changed his status in the hearts of these little brothers. What happened? What's wrong with the Straw Hat Boy like that? Buggy was shocked to see this scene. Boom, boom, boom. People finally discovered that the source of the drum sound was not from outside the sky. Instead, it was the Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, who was the focus of everyone's attention. The eyes converged again. Some people didn't even notice that their weapons had fallen to the ground. The Straw Hat Boy melted in that scene. Boom, boom, boom. As the Straw Hat Boy melted, the drums began to sound densely, as if the drums of war were thundering, opening the prelude to an epic on this fierce battlefield. The drums suddenly stopped. The scorching steam made the Straw Hat Boy surrounded by clouds and mist. Ace and the Admiral, who were closest to the Straw Hat Boy, could feel the temperature rising. Slowly, some Navy soldiers began to be unable to bear the heat and began to retreat. It's so hot! Mr. 3 was awakened by the heat and ran in another direction. Ice Ball! Aokiji attacked first. Ace melted it with fire. Luffy, what's wrong with you? Ace called anxiously. Aha, aha, Ace, don't worry. Luffy covered his head and laughed, loudly. That cheerful voice was out of place on the battlefield, when Akainu wanted to go back to support. Whitebeard burst out the fighting power he had shown before, and instantly came to Akainu's side, smashing Akainu to pieces, leaving only magma on the ground. The broken Akainu reappeared on the side. Damn, Whitebeard! A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Akainu's mouth. Is the fruit awakened? Whitebeard ignored Akainu, but focused his attention on Luffy. In the Red Hair Pirates, the red-haired pirate who was following Kaido to Marineford saw this scene and even spit out the wine, and the meat of Lacharumo fell to the ground. Boss, Luffy, he awakened. The red-haired man grabbed the screen with his right hand in surprise. Hurry up! We have to get to Marineford faster! Ah! Ice Age! The ice spread under Aokiji's feet, freezing Luffy's body. Kizaru teleported to Luffy's side and the light on his foot raised it. This kick was the most serious kick Kizaru had ever thrown since he joined the battle. It was blocked by an arm. Akinu Sakazuki began to distance himself from Whitebeard and at the same time threw a fist of molten lava at Ace. Luffy's fist swelled up in the wind and grabbed Ace. Rubber jump! Luffy's foot took an exaggerated length like in a comic and then jumped up, and Kizaru was above Luffy at this moment. Don't think about running away, Straw Hat Boy. Light beams, flames, and ice attacked from different angles from above, below, and side. Rubber Giant! The Straw Hat Boy in midair turned into a giant that was bigger than the giants in front of everyone's dull eyes. Rubber Meat Shield! The attacks fell on the Straw Hat like raindrops. Hey, hey, this is not a joke! Aokiji looked solemn. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Kizaru turned into a beam of light and returned to Sengoku's vicinity. Mr. Sengoku, this is going to be difficult. Luffy was in midair and saw Akainu. who was looking fierce and ready to use his ultimate move. Akainu. A fist turned into a black iron state and hit Akainu. Sakazuki, get out of the way. Seeing this, Sengoku jumped up and his body became bigger again and hit Luffy. Stop it, Straw Hat! Ice block burst Pheasant Mouth. The cold air suddenly rose from Aokiji's right arm, and with extremely low temperature, a giant ice bird crashed into Luffy's arms. Seeing this, Luffy, who had turned into a giant, kicked his feet down, and the flying ice bird was crushed by a pair of huge feet, along with the surrounding ground. But Aokiji also froze Luffy's feet at this time. Even though Luffy's body continued to emit heat, the cold extreme ice continued to cover the giant's feet, and the field was covered with water vapor and turned into a foggy state. Sensation. At this moment, everyone felt like an earthquake. People who were close to them were even shaken to a height of 1 or 2 meters. A volcano rose from the ground, and the torrent of lava turned into a tornado and rushed towards Luffy's fist. For a moment, the magma turned into a plane and spread out in the sky. The Navy and pirates were panicked and hid, fearing that they would be implicated. And the golden light flashed, and for a moment it seemed that there were 2 suns in the sky. The golden light on the feet broke away. The torrent of light also came. It pierced Luffy's shoulder in an instant. Sengoku's golden fist, with domineering and unparalleled power, hit Luffy's back. The scarred giant Luffy fell down like Oz before. But before falling, another hand holding Ace also came to Whitebeard and threw Ace down. Luffy's goal was to send Ace out of the center of the battlefield through the advantage of gigantism. "Luffy!" Ace roared. "Disappear, Straw Hat Boy!" Akainu has already determined that Luffy's current threat and potential are greater than that of Fire Fist Ace. The Straw Hat Boy must be executed here. 135 35 4 3171 341. My famous teacher Kaido is teaching online. Let me hit your other grandson with a few sticks. Maybe he can be as strong as the Straw Hat Boy. Su Lin was trash-talking at this moment. Joking anyway. He was not using his own face. Luffy touched his head after hearing this and thought about it seriously. It seems to be true. Ace was a little moved by this. Ace, such high efficiency, is it really possible? Really? Kaidoku? People from the same family are alike. The 2 legends of the Navy are about to clash with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and the main combat force of Whitebeard's side has not suffered much loss. Didn't you fall for it? When Akainu was puzzled, the giant vortex spider rushed out from the side and slashed at Akainu with a young knife. "Akainu, you beast! How dare you deceive me?" Akainu saw that his plan was exposed without any displeasure. "Don't you believe what I said? Thanks to Brother Jinbei, I didn't fall for your trick of sowing discord." "Jinbei?" Akainu was puzzled. How did he know about Sea Knight Jinbei? If he hadn't intervened, Whitebeard would have been injured by now. Tsk! Big fire! A lava fist that was bigger than the giant's came out instantly. Fishman Karate Jinbei seized the opportunity under the ice and used Fishman Karate to trigger a huge water tornado, offsetting Akainu's attack. A large amount of water vapor filled the battlefield. At the same time, the situation in Marineford was being transmitted to all parts of the world by the Seagulls and Den Den Mushi of major newspapers who were working overtime. 500, 700, 1100, 3003. Eventually, the growth rate stopped at 5,000 and then slowly increased. Ha! Kaido laughed loudly. It doesn't matter. Today, all the consumption will be paid by me, Master Su. After getting this system, Su Lin thought a lot and made a lot of plans. However, a good cook cannot cook without rice. Do you know how greedy he is when he stares at the things in the mall? I dream about it every night. I was originally planning to become an internet celebrity and try to revive the Shimate dynasty to see if I can earn some points. I started with the most basic martial arts and moved towards cultivation step by step. I didn't expect that in the world of One Piece I could earn this way in addition to supernatural powers. Although I was tossed around by Straw Hat Luffy, the saying is right. There is always a rainbow after the storm. 5,000 points can do a lot of things in the system mall with everything you need. You can go to the Immortal Cultivation column to buy the entry-level Star Immortality Method, Taiyi Xuanhuang Sutra, and Eternal Immortality Jue. You will get it once you place an order, and you will also get the enlightenment of spiritual power and immortal power. You can also directly buy the kind of exercises that rely on comprehension and ability. You can buy a lot of complete exercises of this kind, but the quality is limited to 5,000 points, and you have to learn it yourself. If you can't learn it, it's your own business. Su Lin's goal at the beginning was very simple: immortality, power, and enjoyment. When this is over and you return to the blue planet in the daily world, you will start. As for what system and chat group, are there any conspiracy theories or something like that? Why bother so much? He used to be an ordinary person, but now he is extremely lucky to have these opportunities. Why think so much and think so much? Just ask you if you want it. Returning to the city with superpowers and an immortality, it's not a random killing in the daily world. Of course, he is not interested in taking such a route as returning to the city and having a harem. Now I am an ancestor. When I have the ability, I can do another spiritual revival in the future. I can continue to become stronger by wearing a vest and earning points behind the scenes. After all, my own world is the base camp. Su Lin saw that it was almost done. In addition to the defensive domineering covering his body, the limit of the domineering that can be called upon was wrapped around the mace. Seeing this, Garp was uneasy and worried about Luffy's safety. Garp covered his fist with armed domineering and was about to attack Kaido together with Sengoku. Aokiji and Kizaru were also about to take down Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Boy. Take it, Luffy. This is my last Thunder Gossip. Graduation lesson. The black lightning formed by domineering wrapped around the mace, but this attack was not swung at Luffy. Sengoku and Garp were experienced veterans after all, and they did not take it lightly for a moment. Although they were surprised by the sudden change of attack target of Kaido, they were also prepared. However, this attack also successfully blocked the two. Haha, Kaido, you have also learned these insidious tricks. Garp laughed loudly, feeling very happy. He did not expect Kaido to help his grandson, and Garp was relieved. At the same time, new questions appeared in Garp's mind. Could it be that Luffy really became Kaido's student? Kaido taught Luffy like this in just a few days? Kaido also ran to the top war for him? Impossible. It doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be. Garp's brain felt a little overloaded, and something felt wrong. The domineering aura was stronger than before, but this martial arts was indeed Kaido's. Could it be that Kaido fell into the sea after drinking too much and was kicked in the head by a Sea King? Although he couldn't figure it out, Garp was more relaxed now. He only needed to beat Kaido, and he didn't have to struggle between family affection and the justice of the Navy, and he didn't have to be accused of letting him go. In order to thank Kaido, he would use all his strength to beat him up after a long time. Sengoku was even more troubled at this moment. He didn't expect Kaido to come to help the Straw Hat Boy. Now he was in trouble. The situation was uncertain. Moreover, the Beast's pirates might also come, and might have already arrived. Now he had to guard against external attacks. Kaido had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Just when Sengoku was ready to go all out and Garp was ready to beat Kaido up and trade a few more moves with Kaido to stall for time. In the chat group, "Open Nika!" Boom, boom, a huge drum sounded on the battlefield. "Goodbye." Su Lin waved to the shocked Garp and Sengoku. The next moment, the Kaido in front of him also turned into a young man in the surprised eyes of everyone, leaving a mace on the broken earth, turning into light and flying into the sky and disappearing. "Fake? Oh no, I was fooled." Sengoku reacted and turned his eyes to the Straw Hat Boy. But he saw fifth gear, somewhere in the sea in the second half of the New World. Ah, so sudden, yet so nostalgic. After 800 years, I heard it again. I heard the drumbeat of liberation, although it is different from the time and place predicted. He is over there with this voice. "Joey boy, I am back." The indescribable huge elephant looked towards the location of Marineford. In the distant past of this world, the elephant master who committed the unforgivable sin was ordered to keep going and not to stop. WAP/135 135-074/3171340.html. Kaido, that guy has become too strong. Whitebeard looked at the warring party solemnly. Fuff, it's so interesting. Doflamingo watched the development of the situation and felt that his plan still had a chance. Whitebeard, you should have ended in the old era. Kobe was numb. I know that man is very powerful, but I didn't expect Mr. Luffy to be able to fight the four emperors. As everyone was paying attention, Su Lin's points kept rising, just as he expected. Why bother pretending to be cool with his original appearance? Just pay attention. The flame disaster Jin, who was paying attention to the battlefield situation, was stunned by Kaido on the TV broadcast, and then glanced at Kaido, who was standing on the bow of the ship drinking a little wine outside the room. Then he became angry. Mr. Kaido, huh? Kaido turned his head in confusion. It was rare to see Jin so panicked. Someone pretended to be you and appeared in the top war. What? What a big guts! After hearing Jin's story, Kaido hurriedly looked at the TV and turned into a fish dragon in anger. Quinn, how far is it from here to Marineford? If you just drive a boat, it will take about 3 hours on the shortest route. Yesterday, I wanted to take over Whitebeard's territory, but I didn't expect the nosy red-haired man to come to me. After the confrontation, I wanted to follow Shanks and fight him again, but I found that this guy's target seemed to be Marineford, so I turned around and left. Damn it! Kaido was a little unhappy. You guys drive the boat over, I'll go over and teach this idiot who imitated me a lesson. It seems that he has some strength. Kaido looked at the performance of himself on the screen. If nothing else, it really feels like that. Kaido suddenly wanted the two guys fighting on TV to become his subordinates. Of course, he would beat them up first. Kaido, who turned into a blue dragon, flew into the sky and flew rapidly towards Marineford. What is Kaido doing in such a hurry? The red-haired man held a bottle of wine and found that Kaido flew past his field of vision. Isn't that Marineford over there? Shanks, wasn't Kaido confronting us yesterday? Beckman stared at the TV. I remember his ship was following us for a long time just now. Yes, he flew past our ship a few seconds before you spoke. What's wrong? A group of people gathered around. I saw on the screen, not qualified. Kaido hit Luffy with a hammer, knocking him to Ace's side. When he hit Luffy, the amount of Haki was reduced a lot. This stick extinguished the intention of several generals to launch an attack. Because Kaido also caught up, if they launched an attack at this time, he might mess up. Tsk. Akainu gritted his teeth, wishing to kill Kaido right now. But he was not a fool. Whitebeard was about to come over, and Kaido was fighting with Straw Hat Boy, so it would save a lot of effort. If Kaido was involved, he would give up fighting Straw Hat Boy and join the battle, even if the hero Garp and Sengoku fought Kaido together. Once the melee started, Straw Hat Boy and Whitebeard, who were not weaker than Kaido in his current state, could be released to deal with them. Damn Kaido, if you want to fight, get away from me. Luffy, Ace said anxiously, with a flame in his hand. He was about to attack Kaido. No one can hurt his brother like this in front of him. Ace. Luffy stretched out his hand to stop Ace. Leave him to me, you guys retreat first. What a joke, as a brother, I don't want to be protected by a brother like you. A fireball hit Kaido and was smashed by a stick. You didn't even practice Haki well. You are so lazy, Fire Fist Ace. Stop talking nonsense, I don't need you to teach me. Ace's fists ignited with flames. Come on. Stupid natural ability user, get out of the way. Kaido showed disdain. Roger was also a powerless person at the beginning, but do you know why he became the Pirate King in the end? Only Haki, above everything. The mace was swung at Ace, carrying black lightning. If this stick hits, even Ace with the Fire Fist will have to kneel. Ace, get out of the way! Rubber Ape King Spear! The mace and fist collided again. Everyone present seemed to see cherry blossoms overflowing and flying on this battlefield. That was the change brought about by the Haki form. Ryu Sakura Mastery, 98 points. Kaido kicked his feet, leaving a deep pit on the spot, and swung the mace in the air, narrowly passing by Luffy's cheek. By the way, it coincidentally hit the two generals who were watching the show. Of course, they were dodged. Observation Haki, 99 points. Next is Haki Entanglement. Kizaru and Aokiji couldn't help but stand a little further away. The two guys fighting each other have not used their fruit abilities, especially Kaido. They know that Kaido will be even more powerful after using his fruit ability. They can be fearless, but there are too many soldiers around. Marshal Sengoku, Aokiji reminded him. Needless to say, Sengoku also understands the current situation. All the lieutenant generals and below, spread out to suppress Whitebeard's side. Just like this, you go back and forth, and the surroundings are in a melee. Whenever the admirals and lieutenant generals want to take action, Kaido and the Straw Hat Boys will spread the war to this side, whether intentionally or unintentionally. And Ace, who is closely watching Luffy's battle at this moment, understands how powerful his brother has become now. While he is happy, he also feels the gap in his current strength. Luffy, who is younger than him and went to sea later than him, can already fight against the four emperors. Luffy, Mr. 3 was in a coma. They fought for nearly 10 minutes. Kaido suddenly stopped and glanced at the two admirals who were idling around and Akainu who was killing him. If you dare to interfere, I will deal with you first. You are just a pirate. What do you think this place is? Akainu's fists were filled with magma, and he was ready to fight if he disagreed. Sengoku then commanded, Sakazuki, cooperate with the 7 warlords of the sea to surround and kill Whitebeard. Humph. Akainu turned and attacked Whitebeard. Guren! Whitebeard snorted and a white round shield appeared in his hand. Garp! Got it! Garp walked over and put on the tiger finger and said, Kaido, my grandson doesn't need you to teach him. Then you teach him. Seeing Garp trying to interrupt his performance, Sulin started to talk about other topics. Do you know how long it took me to teach your grandson to this level? Oh, how long? Garp was stunned by the question. 3 sticks! What 3 sticks did you say? Garp asked back without understanding. I only used 3 sticks to teach Straw Hat Boy to be like this. What nonsense are you talking about? Sengoku also walked towards Kaido, and it seemed that they wanted to join forces to suppress Kaido. 1 stick to learn Ryuo, 2 sticks to understand entanglement, 3 sticks to awaken the fruit. Ask your grandson yourself. I only beat him a few times and he learned these skills. Sulin said something he had read on the internet before. Fruit awakening? The people on the side seemed to think that they had heard some extraordinary term. WAP 3574/30139. Kaido! Gecko Moria gritted his teeth, and his eyes almost burst into flames. But he also understood that he did not have the capital to take revenge on Kaido at this moment. Straw Hat Boy and Kaido. 2 people with grievances were right in front of him, and neither of them could be dealt with now. Luffy looked at Kaido blankly, with panic and shock on his face. Why is Kaido here? At this moment, the 3 admirals of the Navy set their sights on Kaido. The threat posed by this intruder now exceeds that of the Straw Hat Boy. How scary! Kizaru still said in the same tone, I didn't expect that even Kaido would come. This war has nothing to do with you, but if you want to disrupt it, I'll deal with you first. The stone slab under Akainu's feet had been melted by the lava, showing his murderous intent. Ah la la la, troubles one after another. Aokiji's hands were cold. Don't think you can run away, glanced at the Straw Hat Boy coldly. You have a new private message. Sulin, I am Sulin, not Kaido. Don't expose yourself. Hey! Luffy suddenly shouted and looked at Kaido in the distance in disbelief. This idiot! Sulin thought speechlessly. If he was not afraid of being cracked by Luffy's 5th gear, he would not have told Luffy the news in advance. Huh? From the perspective of everyone, the Straw Hat looked down to the left and raised his head to look at Kaido from time to time, not knowing what was going on. Straw Hat Boy! Kaido shouted, attracting everyone's attention. You can call me Kaido-sensei now. Kaido-sensei? Why? Luffy shouted in confusion, not understanding what Sulin meant. Kaido! Sensei! The surrounding Marines exclaimed. The pirates and Marines in the distance also heard it. Straw Hat Boy is Kaido's apprentice? Kulalala. Cough, cough. Whitebeard laughed and coughed a few times. Too interesting. It's even more absurd than someone saying that devil fruits are delicious. This strange development has led the situation to a strange direction. Does this mean that Kaido is here to help Straw Hat Boy? Whitebeard hasn't been dealt with yet. There is a Straw Hat Boy who can fight against the Admiral and the Marshal on the field, and Kaido is here again. If Vice Admiral Garp hasn't fallen, everyone subconsciously pinned their hopes on the former Marine hero in times of crisis. When did Vice Admiral Garp get up from the ground? When did Monkey D. Luffy seek Kaido's help? This is impossible. Has Kaido always been in Wano country? The Navy has been monitoring Kaido's movements, and the two's movements have no intersection. Wait a minute, in the Saboti archipelago, the Straw Hat pirates were beaten away by a bear and disappeared. Could it be? Sengoku began to suspect that Kaido was the one who taught the Straw Hat boy to master Haki in the past 10 days. But even if the 4 emperors were teaching him, it was too fast. Does the Straw Hat boy have such a strong talent? Unprecedented, unheard of. Garp, this bastard, actually let his grandson with such a talent become a pirate. Sengoku didn't know how many times he wanted to fight with Garp immediately today. No, the problem now is Kaido's position. Garp, Sengoku stretched out his golden palm and slapped Garp. What happened? Garp suddenly jumped up and caught Sengoku's slap with one hand. Why are you attacking me? Don't talk nonsense to me. Look at what your grandson, the Straw Hat boy, has done. You must go and fix your grandson's mistake today. Let's make it public. It's not a secret among the top leaders anyway. If he and Garp don't take action seriously today, then the situation will be difficult to control. But for the middle-level Navy, this news is a bombshell. The Straw Hat boy is Vice Admiral Garp's grandson? The soldiers on both sides of the battle suddenly didn't want to continue fighting. I always feel that I have eaten too much melon today. Even Marco George, Spider Demon, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and others stopped fighting and looked at the focal person in the field from a distance. That Garp's grandson. Isn't he Ace's brother? Isn't Ace Gold D. Rogers' son? How come the Navy hero Garp is involved again? Boom, boom, boom. I can't take it anymore. My head is so confused. What's going on with this family? Some pirates were already banging their heads against the ice. Why is the grandfather a Navy hero, but the grandson is a pirate? Some Navy elites shouted with their heads in their hands. No wonder Vice Admiral Garp was knocked down with one punch. It turns out he was letting him go on purpose. Is that something you, a Navy lieutenant colonel, can say? The people nearby quietly moved away from this guy, fearing that they would be mistaken for what they said. Hey! Garp stood on Sengoku's fist, not noticing Sengoku's unhappy expression. When did Luffy become your apprentice? Oh, is he your grandson? That's right. When did I become Kaido's apprentice? This is to commemorate the painstaking efforts of Mr. Kai. Don't mind it. Cooperate with me to delay the time. Use the 5th gear when necessary. I will not hold back. Of course, you should be gentle on me. In the eyes of everyone, Kaido did not answer Garp. While frantically sending messages in the private chat, he ran towards Luffy. Aokiji twitched his eyebrows, melted the ice, and flashed to the side of Kizaru. Today I am here to teach you the last lesson. The domineering color domineering wrapped around the mace, as if it was a black lightning. On this sea, only domineering eternal. With the deafening voice of Kaido, the earth shattered, and the iron rods smashed towards Luffy. Kaido and Straw Hat Boy are fighting! Amid the exclamations, the domineering color, domineering collision was mixed between the mace and the fist. Rayleigh, who was drinking, eating, and watching the live broadcast in the Saboti archipelago, took a sip of wine and said helplessly, "It's too far-fetched. Is Kaido's teaching skills so good? I didn't expect Ace to be the son of the old captain. It's too late for him to go to the top war now. The Navy hid the news too well." However, Luffy's improved combat power really shocked him. He originally said that there was a chance to train Luffy. It seems that he has found a more suitable teacher. Only the people in the Red Hair Pirates know that this is false, because Kaido is now confronting them. Rubber stamp. Thunder Bagua. Boom Boom Luffy. Sulin, what's the matter with your appearance and strength? Just think of me as a copy. This appearance is Mr. Two's ability. The most important thing is Krypton Gold. Krypton Gold can make you stronger.
What is
Krypton Gold? No one can doubt that the domineering color domineering used by Sulin at this time came from One Piece, provided by Gold D. Roger. The strength of this domineering color domineering almost spread throughout Marineford. WAP? Wash 35 35 741 71488.h pulling. Suning returned to the back and began to use the previous wave of points to buy. It's rising. It's rising. The current balance of the points of showing off in front of others, 930 points. Showing off like this can also be considered showing off in front of others. In this case, What Su Lin didn't know was that this was because the speed of information dissemination in the pirate world was not particularly fast. The current points were provided by the Sabaody archipelago, plus the nearby population and the people on the battlefield of Marineford. The population of the pirate world is a terrifying number. As the information gradually spread, various broadcasting places also saw the scenes happening on the battlefield. The system's points are in a stage of rapid increase. Although a group of buggy not far away was broadcasting live, Su Lin had secretly made up his mind that I would be the live broadcast king. Teacher, disciple, hey, live broadcast is to make a living and give you a big one. Although Su Lin didn't believe what Kizaru said just now, he remembered the stalk he saw when he was chasing the drama before. Who is the most touching teacher in One Piece? That must be Teacher Kaido. After coming to the pirate world, Su Lin found that his system mall had some special interfaces. Navigation World Store. This world limited, one-time Domineer key, 500 points of effect lasting 30 minutes. Provider goal, get enough momentum before appearing. Master Teacher teaching historical projection. Limited to this world, Kaido 100 points, effect for 1 hour. Kaido, I actually always wanted to teach a student. Can be used in combination after using, gain the combat skills experience mastered by him. Does not include the ability of the fish fruit. There is a chance to retain some skills after the effect ends. Devil fruit, fish fruit, 2,000 points. After eating, you can permanently gain related abilities. The price of power is this taste that is worse than X. Su Lin knew that the system was not simple, but he did not expect that the goods in the system could also change according to the changes in the world. After coming out of the Impel Downs, Su Lin went to the mall while resting in the cabin and found a new entrance. After clicking in, he found that it was full of items from this world. There is no need to exchange the devil fruit. The cost effectiveness is not high for him, and he does not plan to develop in this world for a long time. Gulp! Gulp! A glass bottle fell to the ground. The next second, Su Lin turned into light and disappeared on the spot. There is Kizaru in front, Akainu on the right, Aokiji on the left, and Sengoku behind. Luffy, you go first! Ace shouted. No way! Luffy replied unceremoniously. I won't abandon you, Ace. Look at me, I'll beat them all away. Ace smiled and stood back to back with Luffy, his fists burning with flames, staring at the enemies in front of him. You, the younger brother, have a long time to be more prominent than me, the older brother. It's over, it's over. Mr. 3 never thought that one day he would be surrounded by the top combat power of the Navy. Even his former boss didn't have this treatment. Mr. 3 decided to give up thinking. Son of Dragon, you are indeed a disaster. We can't let you go anymore. Akainu said, you and your brother's road ends here. Kizaru and Aokiji heard it, silently looked at Sakazuki, and then looked at Garp, who was still in the pit with his head down. The Straw Hat Boy and Fire Fist Ace can't escape. A reporter said, the Straw Hat Kid is quite powerful. Didn't Admiral Kizaru get knocked away by him before? Someone retorted. But Kizaru doesn't look injured. On the contrary, after fighting again and again, the Straw Hat Kid is now surrounded by the strongest men in the Navy. Whitebeard should be here soon. The Navy ahead can't stop him for long. It depends on how long he can hold on. And the unknown person who had the same ability as Admiral Kizaru before, let's see if he will continue to interfere. There was a lot of discussion. No matter which world, there is no shortage of tactical analysis masters. Reporters outside the Sabaody archipelago were waiting for the development of the incident. When the situation was about to start, a figure fell from the sky. Rumble, a huge deep pit was smashed on the ground. Many people were frightened by this sudden visitor. What happened again? It seems like something fell. Reporters had a hunch that the main event had just begun. It was about to enter a white-hot stage, and the possibility that the situation on the battlefield had changed again at this moment. A figure walked out of the smoke. Before the figure completely walked out of the pit, the smoke around him was dispersed by his majestic momentum. Every step he took was covered with gravel and ice. The figure walked out of the pit step by step with a look of contempt for everything. Hey, that person is... Some reporters were shocked and speechless. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Why is he here? Did the Beast's pirates also join the war? The square of the Sabaody archipelago was in an uproar again. The restaurants that entertained pirates and passers-by were even more surprised. "Kaido, why are you here?" The veins on Sengoku's head popped out. Kaido had just entered the situation. "Garp, how long are you going to lie there?" Garp was still lying in the pit. Feeling the changes on the battlefield, he pretended to be dazed and touched his head to stand up. "What happened? Hey, Kaido!" Sengoku didn't have time to worry about how bad Garp's acting was. His mood was in a mess now. He couldn't figure out why the controllable variables that shouldn't have appeared on the battlefield appeared uncontrollably. Didn't he go to grab Whitebeard's territory? "Kuhahaha, Kaido, are you here to lend a hand to me?" Whitebeard, who cleared a small area in front of him with one punch, looked at Kaido sharply. "Don't talk nonsense, Whitebeard." Kaido picked up the mace and put it on his shoulder. His disdain and arrogance were all visible. The domineering aura surged, and the domineering aura of the king swept all around in a crushing manner. Some pirates and soldiers who had just woken up couldn't bear it and fainted again, and even took those tired participants with them. Even the elite lieutenant colonels of the Navy headquarters felt that it was difficult to breathe, and some people couldn't stop shaking their weapons. Wanton release of the king's aura announced to everyone present. One of the four emperors, Kaido, the beast pirates, joined the battle. This domineering aura, Roger? Whitebeard was a little surprised. It's not like Kaido had never fought against him before, but the domineering aura at this moment actually reminded him of his former opponent, Roger. Has this guy become stronger? This kind of strength of domineering. Garp didn't continue to joke around, threw away his coat, and walked forward side by side with Sengoku. WAP 135-135-073-171-3487.html. As the saying goes, you should pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. If you want to be in the limelight and want to fish, you have to find Kizaru. But that's fake. The confrontation of Flash ability didn't last too long. After all, Sulin's ability was not proficient, and he couldn't be compared with Kizaru. Kizaru seemed lazy, but he had mastered his ability to a high level a long time ago. In a few moves, Kizaru caught Sulin's flaw and kicked him away. Armament Haki was used. Fortunately, there was an automatic defense magic weapon that blocked most of the force, but even so, Sulin still felt some discomfort. Han Li had just achieved the Golden Core realm not long ago, so he couldn't provide him with a very good magic weapon, not to mention that it was still for mortals to use. The same was true for Ye Fan. There were also strong ones, but for mortals, they had to be specially refined. If he only fought with Huang Yuan in close combat, the existing props would barely be enough. I'm a novice. Sulin had no choice but to move away and barely avoided a light-speed kick. How terrible. The newbies nowadays. Huang Yuan said slowly, and kicked a few beams of light, by the way. You actually have very similar abilities to me. Why is that? This is hard to explain. Sulin occasionally counterattacked a few times, but was easily blocked by Huang Yuan. The current situation is that Sulin is using the speed of the Flash ability to fight with Huang Yuan. Although he can't cause any damage because of his poor skills, Huang Yuan can't cause any substantial damage to Sulin. Occasionally, Huang Yuan will seize the opportunity and have strange things to help Sulin block the attack. By the way, I really want to ask you to teach me about the use of abilities. Your abilities are quite useful. Sulin wiped the corner of his mouth, finished the medicine Ye Fan sent, and drew a few light blades with his right hand. Oh, do you want to learn? Kizaru stood there without moving, just blocked it casually, touched his chin, and thought, come to think of it, I don't have any impression of you. I guess you are not an important pirate. Then why don't you just join the Navy? I also want to try to accept a disciple. Haha, you are a bad old man. Sulin didn't believe it. A stream of light formed arcs and attacked Sulin from all directions. And Lin occasionally took out some talismans and hidden weapons and threw them at Kizaru. Thunderfire Pill, Ice Thorn Talisman, Barrier Powder. These insidious items caused some trouble for Kizaru, who had never seen these things. You have some strange things. Kizaru was more interested in Sulin. Are you really not considering joining the Navy? The salary is too low. Sulin dodged Kizaru's kick in front of him. I also think they should raise their salary, Otherwise, I'm almost out of motivation. I'm afraid that after this battle, the bounty on this guy will not be low. Of course, that's not what he should care about. In fact, both sides were talking nonsense, but they didn't relax their moves for a moment. Kizaru found that Su Lin's movements and reactions were faster than before. Was it related to what he just drank? If he was just slacking off against the Straw Hat Boy before, now against Su Lin, Kizaru was working hard. This young man has some secrets, so it's better to take him down. But I didn't expect that the same ability as mine would be so tricky. Kizaru glanced at the back. The battle on Luffy's side was coming to an end, and he flew a distance with Sengoku's fist. After meeting up with Ace, who was rescued, the few people did not stop and began to retreat. There is no point in getting entangled with this guy now. That guy obviously has no intention of fighting him. He just wants to tie him up. If Ace with the Fire Fist gets away, the face of the Navy will be lost. Kizaru did not choose to continue to entangle and chose to return to support after throwing out a bad word. Young man, report to the Navy headquarters when you are free. Seeing this, Su Lin also chose to leave first. This old man? The commotion caused by the chase between him and Kizaru just now was not small on this battlefield. Navy Admiral Kizaru did not chase, but instantly blocked Ace and Luffy to block their retreat, and Akainu and Aokiji came to double team. Because at this moment, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru turned their eyes to Luffy and the other two. Even if they had let him go before, they knew that they had to show their full strength at this time. The Straw Hat Boy can leave, but Ace with the Fire Fist cannot. It is related to the face of the Navy. Akainu's eyes turned cold, and countless lava fell from the sky. His target was not the pirates on the battlefield. Our ship! This ship has been here for decades! Damn Akainu! This scene was still played out according to the previous history. Akainu chose to cut off the pirates' retreat. Today, he vowed to catch all the pirates in one fell swoop. Even some variables would not affect the ending he had planned. Except for a few ships, most of the ships were destroyed. Although the plan was partially wrong and failed to cause some damage to Whitebeard in advance, you have no way to escape, pirates. All of you pirates will be killed, Akainu said, ruthlessly. Damn Lava Kid. A trace of pressure appeared on Whitebeard's calm face. Akainu's long-hidden large-scale attack forced Whitebeard to consider how to retreat next. It's not that he was afraid of this group of Navy. If he was afraid, he would not be called Whitebeard. The key is how his sons should leave this battlefield. Whitebeard was ready to stay on the battlefield in this battle. He wanted to open up a new era for his son, not just Ace. Although he didn't believe in the old and new eras, the appearance of the Straw Hat Boys made him look forward to the new era mentioned by Red Hair. At this moment, the man who was hailed as the strongest on the sea, holding Kusuke Mikiri, he began to walk towards the three admirals. At present, the only choice was to strive for the possibility of escape for the pirates. The Navy had already begun to adjust its strategy. Ace, who had escaped, was no longer the object of concern for their many ordinary combat forces. The situation over there would be left to the admirals of the Navy. All the vice admirals, rear admirals, and elite Navy officers turned their attention to Whitebeard and other captains. Their current mission was to stop the Whitebeard pirates. Gecko Mariah cut a bunch of shadows and stuffed them into his body to improve his basic physical fitness. Hawkeye Homik defeated Flower Sword and looked at the Whitebeard pirates. He didn't value the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea given by the Navy that much, just because he could avoid being harassed by the Navy. Although he did not intend to work for the Navy, he also looked forward to taking this opportunity to fight Whitebeard. The people on the battlefield had different goals, and they all went to the battlefield with a sense of purpose for their own interests and goals. The Navy was for the order and justice they insisted on. The Whitebeard pirates were for the friendship of their sons and brothers. And the other criminals who came out of the city were for brains, some for the loyalty of pirates, and the reasons why no one from the 7 warlords came here were also different. Su Lin was even more so. He just wanted to earn points and make back the cost of this investment with interest. WAP 135, 135.074, 317-13486 TML. Su Lin looked at the news on TV and felt his eyes were a little dry and his eyelids kept twitching. He opened the browser on the computer and directly clicked on the last search record. No strange things happened anywhere today, and it was calm. He picked up the eye drops beside him and dripped 2 drops into his dry eyes. This is a normal parallel world. There might be some extraordinary events, but that is not something that an ordinary person like him can come into contact with. Anyway, I tried my best. It's okay to travel to a parallel world. After all, his parents are the same parents as before, and there is also a newbie benefit like the system. He also has some expectations in his heart. But since it is an ordinary world, the system given to him is not a plagiarism system or a big star system, but a system that can show one's prowess in front of others. Bird food. The extraordinary system is stronger than the ordinary flow. But Su Lin racked his brains but couldn't figure out how, as an ordinary person, he could show one's prowess in front of others to gain points. The novice gift package opened 2 disposable props: linear time round-trip table and library series superpower record. I tried my best. Even if I go back to the past, the present cannot be changed. It is nothing more than creating a new tributary. Well, this is fine. Let me escape, abandon everything now, plunder my past self, and let me indulge in the happiness that should not belong to me. Note, a one-time prop. If you return to the original time point again, this prop will be permanently invalid. Series, records of supernatural powers. Everything in the world should be remembered. Farah. The props also have a little story, which reminds Su Lin of the time when he played DNF in the past. However, Su Lin has no time to delve into what is hidden behind these notes. There are 2 props. The former can choose a chance to go back to the past, but making changes will produce a parallel world, which means that you can't affect the future by going back to the past and making changes, but can only guide the past to a parallel world. The latter lasts for 24 hours and can record some abnormal abilities and reproduce them. The only disadvantage is that the whole process from activation to use must be recorded, and only one ability can be used at a time. In this daily world, I don't know where to find abnormal abilities. If I can't find abnormal abilities, I can't show myself in person to brush points and draw prizes to exchange for skills, and thus I can't achieve a sustainable development strategy. This seems to be trapped in a dead loop. Dongming Changsheng Jue Eternal Immortality, Fingertip Stars, Creation Atlas, Eternal Life Wine 9-turn Golden Pill, Ash Staff, Law Simulation Device. Except for the difficulty of starting, this system is really good. There are all kinds of classified item systems on novel websites. Looking at the dazzling array of exchange lists and card pool rewards, tears inadvertently flowed from the corners of his mouth. He has been unemployed and stayed at home for half a year since graduating from college. If he can't find a job again, the help from his family will be cut off. Before crossing over, he also found a relatively stable job after graduating from college. But who would have thought that he studied civil engineering in this world? Is this a parallel world created by choice? Is he going to the construction site to smuggle plaster? No, in the parallel world, he ran away because he couldn't stand it. How can he show his sainthood in front of people when he goes back to the construction site? Is it possible to shoot a short video and play as a slayer in the smuggling? Is this considered showing sainthood? The system prompted him that as long as his achievements can be recorded in a certain number of people, he will get points. Okay, everyone looked at me. I announced something. In fact, Su Lin also has a plan, which is to record various historical events in recent years, and then travel back to the past to become a prophet. The risk is that he, who has no self-protection ability, will most likely disappear from the public eye first. Then this prop will be wasted. Just as Su Lin was struggling to take out an exquisite silver pocket watch that was bigger than his hand, a sudden voice came to his mind. The chat group of all heavens is open. Su Lin, Xiaoyan, Han Li, Ye Fan, Monkey D, Luffy, and Shiro Amiya have joined the group. Congratulations to everyone for becoming a member of the chat group beta test. This group is committed to creating friendly exchanges between different worlds, breaking through the barriers of the world and breaking down information barriers, and contributing to the evolution of each world. This group has no group owner, but will set up duty administrators based on the level of activity and group member votes. The duty cycle is 1 year, and the administrators and group members will have fixed gift packages every month. In order to create a chat environment for River Crab Civilization, please do not fight among group members, and violators will be forced to leave the chat group. Sulin was a little unresponsive. What's going on? I'm not the protagonist of the system flow? Ding! This month's group member gift package has been distributed. Congratulations! You have obtained 3 chat group boundary-breaking talismans. You need to agree to use them with the consent of the other group members. After the other group members leave the world, you will be forced to leave. Now you can start chatting. No way, you can still play like this. Wait, aren't those group members characters in anime novels? Monkey D. Luffy. Chat group? What is this? Hey, whose devil fruit ability is this? Is it Kaido's subordinate? Someone at you. A message flashed before Sulin's eyes. Everyone, wow, what is this? Don't tease me. Has Lao Ma's business expanded to cross the world? Let me go, I'm really broke. At Monkey D. Luffy, I have some impression of you. Are you a pirate's man? If I remember correctly, he is the man who will become the Pirate King. I didn't expect that I can still come across such a thing as a chat group when I am on other planets. Xiao Yan, are you a fellow Earthling? Yes, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Ah, I'm going to have a celebration party. Meet. An alien planet? Oh my God. I traveled through time in 2009. In which year did you go to an alien planet? 2010. Cheyenne was wondering why humans entered the interstellar age a year later. The situation here is a bit complicated. Hint, Shiro Emiya, group member, has entered the soul state. Sulin. Hint, group member Shiro Emiya has been resurrected. Xiaoyan. Awesome. Indeed. Sulin ignored the sit-ups of a pole-vaulting male protagonist, thought about it, and made a statement in the group. Laxative, people just traveled through time. Parallel world. Dear Taoists, may I ask what this chat group is? They actually changed the name at the first opportunity. But isn't this a bit of a cover-up? Sulin was silent for a while, and decided to come out and make it clear. Han, I know you. To be precise, I know everyone here. Han Li, who was in the Chao Star Sea at this time, frowned. He was not surprised to be discovered that he changed his name, but from the tone of this person, he knew him inside and out. Fortunately, now in the Chao Star Sea, people from Tianan should not be able to find this place. Just like you know the Pirate King Luffy, I also know all of you. Well, maybe someone will know me in the future. I understand. This is outrageous. WAP 1335074/3113475.html. Xiaoyan and Yefan are both modern people, and they understand what Sulin meant. Although they were very surprised, they soon calmed down. After all, with their current experience, encountering any strange things is not enough to be too shocking. They have experienced time travel, cultivation, and chat groups, and it is not unacceptable for them to appear in a certain work. The time is the 3rd day after the fall of the 4 emperors Kaido, the capital of Wano country, the flower capital in the New World. A grand celebration banquet is being prepared. As the great heroes who liberated Wano country, all the Straw Hat Pirates are still healing and recuperating in the Shogun's mansion. The chef pushed a dining cart and brought a series of exquisite dishes to the hall. Today I have put more effort than usual to prepare Hanzen cuisine that is worthy of the name of Shogun. Please enjoy. Jinbei raised his glass and laughed. Ha ha ha, it looks delicious, thank you. It must be very lively outside. Only Jinbei, the former Shichibukai, was present. Because the banquet had to wait for 2 hours, the Straw Hat Pirates could not bear the hunger in their stomachs and ran to the street to eat and drink. Yakisoba, takoyaki, grilled squid, apple candy, marshmallow. Chopper stuffed the marshmallow into his mouth and said happily to Luffy, who was puffing his mouth beside him, "There are so many delicious foods, Luffy, and so many fun activities." Whoa, Chopper. Luffy swallowed the food, his eyes shining, and everything is free today. Luffy looked at the message prompt at the edge of his vision. Is this thing still there? What on earth is this? With a thought, the message interface popped up. So, everyone here is from a different world. This thing is our tool for communication, and the cross-border talisman can establish a channel to shuttle back and forth to other worlds. That's right. It's amazing. It seems that there are many unexpected wonders in this world. Sulin, fellow from another world, what is the plot behind the heaven shrouding? Can you tell me? I am now trapped underground with a big black dog and a fat Taoist priest. Battle through the heavens, too. I am now preparing to go to the Yunlin sect. Wait a minute, I will see if I can upload the information. I'm sorry to bother you with the mortal cultivation biography. I will never forget this favor. Sulin smiled, and that was what you, Han Lao Mo, said. He announced it frankly, and this information alone could help the group members a lot. Everyone is not stupid. The charlatan style may work a little at the beginning, but firstly, it will be tiring for him to act after a long time. Sulin wants to be relaxed and harmonious. Secondly, judging from the description in the work, these group members are the kind of people who value friendship and loyalty. At least they will repay you if they owe you a favor. There is no need to do this for some initial benefits. Moreover, who knows if some people he doesn't know will come in one day, or time travelers with similar situations as him. It will be embarrassing if they are exposed. Xiaoyan, don't use the Buddha's Wrath Lotus when you go to Yunlin sect. Otherwise, you will cause a lot of trouble and harm your Xiao family. Received. Thank you, Brother Su. Outside an inn in the capital of the Gamma Empire, Xiaoyan looked at Sulin's reminder thoughtfully. Trouble? Even harm to the Xiao family. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes, and he secretly recited the name of Yunlin sect. Is Mo Cheng's matter exposed? But they have no evidence, and it will involve my Xiao family? Xiaoyan is now more curious about what he will experience in the future, and can't wait to get the relevant plot from Sulin. Xiaoyanzi? Yao Lao felt that something was wrong with Xiaoyan today. He was absent-minded at first, and then showed excitement and happiness from time to time. Why is he silent now? I'm fine, teacher. Xiaoyan shook his head. At the moment, the most important thing is the 3-year agreement with Nalanyanran, but the Buddha's Wrath Lotus can no longer be used. Carrying the Xuanzong ruler, Xiaoyan smiled. Even if he didn't use the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, he was still confident of defeating Nalanyanran. However, it was great to be able to use the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Nalanyanran, you are really outstanding. Sulin didn't expect that although the memory could not be scanned directly, this chat group could directly copy the information in the real computer, which saved a lot of trouble. And if he really wanted to scan the memory, Sulin was a little hesitant. One Piece, Mortal Cultivation Biography, Fighting the Sky, The Great Ruler, Fate Comes Night were uploaded successfully. Group member Sulin uploaded the book works One Piece, Mortal Cultivation Biography, Fighting the Sky, The Great Ruler, and Fate Comes Night. After uploading, it can be turned into a browsing file, which is more reasonable. Thank you. Thank you, I owe you a favor for this. Me too. Okay, for the harmonious atmosphere in the group and for the administrator position later. If you change to a charlatan-style protagonist, you will inevitably have to take advantage of them. It is better to be honest and wait for these people to develop. Hehe. This is called sustainable development. Besides, there will definitely be some skills after everyone is familiar with them. This is just the beginning, and he can't wait to complete the system tasks and brush up achievement points. As for how to do it, it is definitely too late to practice for the time being. Haven't you seen these protagonists practice for many years at any time? Why bother to go far away now? Luffy, One Piece? The people in the paintings look like me. The real owner is here. Sulin showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Speaking of superpowers, isn't the world of pirates the first choice? Looking at the 2 props in the system backpack, Sulin just had an immature idea. Who said you have to show your power in front of the people in your own world? Sulin. Luffy, do you want to save Ace once? Sulin had already thought about the next direction on the way. Ace? What are you talking about? Ace has already. Luffy, who was not eating or looking at the group chat records, was suddenly stunned and his pupils trembled. He put down the giant grilled squid and marshmallow in his hand. Chopper was still eating marshmallows, and Zoro and Sanji were arguing in the distance. Swallowing his saliva, Luffy looked ahead in disbelief. In the eyes of others, Luffy suddenly stared at the air in a daze. Long story short, I can let you go back to 2 years ago, but after going back to 2 years ago, all your actions cannot change the present. If you save Ace, it will only create a world where Ace is alive, and there is another you in that world. Sulin replied. Sulin stopped talking after he finished speaking, and no one in the group talked. It is estimated that it will take a while for Luffy to understand this sentence. /135 135 row 74 /317 13476. In Yefan's world of Jatian, the Mother Chi cauldron of all things was cooking animal meat and mixing it with various spiritual medicines and herbs. The rich aroma enveloped the dark underground cave. Mortals with slightly weaker constitutions might not be able to take the supplement after smelling it. Ignoring the black dog and the fat man who wanted to snatch the food, Yefan prepared to check the novel with him as the protagonist. Jatian? It's a good name. Yefan muttered to himself, but he was a little uneasy when he saw the message in the group. I can let you go back to 2 years ago. Are you not pretending anymore? Are you going to show your cards? The boss is actually by my side? It turns out that none of those who can travel through time are simple. I believe this guy's lies, and I still live in the ordinary world. Does the traveler in this parallel world have this ability? Can the legendary duty reverse time and space? Xiao Yan's hands trembled while he was refining the elixir. Fortunately, Yao Lao, who was watching, helped to stabilize the flame, otherwise the furnace would have exploded. Concentrate. Yao Lao looked at his disciple, wondering what happened to him today. Yes, teacher. But Xiao Yan still paid some attention to the group chat. It was indeed the time travel that made this little douchey unable to remain calm. Is this something he can handle? Your Excellency can actually reverse time and space? There is a one-time magic weapon that is useless to me. It just so happens that I am very interested in the devil fruit ability in their world and want to go and see it. Yefan sighed in his heart. It seems that there are no simple characters in this group. Sulin, who was still saying that he traveled to the ordinary world before, suddenly made such a treasure. You call this the everyday world? 6. But who doesn't have some secrets of their own? Luffy, I want to go. Please let me save Ace once. Luffy, who understood the meaning of Sulin's words, responded in the group. Even if he couldn't change the present, at least he could save Ace once. If Ace could survive in other worlds, he would be satisfied. Let me prepare first. At all members, can you lend me some life-saving things that ordinary people can use? Hanli frowned. Sulin could obviously take out such treasures, but he asked them for some things that ordinary people could use? He dared to go to the other world, so he shouldn't be a liar. Is he pretending? Or, no, Sulin knows them inside and out, and probably knows their personalities. Is he really an ordinary person? But even if he is an ordinary person, he would not casually take out such treasures for others to use. He must have some purpose, and he should have other confidence. After a little thought, Han Li did not hesitate too much and took out some talismans and elixirs, as well as a kind of projectile hidden weapon. In any case, he still owed this person a big favor, so he tried to make friends with him first. Although Xiao Yan and Yefan had their own considerations, they did not hesitate and selected some things that ordinary people could use and sent them to the chat group. They were all items and elixirs that could be used without using fighting spirit and spiritual power. At the same time, they also informed the group of relevant usage methods. After a while, Sulin, who was well prepared, picked up a cross-border talisman. Whether it will succeed depends on this wave. Group member Sulin uses the cross-border talisman to your world. Do you allow the establishment of a channel? Agree, reject, agree. Luffy suddenly roared, and Chopper, who was eating octopus balls, almost choked. Cough! Chopper turned his head to look at Luffy, only to see that he looked excited and clenched his fists. Luffy? The crowd around also looked over. After all, no one didn't know the Straw Hat Pirates. Sulin suddenly appeared in front of his hand with a silver-white talisman page engraved with exquisite patterns and unknown words. Then, in less than a second, the light bloomed and dissipated, and a deep door with surging space power appeared in front of the two. "Heh?" Sulin smiled. "So handsome." Then he stepped into the door. At the same time, a handsome young man in casual clothes and slippers stepped out of the door on the Straw Hat Boy's side. After the man stepped out, the door disappeared. In the perspective, the cross-border symbol showed that there was one more chance to use it, and it would disappear after completing the round trip. "I forgot to change my slippers at home. It doesn't matter." Sulin glanced at the shoes on his feet and said indifferently, then looked around. Door suddenly appeared, and a person? Chopper shouted. "Are you Sulin?" Luffy suddenly jumped up and hugged Sulin. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for letting me use such a precious treasure." Luffy hugged Sulin excitedly and said with emotion that even he knew how rare this treasure was. "Luffy, let go!" Chopper responded by hitting Luffy's back, signaling Luffy to let go of Sulin. "He's almost out of breath. Ah, sorry. Cough, cough, ha! Ha!" Sulin never thought that he would be strangled to death by the Straw Hat Kid on his first appearance after traveling through another world. "What's your physique?" "What's my physique? I feel like my bones are about to fall apart. This guy is really strong. Wait, for a while. Take a breath. You are really you." After 2 minutes, Sulin tidied up his clothes and state. Helplessly, he took a glass of water from Chopper and took a sip. "Formally introduce myself. My name is Sulin, your groupmate." "I'm Chopper." Although Chopper didn't know what a groupmate was. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King," Luffy said while holding the straw hat. "Luffy, please use the power of your rubber fruit to show me." Sulin wanted to make sure that he could really copy the power of the pirate world. If he succeeded, it would be great. He would go to the war in the future to help Luffy fulfill his wish and collect some points. If he couldn't copy it, then the Straw Hat Kid would have to go by himself. Although he took some things from the group, Sulin didn't want to take too many risks. With the equipment in the group, he could pretend in reality. Oh no, show off in front of people. "Eh? Is that so?" Luffy stretched out his arm and took a handful of barbecue from a stall in the distance. "Do you want to eat?" In an instant, bookshelves suddenly appeared in Sulin's mind. A book appeared on the bookshelf. Rubber form Sulin walked forward, took the book, and opened it. "I seem to understand everything. It is impossible to describe it in detail." When the book called Rubber Form was opened, the book broke into light spots and merged into Sulin's body and mind, and he understood and learned it. Swish Sulin's arm suddenly stretched out like Luffy and took a cotton candy from another stall. Chopper's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Eh! Rubber fruit?" Even Luffy looked at Sulin in disbelief. "Same ability as mine?" Wait a minute. Sulin felt something was wrong. Rubber pistol. Sulin threw his arm out like he used to watch anime, and it fell to the ground with a snap. "You're not proficient enough. WAP 335135743171347.html. As expected, being able to copy and understand abilities, what your body learns is the existence of abilities, and how to use them has to be slowly explored and practiced by yourself. After all, it is a prop from the novice gift package, and being able to copy even the opponent's experience and tricks is too strong. However, in this case, those with natural abilities should be given priority. After all, saving your life is the hard truth. My current ability is probably to record and reproduce the abilities of others. Just treat me as a user of the book fruit. So powerful. X2. Luffy and Chopper's eyes lit up. "Hey Luffy, is he your friend? I've never heard of such an ability. It's too powerful." Chopper suddenly remembered something. "So the door just now is also some kind of ability?" That's called the cross-boundary talisman. Just treat it as such." Luffy didn't know how to explain. "Sulin is from another world." "Okay, Luffy." Sulin interrupted Luffy, the honest man. "It's time to get down to business. Oh, by the way, let's go. Tell your companions first, otherwise they will be worried if I take you away. By the way, just copy some more abilities." At Luffy's call, all the Straw Hat Pirates gathered, including Law, Kid, and others who came to watch. "In short, that's it. I'm going back 2 years ago," Luffy said. "I see. What ahead?" Bang! Luffy was hit hard on the head. As expected of Nami, she had full friendly damage. Can you show me your item? Nico Robin asked with her arms crossed. No problem. An old stopwatch appeared in Su Lin's hand. It doesn't look special. Sanji leaned over with a cigarette in his mouth. Besides, if it's really as magical as you said, wouldn't it be good to send us back together? I agree, Zoro said. It's not that I can't send you back together, but it has the following characteristics: priority and uniqueness. People who are sent back to a certain point in the past will merge with their past selves and have priority, with their current consciousness as the main one. In other words, if we go back to the time of the war on the top, Law concluded, we will return to the position we were in at that time, right? That's right. Then when we go back to the Sabaody archipelago, Usopp suggested. No, Nico Robin retorted. If we were not beaten by the bear, then the experience we had in the past would have completely disappeared. We are not people of that time and space. Just like what Mr. Su Lin said, the world will go to different branches and we will always come back. Unless you abandon everything in this world, replace your past self and live in another parallel world. Su Lin took back the pocket watch and said with a smile, this is the story behind this pocket watch. Escape from the present, abandon the future, and live in the past. If you want, I don't care. I just go back to the past by myself. Luffy said firmly, I will save Ace, then return to the present and continue the adventure with everyone. It's up to you, haha. I'll go back to sleep for a while. Call me when I come back. Zoro yawned and went back leisurely. You are a road idiot. The room is over there. Sanji also left. Then I'll go back first. Let's go, Usopp. Oh. Nami, Usopp, and Frankie also went to different directions. What a great group of friends. Su Lin was a little emotional. This kind of trust and friendship is more intuitive than in comics and anime. Heh. Luffy laughed proudly. Then, I and Mr. Su Lin will go back to the war period. I should be able to help. Do you need my fruit ability, or have you recorded it before? Nico Robin asked. And my human fruit. Please show it to me. Please stay within my sight. Take me with you. It's not bad to experience time travel, and I also have some things I want to do. Law said, in exchange you can copy my fruit ability, and I will also teach you some ways to use it. My ability is the same. Anyway, you can't be as strong as me. Kid said confidently. Also, I want to go back too. After recording the fruit ability and learning it briefly for a while, Kid, Luffy, Law, Jinbei, and Su Lin held the stopwatch together. Listen carefully, Luffy. Think of the scene you want to go back to the most. Then press the button on the top of the stopwatch and tell the time and place. Got it? One more thing. I'm weak. Please protect me. Su Lin said with his heart unchanged. Leave it to me. But by the way, was Mr. Su Lin there at the time? This question, Su Lin was about to explain. 2 years ago, Impel Down Prison. Luffy said loudly. Su Lin slowly typed a question mark. It was cold and dry, with a mixture of unpleasant smells. This was the second floor of Impel Down. Many prisoners imprisoned here had been released, causing a riot. Su Lin stood in the middle of the prisoner flow, and many prisoners hurried past him. It was not to say that these prisoners were so well-mannered. In this situation, they still avoided him to avoid knocking him to the ground. Instead, Su Lin used the ability of the human fruit immediately and turned into a very tall and strong giant man. Most of these prisoners were pirates who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Although they cursed this man who came from nowhere and was still in a daze, they did not dare to provoke him. I just don't know where this guy got the clothes. The group chat is now gray, and the chat record stops at the moment of time travel. Can it be used only when returning to the original timeline? But Luffy's ID is still on. Su Lin's eyes are a little dull. You are really good, Straw Hat Boy. Although I can guess what Luffy wants to do, most likely he wants to save Mr. 2. But can you give me some time to prepare? Su Lin looked around, and the cold and damp breath wanted to penetrate his skin into his bones. The stench of a bunch of pirates who haven't taken a bath for who knows how long made him feel a little uncomfortable. Now he can only run. With his fighting power, he will probably be crushed if he meets Magellan. Relying on the ability of the human fruit, Su Lin quickly found a red nose and a 3-candle head on his head in the front of the crowd. Mr. 3, the user of the candle fruit, the future vice chairman. Buggy, the user of the lucky fruit. Wash 135-3474/31713478 Donald. I'm on the second floor with Buggy and Mr. 3. Sulin sent a message in the private chat interface. Jinbei and I will be joining them soon. Then he followed Buggy and Mr. 3 to join the Straw Hats without any danger. There were many prisoners in custody, and after they were released, the beast jailers were completely useless. Sulin moved with the crowd and walked towards Buggy and others in front. A magical instrument that automatically concealed and protected its owner surrounded him. With the barrier created by this magical instrument, the attacks of several pirates who wanted to sneak attack and rob his clothes were blocked. Then Sulin easily knocked out these blind people and let them stay and impel down as punishment. He was not ready for the fighting. Where's Magellan? Sulin had already guessed the answer. I beat him away. Luffy smiled confidently. Good guy. No wonder Ivankov and Scissorhands are both here now. Looking at Ivankov's eyes, it is estimated that he has not recovered from Luffy's cheating. However, if this is the case, Magellan's fruit cannot be copied. Looper power record. Now the abilities used by most of the people present have been recorded and stored. Thanks to Lao Sha for not forgetting to use his abilities when he ran away. At least he can be elementalized now. By the way, can't the stored books be destroyed? Sulin in the spiritual world gave up tearing up Ivankov's ability. Forget it. This is not a human shemale ability, but someone used it to become a human shemale. Well, the ability is not guilty. The ability is not guilty. That big head is really eye-catching. Pick up the book related to the sand fruit, ready to open it and switch abilities at any time. Why not use it now? Just kidding. He didn't want to attract Crocodile's attention. Straw Hat Boy. Is this boy who looks a little strange your friend? Yes, his name is Sulin, and he brought me and Jinbei here. You and Jinbei? Sir Ivankov, let's talk about these things later. Sir Sulin, I'll give it back to you. Jinbei handed over a pocket watch while running. It almost fell out just now, but luckily Jinbei picked it up. Ha! Luffy said with a smile. Sulin's hand trembled as he took the pocket watch, and he suddenly felt scared. Do you know that we can't go back without this watch? Really? It turns out to be so important. Luffy's eyes widened, wondering if it was the sequelae of the Nika fruit. A drop of sweat appeared on Jinbei's head, not because he was tired from running for so long, but because he was scared by his own captain. Just now when Luffy used Gear 4 and armament, Haki to jump into the air and knock Magellan away, this thing also fell from midair. If it weren't for his quick hands, Ivankov and others on the side were in a state of confusion. Mr. 2! Sulin silently put the pocket watch into the prop space. It has only been a short time since he came to the pirate world, and these shocks are more than what he encountered in the first half of his life. Mr. 2! Call me? Funkele turned to Sulin's side. We will split into two groups. Jinbei will follow the main force to rob the warship. Luffy and I will help Mr. 2 to transform into Magellan and go to the power room of level 1 to ask the prison guards to open the gate of justice. Who are you? You have been there since the beginning. Why haven't I seen you before? Buggy's head floated to the front and said, Why should I listen to your command? What do you think of my opinion, Buggy? Well, it's quite smart. Then, as you said, you go to open the gate of justice. Most of Buggy's body merged and floated into the upper air. Little guys, come with me, rob the Navy warship and escape from this place together. Yes! Our savior, Buggy. It's so easy to fool. Everyone thought so in their hearts. Mr. 2, who pretended to be Magellan, carried Luffy and Sulin to the power room and successfully deceived the guards to open the power door. Then let's go quickly. Luffy clapped his hands. All the guards around had been knocked down and fainted. Sulin did not participate directly, but covered his eyes with sand and destroyed their communicators to prevent information leakage. Then he switched to the power of the surgery fruit. Room. The three of them caught up with the warship in time by teleporting. This time, since there was no pressure from Magellan, Jinbei did not ask the Sea Kings with whom he had a good relationship to come to this sea area to help. Instead, they lined up in an orderly manner to board the ship, just like boarding a cruise ship. Xiao Feng. After boarding the ship, Luffy hugged Mr. Two and laughed and cried. "What are you doing? Luffy boy, I know you are very happy to have escaped, but you don't have to be like this." "Thank you, Von Clay." Jinbei also put his hand on Mr. Two's shoulder and said solemnly, "By the way, Mr. Su Lin, thank you for giving us this opportunity. The direction of history will change this time. I have my own purpose. No need to thank me." Su Lin smiled and waved his hand. Change, is it good or bad for different people? And Magellan in the third floor of the ruins moved his fingers. Straw Hat, how did he become so strong, domineering? Haki is wrapped around his fist and it didn't touch me in the air. In the ruins, Magellan, who was gradually recovering, was recalling the scene just now. It was obviously him fighting Ivankov, but Straw Hat Boy and former 7 warlords of the sea Jinbei suddenly appeared. Momentum and strength, it's like a different person. He was caught off guard by the Straw Hat Boy in that form and fainted for a short time. Was that guy hiding his weakness from the beginning? No, definitely not. After thinking carefully about the Straw Hat Boy's performance, although there are too many puzzles, now is not the time to think about these things. His senses have almost recovered. Now is not the time to rest. He has to stop the criminals from escaping. Huh? Magellan's pupils shrank, and the scene coming from the cracks in the ruins made him more angry than being knocked down by the Straw Hat Boy. "Shiryu, you bastard!" The Blackbeard group that he knocked down on the 4th floor actually teamed up with the former guard Shiryu of the Long Reign and passed by the ruins. Big Barrel, the king of evil government, huge warship, and Xuan Yue Hunter. Thief, ha ha ha! What a mess! Blackbeard looked at the ruins in front of him. It seems that someone and Magellan had a big fight here. Bacchus bumped his fists together and laughed arrogantly. "I really want to fight with that strong man, ha ha ha. But at this time, I'm afraid he has been dealt with by Magellan." Shiryu took a puff of cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. "The timing is not good. I really want to give the warden a knife with my own hands." The group talked and laughed, strolling towards the road of level 2, without noticing that the ruins behind them were slowly oozing out purple-black liquid. WAP 135.135.074/3117479.html. There was no accident. This time, escaping from the Impel downtown can be described as leisurely. After all, the warden did not chase after them, and it was easy to break through the remaining defenses. After resting and replenishing on the naval warship that they had seized for a while, the warship was sent into the air by the huge waves created by Whitebeard in accordance with the historical trend. Aokiji's freezing followed. Then, the speed of cherry blossoms falling is 5 centimeters per second. Su Lin stared at the blue sky with melancholy. The sun swayed on his handsome cheeks, and a tear flowed from the corner of his eye and slid across his cheek when a seabird flew by. Su Lin spread his arms. This was the first time he embraced the blue sky like this. It was also the first time he was about to be embraced by the sea like this. And the speed of human free fall is 9.8 meters per second. Sorry, I forgot this scene. Jinbei turned his head away in midair and dared not look directly at Su Lin. Who would have thought that Luffy would still take the lead in crushing the ice waves for the second time? "I will pick you up first, Mr. Su Lin." Jinbei thought guiltily. Although he is not a devil fruit ability user, Su Lin, I am a landlubber. Boom! If it weren't for the ability of the human fruit and the strengthening talisman, Su Lin's bones would have been crushed into powder after falling into the sea. He went in to taste the Navy's reserve food in the pirate world and felt the feeling of free fall as soon as he got out of the cabin. Gurgle, gurgle. Seawater poured into his nose and ears, which was a very uncomfortable feeling. Jinbei swam down. "Fishman Karate Su Lin, you go up first." The recoil came from behind. Boom! Su Lin was knocked out of the sea and fell on the ice and turned twice. Cough, wow! A mouthful of seawater came out of his mouth, and the seawater sprayed out of his nose was accompanied by snot. If it weren't for the Operation Fruit, he was not familiar with the abilities of these fruits. How could he be so embarrassed? Speaking of which, the Operation Fruit also requires a lot of physical strength. Every time I use it, I feel like I'm sprinting. I used it so many times in Impel Down before, and I still haven't recovered. I just went in to replenish my energy, and you gave me a big job. Su Lin wiped his face with his shirt. I should practice Taoism for a few years before coming back. I underestimated the world of pirates. No, because I haven't watched anime for a long time, I forgot that this guy is an idiot. He has all the items that can fight and defend, but since he hasn't practiced the talismans or magic tools that can run, they will escape at the maximum distance when activated. Staying away from this battlefield is not what he wants. He shook his head and shook the water out of his ears. The sound barrier produced by artillery fire breaking through the air and the clanging sound of cold weapons gradually came into his ears. Roaring and screaming, the two sides are fighting. Su Lin, who has lived in peace for a long time, saw this scene for the first time in reality. Every second, someone fell down, and every second, hot blood was spilled on the ice and the ground. Su Lin swallowed hard, seeing this scene for the first time, opened his mouth slightly, looked around, and the ability in his mind reminded him that this was the place of the war. Superpower Phoenix has been recorded. Superpower Diamond Transformation has been recorded. Smoke Superpower has been recorded. Shocked, Su Lin immediately opened the bookix. Both mentally and physically, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, top player Marco. Ace! I'm here to save you again. Just when he relaxed a little, he was frightened by the deafening roar and tensed up again. Su Lin looked back and saw the bow of Luffy's warship shouting loudly, announcing his arrival to Ace in the battlefield. It was both an arrival and a return. Su Lin smiled helplessly and said, Luffy, have some fun. Well, he should find a place to paddle. It's not time for him to appear yet. The main fruit abilities have not yet appeared. The Tremor fruit, the Vile fruit, the Ice fruit, the Lava fruit, the Great Buddha fruit, and the Dark fruit on the way. Ace? I'm here to save you again. Front of the execution platform, Sengoku's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he turned his head to curse Garp beside him. Garp, it's your bastard family again. Luffy. Garp covered his head with both hands. Why did this grandson come here too? One or two of them are so worrying. Look, it's not just the Straw Hat Boy. Jinbei, Crocodile, and GM Army Cadre Ivankov. And those are the escaped prisoners from Impel Down. Many Navy soldiers recognized the famous figures leading in front and shouted in panic. What happened to Impel Down? Why did all these prisoners escape? Some of them were sent in by themselves. The person who is always at the center of the storm, the Straw Hat Kid. Hawkeye Mihawk looked at Monkey D. Luffy in the distance and remembered what Red Hair said. Straw Hat Kid! Gecko Moria gritted his teeth and spat out these words. For the shame and failure brought to him by Luffy, he wanted to go up and fight Luffy right now. Oh, Little Oz is here too. Gecko Moria's anger turned to other things again. He was always thinking about the shadow of the Straw Hat. Luffy, I'm so glad you're safe. The beautiful face of Pirate Queen Hancock was tinged with a touch of rosy red. Although I don't know why, I feel that something has changed in you. Is this the growth of love? Even more handsome. Doflamingo looked at the opponent's lineup and smiled. Now, the new and old 7 warlords of the sea are all here. And he is the legendary problematic newcomer, Straw Hat Boy? Akainu stood on the high platform, his eyes downcast, thinking about something. The grandson of the hero Garp, the son of GM's dragon, he must be completely eradicated. Strange, where is Crocodile Boy? Ivankov felt something was wrong. Crocodile, who was with them just now, had disappeared. There! The sharp-eyed Buggy immediately found Crocodile's trace. He saw that the other party was flying in the air with yellow, sand, and in the blink of an eye, he flew behind Whitebeard. Damn it, he got there first! Buggy shouted regretfully, obviously too immersed in the play. No, his target is Daddy! The Whitebeard member who was fighting with the Navy soldiers in front of Whitebeard shouted. Long time no see, Whitebeard. Crocodile flew behind Whitebeard with murderous eyes, and the golden hook in his left hand flashed with cold light. I'll take your head! What a guy who can't remember the lesson. Whitebeard said without turning his head, as if he didn't take Crocodile to heart at all. Whoosh! In an instant, a figure was even faster, punching Crocodile's golden hook one by one, and directly knocked him out. Crocodile barely stabilized his body after flying not far away. This sudden attack did not have the intention of killing. It was just to stop his attack. Straw Hat Boy, the black color of his arms was like metal. Is that armament Haki? It's not like fighting with water, like in Alabasta. When did this guy learn how to use Haki? Tsk. This guy. When we get here, our agreement will be complete. Why do you want to protect Whitebeard? Ace likes Uncle Whitebeard very much. I won't let you attack him. Luffy answered firmly. WAP 35-135-147-84 HTML. Don't let this guy get close to Daddy. The members of the Whitebeard pirates returned to defend and surrounded Crocodile. Is this Ace's brother? He's quite skilled. The ship's doctor, Phoenix Marco, smiled. That hat! Whitebeard recalled the conversation with Red Hair when they were drinking. I've bet this arm on the new era. New era? Hey kid, Whitebeard looked down at Luffy. That hat is very similar to the one Red Hair had before. This is what Shanks asked me to keep. Dad, look, this is my brother. Whitebeard stared at Luffy's back, and the scene of Ace showing off a wanted order in front of him appeared in his mind. A smile appeared inadvertently at the corner of his mouth. So that's it, a new era. Are you here to save your brother? Do you know who the enemy is? You will die if you do this. There was a hint of oppression in Whitebeard's words and expression. The big sword slammed to the ground with a thud, and a storm burst out with Whitebeard as the center. Ivankov, Buggy, and others were so scared that they couldn't speak. Whitebeard's domineering aura was still oppressive even at such a long distance. It's so annoying, Uncle. Luffy grabbed the straw hat with his right hand and put it on his head. No matter how many times you say it, my answer is still the same. Boom. The one who will become the Pirate King is me. The crimson storm suddenly spread out from the Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, as the center, and instantly swept across the entire Marineford. The moment the two storms came into contact, a large number of Navy soldiers and pirates rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. The domineering aura of the hegemony. Who is it? It's the Whitebeard and the one with the straw hat. The collision and friction of the two amazing auras were the embodiment of the will of the hegemon. It's actually the domineering Haki. Garp, you bastard. Sengoku gritted his teeth, grabbed Garp's collar and shook him hard. When did your grandson learn Haki? And it's even the domineering Haki, and you let him become a pirate. You let a grandson with such qualifications become a pirate. You bastard. Garp was also confused at this moment, not knowing how to answer Sengoku's words, but the next moment, okay! You are worthy of being my grandson, ha! Sengoku's forehead veins were exposed. He was almost mad. Garpu! Sengoku shook Garp's collar even harder, and Garp's head was shaken out with an afterimage. If you were not a hero of the Navy, I would make you, a bastard, bear the responsibility of your clan. This guy is a hero of the Navy, but his family education is a mess. Of Conqueror's Haki. Ace's younger brother. That is the one in a million, proof of the king's qualifications. The same, Haki as my father. That Straw Hat kid? Whether it was the members of the Whitebeard pirates or the prisoners in Impel Down, they all looked at Luffy in surprise. Because of the release of this Haki of Conqueror's Haki, for a moment, the fighting and disputes on the battlefield came to a brief pause. Even the Navy was extremely surprised. Straw Hat Kid? Smoker, with a cigarette in his mouth, knocked over a pirate who wanted to sneak attack and looked over there in disbelief. Sure enough. Didn't we catch him at that time, leaving a hidden danger? Luffy, you are indeed worthy of being the one I love. You have already mastered the Haki of Conqueror's Haki. Ah, what a shocking speed. Boa Hancock looked at Luffy with her blushing face in her hands, her heart full of joy. Her beloved man was so outstanding. How scary, Hat Boy. Kizaru still spoke in that lazy tone, and it was unknown what he meant. Grandson of the hero Garp, son of the revolutionary dragon. Akainu was determined to eliminate the threat of Straw Hat Boy in Marineford. Aokiji remained silent and just fought silently. The collision of the domineering aura of the king. Isn't this the same as the time when Red Hair came? The members of the Whitebeard pirates remembered the commotion when Red Hair came last time. Whitebeard raised his eyebrows unexpectedly, and the coat behind him was blown by the airflow caused by Luffy, making a rustling sound. Interesting. The smell coming from the Straw Hat Boy was that of a monster. However, after only a few short seconds, both of them restrained their domineering aura. Humph, whatever you want, kid. Whitebeard smiled and said, Don't die on the battlefield. Ace, I will rescue you. Luffy lowered the brim of his hat, turned around, and rushed to the execution platform. Wait for me, Ace. Sengoku, the development of this matter is not something you can control. Let me see the new era you mentioned. Red hair. Whitebeard felt something was interesting. Everyone, cover Ace's brother. The pirates were immediately excited. Well done, Ace's brother. I underestimated you, Straw Hat Boy. Their side had one more member using Conqueror's Haki, and the Conqueror's Haki just now killed many Navy soldiers. As for the Whitebeard pirates, even if there were losses, they were not many, and they would wake up quickly. Everyone had long been accustomed to being shocked by Conqueror's Haki. After all, sometimes at a banquet, Dad would come once in a while when he was happy or drunk. And there were also many prisoners who escaped from Impel Down who did not fall down, and they were all of relatively good quality. Stop him! The Navy began to gather personnel and redeploy. Now the Straw Hat Boy was the more threatening. As for Su Lin, Sir Su Lin, please stand near me for a while. Su Lin heard someone calling him, turned his head and saw that it was Jinbei. Don't you need to help your captain? Our captain is already very strong now, although even the 4 emperors would have a hard time facing so many high-level forces in the Navy at the same time. I believe in him. Jinbei shook his head and denied. Besides, I have promised you that your safety is my top priority now. Noticing that Su Lin looked a little nervous, Jinbei persuaded him. Why don't you go to the back to rest for a while, Lord Su Lin? Jinbei saw before he came that Su Lin had no experience in combat, and there were signs of lack of exercise on his body. He might not have done any physical work in the sense of the pirate world, and his physique might not be as good as some ordinary people. As an old man, Jinbei felt that this man who knew Luffy and suddenly appeared had no bad intentions. In essence, he was a good person. Thinking of Su Lin's fruit ability as to copy, Jinbei guessed that his main purpose in going to the top war in Marineford was probably to collect abilities. But even so, Jinbei was very grateful to the man in front of him. It's okay. Su Lin waved his hand. Jinbei, go help Luffy. I have no problem here. No problem? Jinbei hesitated. Before coming, he promised to protect Su Lin's safety. It doesn't matter now. Su Lin pointed to the front. There was a figure shining in the air. It was Kizaru. Before Su Lin finished speaking, he had turned into particles of light and appeared on the other side of Jinbei. In that case, I'll go up. Lord Su Lin, this ability is outrageous. Jinbei sweated profusely. Wop. /135731748 Donal. Haki's ability has a restraining effect on the Devil Fruit ability users. It must not conflict with the main forces of the Navy. Jinbei didn't believe that there was such an outrageous fruit ability before, but seeing is believing. If this fruit ability continues to evolve, this sea may have a new king. Well, no problem. After giving a few instructions, Jinbei rushed forward with Su Lin's consent. Although he had confidence in Luffy now, he wanted to participate in the battle again, to make up for the regret of not being able to save Whitebeard and Ace. That being said, a bean-sized sweat bead appeared on Jinbei's forehead. If I copy the ability of Whitebeard's father later, there will be not many people who can restrict him on the battlefield. Jinbei thought so in his heart. But of course, he didn't know that Su Lin's abilities could only be used for 24 hours. Su Lin's current task was to collect fruit abilities for backup, while carefully mastering the ability of the flash fruit without attracting other people's attention. The flash fruit-related abilities recorded as superpowers were different from those of real fruit ability users. Su Lin didn't plan to use other abilities for the time being. In terms of escaping speed, the ability of this flash fruit was the best. On the system, the manifestation points, which were originally 0, increased at this time. I haven't done anything yet. What's going on? In the square of Sabaody Archipelago. Many reporters are eating melons enthusiastically. Headquarters, this is Sabaody Archipelago. There is big news. The Straw Hat Boy has landed on Marineford with prisoners from Impel Down. Isn't that the Straw Hat Boy who beat up the Celestial Dragons here 10 days ago? Also appearing are the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, Ivankov, who has been captured in Impel Down for many years, and Jinbei, the former 7 warlords of the sea. The reporters of the newspaper are chatting enthusiastically. The situation changes suddenly. and such unexpected factors always attract more attention. The world government is in a headache now. Who is the person next to Jinbei? Does anyone know? No, I don't remember. Among the many TV screens, one of the screens showed the scene pulled in by the surveillance bug. Jinbei did not go out to rescue Ace, but chatted with a young man dressed casually in the back. How to say it, it feels like this person is out of place in this battlefield. This person is not on the wanted list of the pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Does he have anything to do with Jinbei? He doesn't look like a prisoner. Just as the reporters were a little confused, but were about to focus on the front battlefield, it turned into light. Due to the commotion caused by the sudden appearance of the Straw Hat Boy, the strategies of all parties have changed differently. The main force of the Navy is still fighting the Whitebeard pirates, but a considerable part of the troops have also been divided to deal with the Straw Hat Boy and his accomplices. Smoker, Tina, Yellow Monkey, and other Navy elites, and even those who are interested in the Straw Hat Boy among the upper-level standing, have spontaneously gone to the Straw Hat Boy's side. Of course, there are also some unknown characters. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Luffy waved his arms and knocked away the Navy soldiers who were blocking the way in front. The armament Haki plus the ability of the rubber fruit easily knocked away a large number of people. Pirates. Straw Hat Boy. This is the end. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel led a group of soldiers to surround Straw Hat Boy without him noticing. On the other side, Tina and Smoker were also outside preparing for emergencies. Ivankov winked at a Marine and paid attention to the situation on Luffy's side. Then he chose to continue to reduce the surrounding enemy forces. What a joke, Luffy, who punched Magellan away, doesn't need his help, but I don't know what changes have happened to Luffy. But in short, it's not a bad thing. The most important thing at the moment is this guy in front of him. Hey, Bear, it's me, Ivankov. Boom, a laser flew past Ivankov's head. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been hit. Bear, stop! Fuff, fuff! Doflamingo was sitting on a small hill of pirates and saw this scene and became interested. It's useless. The bear you know is no longer here. He has undergone human body modification. What do you mean? Ivankov questioned. Rubber, rubber! Luffy's roar came from the crowd in front. Seal! As a veteran vice admiral, Flying Squirrel has almost practiced his physical skills and swordsmanship to his limit. He has also mastered the use of the Navy's 6 styles and armament Haki. Shaving. Just as Flying Squirrel and the soldiers around him launched an attack at the same time, Luffy activated his observation Haki. All the locations where the swords and knives fell appeared in his mind. He turned around and rapped his Conqueror Haki. Rubber! Rubber! Seal! Years of combat experience made Flying Squirrel's body feel the threat first. Danger. Unbeatable. Iron block. The moment Flying Squirrel unfolded the iron block, the knife in his hand blocked the front. Collapse. The powerful Conqueror Haki wrapped around his right foot and kicked out. A huge force came from his body, accompanied by the sound of the weapon breaking. There was a loud bang. Veteran Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel flew out like a kite with a broken string, spitting out blood from his mouth, and fell into the crowd of Navy soldiers in front. The battlefield around him fell into a dead silence for a while. In the silence, the swallowing sound of the Navy soldiers broke the silence. Everyone who saw this scene, whether it was Smoker, Tina, or even other Vice Admirals, and the onlookers, Kizaru, was once again shocked. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel! The Vice Admiral was hit by one move. Hurry up and send the Vice Admiral to the rear for treatment. Hurry! The Navy soldiers shouted after checking Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel's injuries. That's the Vice Admiral! I don't believe this kind of thing. Straw Hat Boy. Smoker jumped out first, turned into a smoke-wrapped body, and slashed at Straw Hat Luffy with a sea-stone weapon. Sorry, Smoker. Similarly, another punch. Smoker's smoke that blocked everyone's vision dissipated. Smoker flew out backwards. I don't have time to mess with you now. Suddenly, the emotions on the entire battlefield were intensified again. What a joke. Ace's brother is so strong. Hey, is this true? Whether it was the Navy, the Whitebeard pirates, or the people in Impel Down, they all looked incredulous. Their eyes almost popped out. However, the top fighters on each side saw the clues. The domineering aura of the Conqueror's color is entangled. Whitebeard smiled and said, "Kulalala, the young people nowadays are really scary." Akainu's murderous intent became even stronger. Ace was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Luffy had become so strong without him knowing. "Garp!" Sengoku could no longer bear it and punched Garp on the head. "Is it you? Did you teach him? You must have taught him secretly." "I didn't." Garp was suddenly hit, and tears came out of the pain. He said innocently, "I didn't teach him these." Luffy, "Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my grandson, Wap. 1-35-135-74, 31713-482 Hat Boy in front is showing his unparalleled posture." Hawkeye's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an interested look. "Straw Hat Boy, you are really different." "Hawkeye, do you remember us?" The black knife behind him came out and casually knocked away two chattering human demon swordsmen. "I have no impression at all." Doflamingo laughed wantonly, as if he saw something interesting. "Super problem newcomer, interesting." "Stop, Straw Hat Boy." Emotions varied from party to party, and standing in front of Luffy was Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru pouted. His tone was casual, but his eyes were fixed on Luffy. "The Celestial Dragons have been coming to me every day to make trouble because of you. I didn't expect that you have grown to this point in just a few days. We can't let you go on." The right foot was raised and a dazzling light flashed. Admiral Kizaru took action. "The undercover has taken action. It's stable." Su Lin in the distance was looking around and browsing the system store. According to the previous plan, 100 points can be exchanged for internal skills, and the best martial arts that have been cultivated to innate perfection are only priced at 500 points. But now is obviously not the time to exchange them. You can learn the series by purchasing Basics of Introduction to Elements, which is priced at 190 points. On the Close Combat of Humanoid Creatures is priced at 100 points. Starting from scratch as a Phoenix is priced at 170 points. These are somewhat useful and can play a good role in combination with the elemental abilities of the natural system and the fantasy abilities. But in the long run, they are a bit useless. Since you can't afford the cost-effective ones for the time being, you might as well watch the battle. There is no need to rush in to fight and kill. He is not a pirate in this world. After all, except for the unpleasantness of the Celestial Dragons and the 5 elders behind the Navy, it is better for him not to interfere in the fight between the Navy and pirates. There are good people and bad people in pirates, and the same is true in the Navy. As for the passers-by in another world, the 3 views of both sides are at different standards. His willingness to help Luffy and others go back to 2 years ago to make up for the regrets does not mean that he will stand on the side of the pirates. Life is precious, and he has no reason to rely on the power he just got to arbitrarily deprive others of their lives. After all, it depends on Luffy himself, and his goal is to use this opportunity to directly pass the novice period and make a big profit in this world. 2 disposable novice welfare props with great value in the later stage were all put in by him. Straw Hat Luffy jumped up and jumped to a height of 10 meters. "Stupid." Borsalino also slowly raised his foot. "You can't escape now." Kizaru looked at Luffy jumping in the air as if he were a target, and thought that Vice Admiral Garp's grandson was really a fool. It was the duty of the Navy to capture pirates, and it was reasonable for him to attack Luffy. But Kizaru knew that if he killed the Straw Hat Boy here, Garp might rebel on the spot. His adopted grandson was squatting on the execution platform, and if his own grandson also died here, even Marshal Sengoku would not be able to save him. Maybe at that time the 3 admirals would work together to stop the furious Garp, and no one would be able to stop the covetous Whitebeard over there. Therefore, the Straw Hat Boy must not get into any trouble. The surrounding Navy soldiers were encouraged. "The Admiral has taken action. The Straw Hat Boy can't get away now. Kill him! You are still too young, boys." Kizaru's inner thoughts were churning. Of course, it is better for you not to know the hidden story behind this. Whitebeard may know something, so he let the Straw Hat Boy take the lead, but we can't just leave it alone. Kizaru decided to make the Straw Hat Boy lose his combat effectiveness first, and then beat him to a safe area casually. "You can't say that I am not smart, Mr. Garp." Seeing that Kizaru was about to take action, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates wanted to support him. Even Ivankov couldn't help but feel a little worried. "It's okay, let them see." Jinbei folded his hands in front of his chest, full of confidence. "Our captain's strength." Ivankov's big head made a surprised voice. "Did you just say, Captain? Get out of my way, Kizaru." "I refuse." Different from the moves against flying squirrels and Smoker. Rubber. A giant-like fist wrapped in flames and domineering aura fell from the sky. It accelerated like a meteorite. Inferno pistol! In the blink of an eye, amid the stunned expressions of everyone, it has arrived in front of Kizaru. Ah! Kizaru pouted, his unfocused eyes froze, and he felt something was wrong. Boom. After the violent explosion, there was silence again. Under this blow, Kizaru was knocked through the stone wall behind the execution platform, and it had not stopped yet, and there was still a rumbling sound. Under the ruins, Kizaru picked up black Den Mushi from his trousers with his left hand, although it was elementalized the moment it was hit. How scary, Straw Hat Boy. A trickle of blood flowed from his head. "Mr. Sengoku, can you hear me? Moses. Ah! That I took the wrong Den Mushi. Then there's nothing we can do." Kizaru stood up and dusted himself off. "Just walk back slowly. It's completely different from when we met in the Sabaudi archipelago. Can a person grow so fast?" Using Haki, Kizaru, who was wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, walked out of the ruins slowly. The indifference on his face had disappeared, as if he was recalling Luffy not long ago. "Marshal Sengoku, Sakazuki, how are you going to deal with this variable? Just work harder after you go back." "Supernova, it's really scary," Kizaru was. Not to mention the Navy, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They had forgotten how many times this had happened today. No, this time the surprise was far more exaggerated than before. "Kuhahaha!" Whitebeard's wanton laughter broke the brief silence on the battlefield first. He was surprised, but at the moment he was extremely happy. "That's the Admiral." Kobe, who was watching the battle outside the wall, was so shocked that his tears and snot were about to flow down. "Berumal, I am not hallucinating, am I?" Kobe, behind the wall, said tremblingly. "Berumal?" Kobe turned his head and saw that his friend beside him had fainted and looked up at the sky. "Admiral Kizaru! Mr. Borsalino! Admiral! The Admiral was beaten away by the Straw Hat Boy." In contrast to Whitebeard, the Navy was on the other side. Their blood was boiling just now because of the attack from the Straw Hat Boy, which seemed to have been poured with cold water. The high morale of the Navy was hindered. WAP/1350743171343.html. To think that there is such a fighting force. Sengoku wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at the straw hat in the center of the square with a serious expression. The steam was like a cloud, and it had completely become the focus of the battlefield. What happened in the past 10 days? It didn't match the intelligence at all. He had read the report about the Sabaudi archipelago 10 days ago. If it weren't for Kuma's abnormality, I'm afraid the Straw Hat Boys would have been arrested and detained by the Navy. Even with Kuma's help, the Straw Hat Boys and his crew were just a group of pirates who were a bit troublesome in terms of strength. It was impossible for them to last so long in the hands of the Admiral. When he saw the report, he guessed that it was Kizaru, the old man, who didn't want to offend Garp and let him go. Even Sengoku acquiesced to this. If both of his grandsons were caught and beheaded, he really didn't think Garp would continue to be bound by the justice and duty of the Navy. It was because he knew his old friend that he didn't ask why Kizaru didn't catch anyone when he went to deal with the beating of the Celestial Dragons last time. Now he was almost jumping on Garp's bottom line, but things have to be discussed separately. The current situation, even as a Navy think tank, he also felt the absurd drama. Garp and Ace were both stunned, with bulging eyes and open mouths. If Luffy's performance was surprising before, now his jaw was almost dropped to the ground. Hey, no way, newcomer. Doflamingo's smile of controlling everything that had been hanging on his face since the beginning of the war disappeared, and his expression was heavy. This means that his actions may change. After seeing the scene just now, the Moonlight Mariah who harvested shadows was so scared that the scissors in his hand stopped. Is he going to seek revenge on the Straw Hat now? Boa Hancock smiled, her eyes overflowing with love, and looked at Luffy gently. "Mr. Smoker, the Straw Hat can already beat the Admiral." Carrying the still unconscious Smoker, Dashigi muttered to herself. "So it seems that it is not unacceptable for Mr. Smoker to be hit by a move. I'm afraid only Smoker himself can't accept it." The reporters watching the show and the pirates watching the live broadcast were stunned for a moment. Their eyes crossed and they swallowed their saliva involuntarily. "Is this thing called a supernova like us?" Sulin shook his head. "If he and Luffy switched roles, he might have made a lot of money from this wave of points." "What a pity." The strange Monk Rouge drank a glass of wine. "Monkey D. Luffy, he was beaten by Kizaru just like us 10 days ago and couldn't fight back." Chow Ili Bani wiped away her tears and walked out of the emotions she had just seen when she saw the bear. She was turning her emotions into appetite and eating meat. Seeing this scene, the meat in her hand fell on the table. Too much. And Kid, who was in a sea somewhere, was staring at the screen in a daze. "Straw Hat Boy!" Akainu's roar resounded throughout the square. Everyone felt the anger in Akainu's emotions like a volcanic eruption. His fist turned into burning lava and pounced on Luffy. Bang! Akainu was, stopped by Marco's kick. Burning left a blue flame claw mark on his right hand. "Marco! Well done! Ace's brother." Marco smiled and said, "Go ahead, leave this to us." While everyone was surprised, Marco relied on the air superiority brought by his fruit ability to easily break into the battlefield. Marco looked at the gloomy Akainu. "It seems that the situation has reversed now. It's not good to bully newcomers with anger. Don't you think so, Akainu?" In response to him, he was domineering and burning lava. "Hey!" Marco sneered and calmly transformed into blue flame wings to avoid the attack. Sengoku frowned. Borsalino was beaten away and has not come back yet. Luffy's punch was very powerful, but it is impossible to kill Borsalino. That guy didn't leave work early. No, Borsalino is usually lazy, but he knows the importance of such a critical occasion. Seeing that the Den Den Mushi in Sengoku's hand couldn't contact Kizaru, Garp felt helpless. He had said long ago that he should retire, but now his hair has turned white due to worry, and he dyes his hair every day. Tut-tut. Then his back felt cold under Sengoku's cold gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Garp turned his head and pretended to be stunned and pinched his nose. "I haven't seen Luffy for a long time." Sengoku turned his head and said no more. In fact, he also knew that Garp would not have the time, and he should not help his other grandson in principle in this matter. Now one admiral cannot be contacted, and 2 admirals are tied up and can't get out. "Huh? Kuzan, what are you doing? Don't get entangled with those ordinary pirates," Sengoku commanded on the stage. "Understood." Aokiji's feet emitted cold air, freezing the pirates in front and then rushed in the direction of Whitebeard. "Hey, Kuzan, what are you doing?" Sengoku saw that something was wrong. He didn't mean that. "His target is Daddy! Stop him!" The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates blocked the way. "Leave it to me." Diamond George showed a speed that was inconsistent with his size and smashed Aokiji to pieces with one punch. Then a pile of ice gathered again and turned into Aokiji. Elementalization. "This is bad, Mr. Sengoku." Aokiji left a streak of blood on his head and said helplessly, "I asked you to stop, Straw Hat Boy." Sengoku shouted madly, "What are you and Kizaru doing?" Straw Hat Boy Luffy is not without enemies blocking him. Even though Luffy showed his fierce strength, the Navy soldiers still mustered up the courage to rush towards Luffy. However, even the prepared vice admirals, including the ability users of the Dalmatian fruit, still only lasted a few moves in Luffy's hands. It's too wrong, Straw Hat Boy's strength. There is a limit to the growth rate of people, no matter how excellent their talents are. The speed of this transformation is just like a caterpillar skipping the pupation stage and turning directly into a butterfly. Swish, a sharp sword energy came from the side. The observation Haki in his mind had already predicted this attack. Luffy stopped and looked to the left. The sword energy passed by his body in front of him and went to the huge ice wall in the distance. Wherever it passed, even the ice wall was shattered into ice chips. "Hawkeye!" Luffy looked solemn. Even now, he did not dare to underestimate Hawkeye. "Amazing, Straw Hat!" Hawkeye raised the black knife and asked in confusion, "How did you do it? What? How did you do it? Don't stop me from saving Ace!" Luffy responded, "Humph! Hawkeye Homik swung another slash. In the moment when Luffy dodged, he sped up and moved forward. In just a few seconds, the two had fought dozens of times. Hawkeye Homik dodged Luffy's fist calmly and even swung more slashes during the confrontation. Observation Haki. The black sword clashed with the fist that had turned into black iron, but they did not collide directly with each other. Instead, they stayed at a very close distance, leaving a certain vacuum. The ice surface around them broke, and waves burst out from the place where the two fought, blowing away many pirates and Navy officers around them. Haki entangled. Not bad. Hawkeye Homik had confirmed in the brief confrontation that the current strength of Straw Hat Boy Luffy was worth his serious attention next time. The will to fight began to emerge. Luffy turned around and pulled a person from the sandstorm blowing from the sky. Straw Hat? Buggy, who was caught in the battle between Crocodile and Doflamingo, was still dizzy in the storm a second ago. Elastomer Jet Scapegoat. WAP 1//543 Sifajin 484.tml. History repeated itself. Buggy was thrown in front of Hawkeye as a substitute weapon and cut into pieces, interrupting Hawkeye's behavior. Strange fruit ability. A sharp sword energy came from the side, different from the previous small fish. Captain of the 5th Division Flower Sword. Being interrupted by two outside troublemakers, Hawkeye had to deal with the people in front of him first. Go save your brother, Straw Hat Boy, Flower Sword said in front of Hawkeye. Thanks, it's a big help. Hawkeye, who had lost interest, had to look at Flower Sword. After all, he was a good swordsman, so that's it. Scissorhands also appeared beside Luffy at this time. Let me help you build a road to the execution platform. The ability of the scissor fruit was activated, and the huge double scissors cut the hard ground into long strips and threw them to the execution platform to form a road. Luffy. Boa Hancock stood in front of Luffy. Of course, it was not to stop him. Hancock, I was just looking for you. Luffy ran over happily. Give me the key. Hancock heard this and her heart blossomed, and she fell into the symphony of love. Is this the telepathy between husband and wife? Ah, Luffy. He slowly opened his palm and took out a key and handed it to Luffy. Thanks, Hancock. Luffy jumped on Hancock and gave her a hug. The king, Shichibukai Boa Hancock, was defeated. Garp, it's all because of your poor discipline. Sengoku looked at Garp with a dark face. Are you listening to me, you bastard? Haha, my grandson is really amazing. Garp! I understand. Garp put away his smile and turned serious. Then let me take the responsibility myself. Grandpa. Ace looked at Garp guiltily. Both brothers are complete idiots. Garp stood up and looked at Luffy, who was running over. I am a qualified Navy, but as a grandfather, I am derelict in my duty. Garp recalled the past in the East China Sea about 10 years ago. At that time, the two little brats were still clamoring to become pirates. After being taught a lesson, he pulled his beard unconvinced. My teaching. What went wrong? Thinking carefully, Luffy seemed to have said at the beginning that he wanted to become a Marine like his grandfather. Damn red hair. If it weren't for this bastard, forget it. There is no point in thinking about it now. Luffy. Looking at the approaching Luffy, Garp yelled, Why can't you two brothers listen to me? Be honest and listen to me as a Marine. Get out of my way, Grandpa. I am the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. During the conversation between the two, the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter until they were close. This is the path you two chose. Don't blame me. But at the moment of the fight, Garp recalled the past times, and the invincible Iron Fist could not fall in the end. Garp? Sengoku's pupils shrank, and he became nervous. You bastard, you can't? Sure enough, Garp fell to the ground and smashed a hole. Although the surrounding Navy was shocked, they also roughly understood that the relationship between the Straw Hat Boy and Garp was no longer a secret in the eyes of those in the know. If they were in Vice Admiral Garp's shoes, they would probably find it difficult to make a decision. Grandpa! Ace lowered his head and shed tears. It was because of his recklessness that his family members were embarrassed. He did not regret becoming a pirate, but hated why he was so powerless. Sengoku was so angry that his beard stood up. As an old comrade, Sengoku could not have been unaware that Garp was playing a fake game. Ace! Luffy was excited. He ran to Ace and unlocked the door with the key. Sengoku frowned and felt helpless. Then, the fruit ability was activated. Sengoku, who turned into a big Buddha behind him, said angrily, "Do you think you can escape from my palm?" "It's Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku has taken action." The reporters who were eating melons in the Sabaody archipelago cheered again. The pirates who were eating meat and drinking in the Sabaody archipelago also became nervous as they watched the live broadcast. That was a person from the same era as Garp, Navy Admiral Sengoku. Luffy was so nervous that he couldn't align the key. "I didn't expect there was such a thing as a key, Straw Hat Boy." Kizaru, who had just come online, felt that he still had to do some serious work. His fingers flashed. Just like the last time at the top of the war, a laser shot towards the key in Luffy's hand. But this time, another beam of light from a distance interrupted Kizaru's attack. "Su Lin!" Luffy shouted in surprise. Many light spots appeared in front of him, condensing into a figure. It was Su Lin. "Brother 3, wake up!" Su Lin kicked Mr. 3, who was wearing the clothes of a Navy executioner, at his feet. "Oh, by the way, Mr. 3, you are here too." Luffy remembered that in the previous rescue operation, it was Mr. 3 who made a key at the critical moment to save Ace. Sengoku looked at this scene and finally smashed his fist down. "Unlocking is up to you, Mr. 3. Luffy threw the key to Mr. 3. Mr. 3, who had just woken up, was given an important task before he could figure out the situation. Gear 4. Luffy turned into a small giant, covered in domineering aura, and his huge fist was wrapped in domineering color, looking like a huge iron fist. Rubber. Ape King Rocket Fist. The golden fist collided with the black iron fist. Waves of air and fluctuations followed, and the fists of the two did not touch. As a marshal, he would naturally be entangled with domineering aura. The power brought by domineering aura and ability collided and entangled with each other. The airwaves even overturned the nearby soldiers and artillery. The execution platform also broke. Kizaru stared at Su Lin, and his fingers shot out several beams of light, which were also blocked by the same moves. "That guy has the same ability as Admiral Kizaru?" The surrounding navy exclaimed. "Roar, roar, roar!" Kizaru turned into light and appeared in the air. Kicking Su Lin turned into a beam of light and began to fight back. The two beams of light entangled and left the execution platform that was about to collapse. "Is that all you can do?" Sengoku shouted. "Straw Hat Boy? It's not over yet." Luffy roared, vowing to take the attack of this Navy legend. Below the stage, the Navy's bombardment team had assembled. "Aim at the execution platform and fire. Fire Fist Ace is just an ordinary person at this moment. Attack!" The Seastone handcuffs have not been removed, which is the opportunity for the Navy. Whoosh! With the sound of the artillery firing, the execution platform shattered and shattered. After the whistling of the shells, there was a loud rumble. In an instant, a tornado of flames rose into the sky in the eyes of the audience. Ace! With Luffy's call, Ace, holding Mr. 3's collar, used a flame barrier to isolate the explosion of the shells. "You are such a disobedient brother, Luffy," Ace said with a smile. "Ace!" Except for the Navy, the whole audience began to cheer. Whitebeard's dark golden eyes sparkled, and he smiled happily. Wash 135-135-074/31713484 file. As the saying goes, pick the weak ones to squeeze. If you want to be in the limelight and want to slack off, then you have to find Kizaru. But that was fake. The confrontation of Flash abilities did not last too long. After all, Su Lin's abilities were not proficient and could not be compared with Kizaru. Kizaru seemed lazy, but he had mastered his abilities to a high level a long time ago. In just a few moves, Su Lin was caught by Kizaru and kicked away. He even used his armament Haki. Fortunately, there was an automatic defense magic weapon that blocked most of the power, but even so, Su Lin felt a little uncomfortable. Han Li had just achieved the Golden Core realm not long ago, and he could not provide him with a very good magic weapon, not to mention that it was still usable by mortals. The same is true for Ye Fan. There are strong ones, but for mortals, they can only be used by special refinements. If it is just a close combat with Kizaru, the existing props are barely enough. I am a novice. Su Lin had no choice but to move away and barely avoided a light-speed kick. How terrible, the newbies nowadays. Kizaru said slowly, and kicked a few lights by the way. You actually have very similar abilities to me. Why is this? This is hard to explain. Su Lin occasionally counterattacked a few times, but was easily blocked by Kizaru. The current situation is that Sulin is using the speed of the Flash ability to fight with Kizaru. Although he can't cause damage because of his poor skills, Kizaru can't cause substantial damage to Sulin. Occasionally, Kizaru will seize the opportunity and have strange things to help Sulin block the attack. By the way, about the use of abilities, I really want to ask you to teach me. Your abilities are quite useful. Sulin wiped the corner of his mouth, finished the liquid medicine sent by Ye Fan, and drew a few light blades with his right hand. Oh, do you want to learn? Kizaru stood still, just blocked it with his hand, touched his chin, and thought, come to think of it, I don't have any impression of you. You must not be an important pirate. Then why don't you just join the Navy? I also want to try to accept a disciple. Haha, you are a bad old man. Sulin didn't believe it. Streams of light turned into arcs and attacked Sulin from all directions, and Sulin occasionally took out some talismans and hidden weapons and threw them at Kizaru. Thunder and fire pills, ice spike talismans, barrier powder. These insidious items caused some trouble for Kizaru, who had never seen these things. You have some strange things. Kizaru became more interested in Sulin. Are you really not considering joining the Navy? The salary is too low. Sulin lowered his head to avoid Kizaru's light-transforming kick in front of him. I also think they should increase their salary, otherwise I will lose motivation. I'm afraid that after this battle, the bounty on this guy won't be low. Of course, that's not what he should care about. In fact, both sides were talking nonsense, but they didn't relax their moves for a moment. Kizaru found that Sulin's movements and reactions were faster than before. Was it related to what he just drank? If he was just slacking off against the Straw Hat Boy before, now against Sulin, Kizaru was working seriously. This young man has some secrets, so it's better to take him down. But I didn't expect that the same ability as mine would be so tricky. Kizaru glanced at the back. The battle on Luffy's side was coming to an end, and he flew a distance with Sengoku's fist. After meeting up with Ace, who was rescued, the few people did not stop and began to retreat. There was no point in entangled with this guy now. That guy obviously had no intention of fighting him, but just involved him. If the Fire Fist Ace was to get away, the face of the Navy would be lost. Kizaru did not choose to entangle anymore and casually threw a bad word and chose to return to support. Young man, report to the Navy headquarters when you are free. Sulin also chose to leave first. This old man? The chase between him and Kizaru just now caused quite a stir on the battlefield. Admiral Kizaru did not chase, but instantly blocked Ace and Luffy to block their retreat. Akainu and Aokiji came to double team. Because at this moment, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru turned their eyes to Luffy and the other two. Even if they had let them go before, they knew that they had to go all out at this time. The Straw Hat Boy can leave, but Ace with the Fire Fist cannot. It's about the face of the Navy. Akainu's eyes turned cold, and countless lava fell from the sky. His target was not the pirates on the battlefield. Our ship. This is a ship that has been around for decades. Damn Akainu. This scene was still staged according to previous history. Akainu chose to cut off the pirates' retreat. Today, he vowed to catch all these pirates in one fell swoop. Even some variables would not affect the ending he had planned. Except for a few ships, most of the ships were destroyed. Although the plan went wrong and failed to cause some damage to Whitebeard in advance, you have no way to escape, pirates. All of you pirates will be killed, Akainu said harshly. Damn lava devil. A trace of pressure appeared on Whitebeard's calm face. Akainu's long-hidden, large-scale attack forced Whitebeard to consider how to retreat next. It's not that he is afraid of this group of Navy. If he was afraid, he would not be called Whitebeard. The key is how his sons should leave this battlefield. Whitebeard has made up his mind to stay on this battlefield in this battle. He wants to open up a road to a new era for his sons. Not just Ace, although he doesn't believe in the old and new eras. The appearance of the Straw Hat Boys makes him look forward to the new era mentioned by Red Hair. At this moment, the man who is known as the strongest on the sea. Holding Kusukimi, he began to walk towards the direction of the three admirals. At the moment, the only choice is to strive for the possibility of escape for the pirates. The Navy has already begun to adjust its strategy. Ace, who has escaped, is no longer the object of concern for their many ordinary combat forces. The situation over there can be left to the Navy Admiral. All the vice admirals, rear admirals, and elite Navy officers turned their attention to Whitebeard and other captains. Their current mission is to stop the Whitebeard pirates. Gecko Mariah cut a bunch of shadows and stuffed them into his body to improve his basic physical fitness. Hawkeye Homik defeated Flower Sword at this time and looked at the Whitebeard pirates. He didn't value the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea given by the Navy that much, just because he would not be harassed by the Navy. Although he didn't plan to work for the Navy, he also looked forward to taking this opportunity to fight Whitebeard. The people on the battlefield have different purposes, and they all entered the battlefield with awareness for their own interests and purposes. The Navy was for the order and justice they insisted on. The Whitebeard pirates were for the friendship between their sons and brothers. And the other criminals who came out of the Impel Downs were for brains, some for the loyalty of pirates, and the reasons why no one from the 7 Warlords of the Sea came here were also different. Su Lin was even more so. He just wanted to earn points and make back the cost of this investment with interest. WAP. Launch 35573134.86. After this wave of tug-of-war, Suning returned to the back and began to use the previous wave of points to buy. It's going up. The current balance of points for showing off in front of others, 930 points. This is a show of strength, and it can also be considered showing off in front of others. In this case, What Su Lin didn't know was that this was because the speed of information dissemination in the pirate world was not particularly fast. The current points were provided by the Sabaudi Archipelago, the nearby population, and the people on the battlefield of Marineford. The population of the One Piece world is a terrifying number. As the information gradually spreads, various broadcasting places also saw the scenes happening on the battlefield. The system's points are in a stage of rapid increase. Although a group of Buggy not far away is broadcasting live, Su Lin has secretly made up his mind. I will be the live broadcast king. Teacher, disciple, hey, live broadcast is to make a living. Give you a big one. Although Su Lin didn't believe what Kizaru said just now, he remembered the stalk he saw when he was chasing the drama before. Who is the most touching teacher in One Piece? That must be Teacher Kaido. After coming to the One Piece world, Su Lin found that his system mall has some special interfaces. Navigation World Store, this world-limited, one-time domineering Haki 500 points of effect lasting 30 minutes. Provider goal. Get enough momentum before going on stage. Master Teaching Historical Projection this world limited, 100 points of effect. 1 hour. Kaido, I actually always wanted to teach a student. Can be used in combination, and after using, the combat skill experience mastered by it will be obtained, which does not include the ability of the fish fruit. There is a chance that some skills will be retained after the effect ends. Devil Fruit, 2,000 points. After eating, the relevant ability can be permanently obtained. The price of power is this taste that is worse than X. Su Lin knew that the system was not simple, but he did not expect that the goods in the system could also change according to the changes in the world. After leaving the Impel Downs, Su Lin went to the mall while resting in the cabin and found a new entrance. After clicking in, he found that it was full of items in this world. There is no need to exchange the Devil Fruit. The cost effectiveness is not high for him, and he does not plan to develop in this world for a long time. Gulp, a glass bottle fell to the ground. The next second, Su Lin turned into light and disappeared on the spot. There was Kizaru in front, Akainu on the right, Aokiji on the left, and Sengoku behind. Luffy, you go first, Ace shouted. No way! Luffy responded unceremoniously. I won't abandon you, Ace. Look at me, I'll beat them all away. Ace smiled and stood back to back with Luffy, his fists blazing with flames, staring at the enemy in front of him. You, the younger brother, have a long time to be more prominent than me, the older brother. It's over. Mr. 3 never thought that one day he would be surrounded by the top combat power of the Navy. Even his former boss didn't have this treatment. Mr. 3 decided to give up thinking. Son of Dragon, you are indeed a disaster. We can't let you go anymore. Akainu said, "You and your brother's road ends here." Kizaru and Aokiji heard it, silently looked at Sakazuki, and then looked at Garp, who was still in the pit with his head down. "The Straw Hat Boy and Fire Fist Ace can't escape," a reporter said. "The Straw Hat Kid is quite powerful. Didn't Admiral Kizaru get knocked away by him before?" someone retorted. "But Kizaru doesn't look injured. On the contrary, after fighting again and again, the Straw Hat Kid is now surrounded by the strongest men in the Navy. Whitebeard should be here soon. The Navy ahead can't stop him for long. It depends on how long he can hold on. And the unknown, person who had the same ability as Admiral Kizaru before, let's see if he will continue to interfere." There was a lot of discussion. No matter which world, there is no shortage of tactical analysis masters. Reporters outside the Sabaody archipelago were waiting for the development of the incident. When the situation was about to start, a figure fell from the sky. Rumble, a huge deep pit was smashed on the ground. Many people were frightened by this sudden visitor. What happened again? It seems like something fell. Reporters had a hunch that the main event had just begun. It was about to enter a white-hot stage, and the possibility that the situation on the battlefield had changed again at this moment. A figure walked out of the smoke. Before the figure completely walked out of the pit, the smoke around him was dispersed by his majestic momentum. Da-da-da-da-da! Every step he took was covered with gravel and ice. The figure walked out of the pit step by step with a look of contempt for everything. "Hey, that person is..." Some reporters were shocked and speechless. "Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, why is he here?" Did the Beast Pirates also join the war? The square of the Sabaody archipelago was in an uproar again. The restaurants that entertained pirates and passers-by were even more surprised. "Kaido, why are you here?" The veins on Sengoku's head popped out. Kaido had just entered the situation. "Garp, how long are you going to lie there?" Garp was still lying in the pit. Feeling the changes on the battlefield, he pretended to be dazed and touched his head to stand up. "What happened?" "Hey, Kaido!" Sengoku didn't have time to worry about how bad Garp's acting was. His mood was in a mess now. He couldn't figure out why the controllable variables that shouldn't have appeared on the battlefield appeared uncontrollably. Didn't he go to grab Whitebeard's territory? "Kuhaha, Kaido, are you here to lend a hand to me?" Whitebeard, who cleared a small area in front of him with one punch, looked at Kaido sharply. "Don't talk nonsense, Whitebeard." Kaido picked up the mace and put it on his shoulder. His disdain and arrogance were all visible. The domineering aura surged, and the domineering aura of the king swept all around in a crushing manner. Some pirates and soldiers who had just woken up couldn't bear it and fainted again, and even took those tired participants with them. Even the elite lieutenant colonels of the Navy headquarters felt that it was difficult to breathe, and some people couldn't stop shaking their weapons. The wanton release of the king's aura announced to everyone present. One of the 4 emperors, Kaido, the Beast Pirates, joined the battle. This domineering aura? Roger? Whitebeard was a little surprised. It's not like Kaido had never fought against him before, but the domineering aura at this moment actually reminded him of his former opponent, Roger. Has this guy become stronger? This level of domineering aura. Garp didn't continue to joke around, threw away his coat and walked forward side by side with Sengoku. WAP 3574/31713487. Kaido. Gecko Moria gritted his teeth, his eyes almost emitting flames, but he also understood that he didn't have the capital to take revenge on Kaido at this moment. Straw Hat Boy and Kaido, 2 people with grievances, are right in front of him, and neither of them can be dealt with now. Luffy looked at Kaido dully, with panic and shock on his face. Why is Kaido here? At this moment, the 3 admirals of the Navy set their sights on Kaido. The threat brought by this intruder at this time has exceeded that of the Straw Hat Boy. How scary! Kizaru still said in the same tone, "I didn't expect that even Kaido would come. This war has nothing to do with you, but if you want to disrupt it, I'll deal with you first." The stone slab under Akainu's feet had been melted by the lava, showing his murderous intention. Ah la la la, troubles one after another. Aokiji's hands were cold. "Don't think you can run away." Sakazuki glanced at the Straw Hat Boy coldly. "You have a new private message." I am Sulin, not Kaido. Don't expose yourself. Hey! Luffy suddenly shouted and looked at Kaido in the distance in disbelief. This idiot! Sulin thought speechlessly. If he was not afraid of being cracked by Luffy's fifth gear, he would not have told Luffy the news in advance. Eh? From the perspective of everyone, the Straw Hat looked at the lower left side of his sight from time to time, and looked up at Kaido, not knowing what was going on. Straw Hat Boy! Kaido roared and attracted the attention of the audience. You can call me Kaido Teacher now. Teacher Kaido? Why? Luffy shouted in confusion, not understanding what Sulin meant. Kaido! Teacher! The surrounding navy exclaimed. The pirates and navy in the distance also heard it. The Straw Hat Boy is Kaido's apprentice? Kulalala. Cough cuff. Whitebeard coughed a few times with laughter. Too interesting. It's even more absurd than someone saying that devil fruits are delicious. This strange development has led the situation to a strange direction. Does this mean that Kaido is here to help the Straw Hat Boy? Whitebeard hasn't been dealt with yet. There is a Straw Hat Boy who can fight against the Admiral and the Marshal on the field, and Kaido is here again. If Vice Admiral Garp didn't fall, everyone subconsciously placed their hopes on the former Navy hero in times of crisis. When did Vice Admiral Garp get up from the ground? When did Monkey D. Luffy find Kaido to learn from him? This is impossible. Has Kaido always been in Wano country? The Navy has been monitoring Kaido's movements, and the two people's movements have no intersection. Wait a minute. In the Sabaody Archipelago, the Straw Hat Pirates were beaten away by a bear and disappeared. Could it be? Sengoku began to suspect that Kaido was the one who taught the Straw Hat Boy to master Haki during these 10 days. But even if the four emperors were teaching him, it was too fast. Does the Straw Hat Boy have such a strong talent? Unprecedented, unheard of. Garp, this bastard, actually let his grandson with such a talent become a pirate. Sengoku didn't know how many times he wanted to fight with Garp immediately today. No, the problem now is Kaido's position. Gar! Sengoku stretched out his golden palm and slapped Garp. What happened? Garp suddenly jumped up and caught Sengoku's slap with one hand. Why are you attacking me? Don't talk nonsense to me. Look at what your grandson, the Straw Hat Boy, has done. You must go and fix your grandson's mistake today. Let's make it public. It's not a secret among the top leaders anyway. If he and Garp don't take action seriously today, then the situation will be difficult to control. But for the middle-level Navy, this news is a bombshell. The Straw Hat Boy is Vice Admiral Garp's grandson? The soldiers on both sides of the battle suddenly didn't want to continue fighting. I always feel that I have eaten too much melon today. Even Marco, George, Spider Demon, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and others stopped fighting and looked at the focal person in the field from a distance. That Garp's grandson. Isn't he Ace's brother? Isn't Ace Gold D. Rogers' son? How come the Navy hero Garp is involved again? Boom, boom, boom. I can't take it anymore. My head is so confused. What's going on with this family? Some pirates were already banging their heads against the ice. Why is the grandfather a Navy hero, but the grandson is a pirate? Some Navy elites shouted with their heads in their hands. No wonder Vice Admiral Garp was knocked down with one punch. It turns out he was letting him go on purpose. Is that something you, a Navy lieutenant colonel, can say? The people nearby quietly moved away from this guy, fearing that they would be mistaken for what they said. Hey, Kaido! Garp stood on Sengoku's fist, not noticing Sengoku's unhappy expression. When did Luffy become your apprentice? Oh, is he your grandson? Monkey D. Luffy. That's right, when did I become Kaido's apprentice? This is to commemorate the painstaking efforts of Mr. Kai. Don't mind it. Cooperate with me to delay the time. Use the fifth gear when necessary. I will not hold back. Of course, you should be gentle on me. In the eyes of everyone, Kaido did not answer Garp. While frantically sending messages in the private chat, he ran towards Luffy. Aokiji twitched his eyebrows, melted the ice, and flashed to the side of Kizaru. Today I am here to teach you the last lesson. The domineering color domineering wrapped around the mace, as if it was a black lightning. On this sea only, domineering eternal. With the deafening voice of Kaido, the earth shattered and the iron rod smashed towards Luffy. Kaido and Straw Hat Boy are fighting. Amid the exclamations, the domineering color domineering collision was mixed between the mace and the fist. Rayleigh, who was drinking, eating, and watching the live broadcast in the Sabaody archipelago, took a sip of wine and said helplessly, "It's too far-fetched. Is Kaido's teaching skills so good?" He didn't expect Ace to be the old captain's son. It's too late for him to go to the top war now. The Navy hid the news too well. However, Luffy's improved combat power really shocked him. He originally said that there would be a chance to train Luffy. It seems that he has found a more suitable teacher. Only the people in the Red Hair Pirates know that this is false, because Kaido is now confronting them. Rubber stamp! Thunder gossip! Boom Boom Luffy, Su Lin, what's the matter with your appearance and strength? Just think of me as a copy. This appearance is Mr. Two's ability. The most important thing is Krypton Gold. Krypton Gold can make you stronger. What is Krypton Gold? No one can doubt that the domineering color domineering used by Su Lin at this time came from the Pirate King, Gol D. Roger. The strength of this domineering color domineering almost spread throughout the entire Marineford. SOAP 135-335074/317138488. That guy has become too strong. Whitebeard looked at the fighting party solemnly. Fufufu, it's so interesting. Doflamingo looked at the development of the situation and felt that his plan still had a chance. Whitebeard, you should have ended in the old era. Kobe was numb. I know that man is very powerful, but I didn't expect Mr. Luffy to be able to fight the 4 emperors. As everyone was paying attention, Su Lin's points kept rising, just as he expected. Why bother pretending to be cool with his original appearance? Just pay attention. The Flame Disaster Jin, who was paying attention to the battlefield situation, was stunned by Kaido on the TV broadcast, and then glanced at Kaido, who was standing on the bow of the ship drinking a little wine outside the room. Then he became angry. "Mr. Kaido!" "Huh?" Kaido turned his head in confusion. It was rare to see Jin so panicked. Someone pretended to be you and appeared in the top war. What? What a big guts! After hearing Jin's story, Kaido hurriedly looked at the TV and turned into a fish dragon in anger. "Quinn, how far is it from here to Marineford? If you just drive a boat, it will take about 3 hours on the shortest route. Yesterday, I wanted to take over Whitebeard's territory, but I didn't expect the nosy red-haired man to come to me. After the confrontation, I wanted to follow Shanks and fight him again, but I found that this guy's target seemed to be Marineford, so I turned around and left. Damn it!" Kaido was a little unhappy. "You guys drive the boat over. I'll go over and teach this idiot who imitated me a lesson." It seems that he has some strength. Kaido looked at the performance of himself on the screen. If nothing else, it really feels like that. Kaido suddenly wanted the 2 guys fighting on TV to become his subordinates. Of course, he would beat them up first. Kaido, who turned into a blue dragon, flew into the sky and flew rapidly towards Marineford. What is Kaido doing in such a hurry? The red-haired man held a bottle of wine and found that Kaido flew past his field of vision. Isn't that Marineford over there? Shanks, wasn't Kaido confronting us yesterday? Beckman stared at the TV. I remember his ship was following us for a long time just now. Yes, he flew past our ship a few seconds before you spoke. What's wrong? A group of people gathered around. I saw on the screen. Not qualified. Kaido hit Luffy with a hammer, knocking him to Ace's side. When he hit Luffy, the amount of Haki was reduced a lot. This stick extinguished the intention of several generals to launch an attack. Because Kaido also caught up, if they launched an attack at this time, he might mess up. Tsk. Akainu gritted his teeth, wishing to kill Kaido right now. But he was not a fool. Whitebeard was about to come over and Kaido was fighting with Straw Hat Boy, so it would save a lot of effort. If Kaido was involved, he would give up fighting Straw Hat Boy and join the battle, even if the hero Garp and Sengoku fought Kaido together. Once the melee started, Straw Hat Boy and Whitebeard, who were not weaker than Kaido in his current state, could be released to deal with them. Damn Kaido! If you want to fight, get away from me. Ace said anxiously, with a flame in his hand. He was about to attack Kaido. No one can hurt his brother like this in front of him. Ace! Luffy stretched out his hand to stop Ace. Leave him to me. You guys retreat first. What a joke as a brother. I don't want to be protected by your brother. A fireball hit Kaido and was casually smashed by a stick. You didn't even practice Haki well. You are very lazy, Fire Fist Ace. Stop talking nonsense. I don't need you to teach me. Ace's fists ignited with flames. Come on. Stupid natural ability user, get out of the way. Kaido showed disdain. Roger was also an ability user at the beginning, but do you know why he was able to become the Pirate King in the end? Only Haki, above everything. The mace swung at Ace, carrying black lightning. If this stick hits, Fire Fist Ace will have to kneel. Ace, get out of the way! Rubber Ape King Spear! The mace and fist collided again. Everyone present seemed to see cherry blossoms overflowing and flying on this battlefield. That was the change brought about by the Haki form. Rio Mastery, 98 points. Kaido kicked his feet, leaving a deep pit in the ground. Mace swung in the air, narrowly passing by Luffy's cheek. By the way, it coincidentally hit the two admirals who were watching the show. Of course, they were dodged. Observation Haki, 99 points. Next is Conqueror Haki Entanglement. Kizaru and Aokiji couldn't help but stand a little further away. The two guys who were fighting each other had not used their fruit abilities, especially Kaido. They knew that Kaido would be even more powerful after using his fruit ability. They could be fearless, but there were too many soldiers around. Marshal Sengoku, Aokiji reminded him. Needless to say, Sengoku also understood the current situation. All the lieutenant generals and below spread out to suppress Whitebeard's side. Just like this, you go back and forth, and the surroundings fell into a melee. Every time the admirals and lieutenant generals wanted to take action, Kaido and the Straw Hat Boy would spread the fire to this side, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Ace, who was watching Luffy's fight closely at this moment, realized how powerful his brother had become. While he was happy, he also felt a gap in his current strength. Luffy, who was younger than him and went to sea later than him, was already able to fight against the four emperors. Luffy. Mr. 3 was in a coma. They fought for nearly 10 minutes. Kaido suddenly stopped and glanced at the two admirals who were slacking off and Akainu who was killing him. If you dare to interfere, I will deal with you first. You are just a pirate. What do you think this place is? Akainu's fists were filled with magma, and he was ready to fight if he disagreed with anything. Sengoku commanded at this time. Sakazuki, cooperate with the 7 warlords of the sea to surround and kill Whitebeard. Humph! Akainu turned and attacked Whitebeard. Gurin! Whitebeard snorted, and a white round shield appeared in his hand. Garp! Got it! Garp walked over and put on the tiger finger and said, Kaido, my grandson doesn't need you to teach him. Then you teach him. Seeing Garp trying to interrupt his performance, Su Lin started to talk about other topics. Do you know how long it took me to teach your grandson to this level? Oh, how long? Garp was stunned by the question. 3 sticks! What 3 sticks did you say? Garp asked back without understanding. I only used 3 sticks to teach the Straw Hat Boy to this level. What nonsense are you talking about? Sengoku also walked towards Kaido, and it seemed that they wanted to join forces to suppress Kaido. 1 stick to learn Ryuo, 2 sticks to understand entanglement, 3 sticks to awaken the fruit. Ask your grandson yourself. I only beat him a few times and he learned these skills. Su Lin said something he had seen on the internet before. Fruit awakening? The people on the side seemed to think they had heard some incredible term. WAP 135 Foats HML. I am Kaido, the famous teacher, teaching online. Let me give your other grandson a few blows, maybe he can be as strong as the Straw Hat Boy. Su Lin was talking trash at this moment. Just kidding anyway, it was not his own face. Luffy touched his head after hearing this and thought seriously. It seems to be true. Ace was a little moved by this. Ace, it is so efficient. Is it really possible? Really? Kaido? People are alike. The 2 legends of the Navy are about to clash with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and the main combat force of Whitebeard's side has not suffered much loss. Didn't you fall for it? When Akainu was puzzled, the giant vortex spider rushed out from the side and slashed at Akainu with a young sword. Akainu, you beast! How dare you deceive me? Akainu saw that his plan was exposed without any displeasure. Don't you believe what I said? Thanks to Brother Jinbei? Didn't fall for your trick of sowing discord. Jinbei? Akainu was puzzled. How did he know about Sea Knight Jinbei? If he hadn't intervened, Whitebeard would have been injured by now. Tsk! Big fire spray. A lava fist that was bigger than the giant's came out instantly. Fishman Karate Jinbei seized the opportunity under the ice and used Fishman Karate to trigger a huge water tornado, offsetting Akainu's attack. A large amount of water vapor filled the battlefield. At the same time, the situation of Marineford was being transmitted to all parts of the world by the seagulls and Den Mushi of major newspapers who were working overtime. 500, 700, 1100, 1900, 3003. In the end, this growth rate stopped at the 5,000 mark and then slowly increased. Ha ha! Kaido laughed to the sky. It doesn't matter. Today, all the consumption will be paid by me, Mr. Su. After getting this system, Sulin thought a lot and made a lot of plans. However, a good cook cannot cook without rice. Do you know how greedy he is when he stares at the things in the mall? I dream about it every night. I was originally planning to become an internet celebrity and try to revive the Shamat dynasty to see if I can earn some points. I started with the most basic martial arts and moved towards cultivation step by step. I didn't expect that in the world of One Piece, I could earn money in this way besides supernatural powers. Although I was tossed around by Straw Hat Luffy, the saying is right. There is always a rainbow after the storm. 5,000 points can do a lot of things in the system mall with everything. You can go to the cultivation column to buy the entry-level Star Immortality Method, Tai Xuanhuang Sutra, and Eternal Immortality Jue. You will get it when you place an order, and you will also get Enlightenment Spiritual Power and Immortal Power. You can also directly buy the kind of skills that rely on comprehension and ability. You can buy quite a few complete ones of this kind of skills, but the quality is limited to 5,000 points, and you have to learn it yourself. If you can't learn it, it's your own fault. Sulin's goal at the beginning was very simple: immortality, power, and enjoyment. When this is over and he returns to the Blue Star in the daily world, he will start. As for the system and chat group, are there any conspiracy theories or something like that? Why bother so much? He used to be an ordinary person, but now he is extremely lucky to have these opportunities. Why think so much? I just ask you if you want it. Returning to the city with superpowers and immortality? Ha ha! It's not a random killing in the daily world. Of course, he is not interested in taking such a route as returning to the city and having a harem. Now I am the ancestor. In the future, when he has the ability, he will do another spiritual energy revival, and he can continue to become stronger by wearing a vest and brushing points behind the scenes. After all, his own world is the base camp. Sulin saw that it was almost done. In addition to the defensive Haki covering his body, the limit of the Conqueror Haki that can be called upon is wrapped around the mace. Seeing this, Garp is uneasy and worried about Luffy's safety. Garp's armament Haki covers his fist and is about to attack Kaido together with Sengoku. Aokiji and Kizaru are also about to take down Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Boy. Take it, Luffy. This is my last Thunder Bagua. Graduation lesson. With Haki, Black Lightning is wrapped around the mace, but this attack is not swung at Luffy. Sengoku and Garp are experienced veterans after all, and they never let their guard down. Although they are surprised by the sudden change of attack target of Kaido, they are also prepared. However, this attack successfully blocked the two. "Ha, Kaido, you have also learned these insidious tricks." Garp laughed and was in a very happy mood. He didn't expect Kaido to help his grandson, and Garp was relieved. At the same time, new questions appeared in Garp's mind. Could it be that Luffy has really become Kaido's student? Kaido taught Luffy like this in just a few days? Kaido also went to the top war for him? Impossible. It doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be like this. Garp's brain felt a little overloaded and something felt wrong. His domineering aura was stronger than before, but this martial arts was indeed Kaido's. Could it be that Kaido fell into the sea after drinking too much and was kicked in the head by a sea king? Although he couldn't figure it out, Garp was more relaxed now. He just needed to beat Kaido, and he didn't have to struggle between family affection and the justice of the Navy, nor did he have to be accused of letting him go. To thank Kaido, he would beat him with all his strength for the first time in a long time. Sengoku was even more troubled at this moment. He didn't expect Kaido to really come to help the Straw Hat Boy. Now he was in trouble. The situation was uncertain, Moreover, the beast's pirates might also come, or maybe they had already arrived, so they had to guard against external attacks. Kaido had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Just when Sengoku was ready to go all out, Garp was ready to beat Kaido and fight with Kaido to buy time. In the chat group, Kai Nika. Boom, boom, a huge drum sounded on the battlefield. Goodbye? Sulin waved to the shocked Garp and Sengoku. The next moment, the Kaido in front of them also turned into a young man in the surprised eyes of everyone, leaving a mace on the broken earth, turned into light and flew into the sky and disappeared. Fake? Oh no, I was fooled! Sengoku reacted and turned his eyes to the Straw Hat Boy, but he saw fifth gear, somewhere in the sea in the second half of the New World. Ah, so sudden but so nostalgic. After 800 years I heard it again. I heard the drumbeat of liberation, although it is different from the time and place predicted. He is over there with this voice. Joey boy, he is back. The indescribable huge elephant looked towards the position of Marineford. In the distant past of this world, the elephant master who committed the unforgivable sin was ordered to keep going without stopping. WAP/135 1574 31713499 Sabota Archipelago Plaza. A fake? It's the guy with similar abilities to Admiral Kizaru, who was with Jinbei before, but isn't his ability light? It's a complete mess. My brain can't tell the situation anymore. Even if it's fake, the attack just now was really shocking. In Shiachi's tavern, I was wondering how Kaido could become a teacher, haha. Rayleigh choked on the wine and then laughed. But young people nowadays are really amazing in every sense. Well, has Luffy changed? Shiachi said. In the meeting room where the 5 elders, the center of the world government, are located. What a joke. That fruit has awakened. Hurry up and have someone cut off the live broadcast. It's too late. Inform Sengoku to make sure to kill the Straw Hat Boy. Let CP0 go. Garp will get in the way. Eliminate the Straw Hat Boy no matter what. On the battlefield of Marineford, is this thing really as useful as that guy said? Buggy looked at the map in his hand suspiciously. If he dares to lie to me, I won't let him go. Not long after Buggy showed up on the live broadcast, Sulin made a deal with Buggy using a map that can automatically detect gold. That is, the live broadcast will be turned to the vicinity of Straw Hat Boy Luffy in a while, and the camera will be turned to him as soon as he appears in the future. After giving the surveillance bug to his subordinates to do things, Buggy has been studying this map. Even that kind of person wants to make a deal with Lord Buggy. You are worthy of Lord Buggy. Huh? Buggy heard someone discussing him and turned around to find that his subordinates were looking at him with respect. He naturally didn't know that the noise Sulin had just made, in addition to raising Sulin's status, also changed his position in the hearts of these little brothers. What happened? What's wrong with the Straw Hat Boy like that? Buggy was shocked to see this scene. Boom, boom, boom. People finally discovered that the source of the drum sound was not from outside the sky. It was the Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, who was the focus of everyone's attention. The eyes converged again. Some people didn't even notice that their weapons fell to the ground. The Straw Hat Boy in that scene melted away. Boom, boom, boom. As the Straw Hat Boy melted, the drum sound became dense, as if the drums of war were thundering, opening the epic prelude on this fierce battlefield. The drum sound suddenly stopped. The scorching steam made the Straw Hat Boy surrounded by clouds and mist. Ace and the Admiral, who were closest to the Straw Hat Boy, could feel the temperature rising. Slowly, some Navy soldiers began to be unable to bear the scorching heat and began to retreat. It's so hot, so hot! Mr. 3 was awakened by the heat and ran in another direction. Ice Ball! Aokiji attacked first. Ace melted it with fire. Luffy, what's wrong with you? Ace called anxiously. Ah-ha-ha-ha, Ace, don't worry. Luffy covered his head and laughed loudly. That cheerful voice was out of place on the battlefield. When Akainu wanted to go back to support, Whitebeard burst out the fighting power he had shown before, and instantly came to Akainu's side, smashing Akainu to pieces, leaving only magma on the ground. The broken Akainu reappeared on the side. Damn, Whitebeard! A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Akainu's mouth. Is the fruit awakened? Whitebeard ignored Akainu, but focused his attention on Luffy. In the red hair, pirates, The red-haired pirate who was following Kaido to Marineford saw this scene and even spit out the wine, and the meat of Lacharumo fell to the ground. "Boss, Luffy, he awakened." The red-haired man grabbed the screen with his right hand in surprise. "Hurry up! We have to get to Marineford faster!" Ahaj! The ice spread under Aokiji's feet, freezing Luffy's body. Kizaru teleported to Luffy's side, and the light on his foot raised it. This kick was the most serious kick Kizaru had ever thrown since he joined the battle. It was blocked by an arm. Akainu Sakazuki began to distance himself from Whitebeard and at the same time threw a fist of molten lava at Ace. Luffy's fist swelled up in the wind and grabbed Ace. Rubber jump! Luffy's foot took an exaggerated length like in a comic, and then jumped up, and Kizaru was above Luffy at this moment. Don't think about running away, Straw Hat Boy. Light beams, flames, and ice attacked from different angles from above, below, and side. Rubber Giant. The Straw Hat Boy in midair turned into a giant that was bigger than the giants in front of everyone's dull eyes. Rubber Meat Shield. The attacks fell on the Straw Hat like raindrops. Hey, this is not a joke. Aokiji looked solemn. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Kizaru turned into a beam of light and returned to Sengoku's vicinity. "Mr. Sengoku, this is going to be difficult." Luffy was in midair and saw Akainu, who was looking fierce and ready to use his ultimate move. Akainu! A fist turned into a black iron state and hit Akainu. "Sakazuki, get out of the way!" Seeing this, Sengoku jumped up and his body became bigger again and hit Luffy. "Stop it, Straw Hat!" Ice block burst Pheasant Mouth. The cold air suddenly rose from Aokiji's right arm, and with extremely low temperature, a giant ice bird crashed into Luffy's arms. Seeing this, Luffy, who had turned into a giant, kicked his feet down, and the flying ice bird was crushed by a pair of huge feet, along with the surrounding ground. But Aokiji also froze Luffy's feet at this time. Even though Luffy's body continued to emit heat, the cold extreme ice continued to cover the giant's feet, and the field was covered with water vapor and turned into a foggy state. Sensation. At this moment, everyone felt like an earthquake. People who were close to them were even shaken to a height of 1 or 2 meters. A volcano rose from the ground, and the torrent of lava turned into a tornado and rushed towards Luffy's fist. For a moment, the magma turned into a plane and spread out in the sky. The Navy and pirates were panicked and hid, fearing that they would be implicated. And the golden light flashed, and for a moment it seemed that there were 2 suns in the sky. The golden light on the feet broke away. The torrent of light also came. It pierced Luffy's shoulder in an instant. Sengoku's golden fist, domineering and unparalleled power, hit Luffy's back. The scarred giant Luffy fell down like Oz before. But before falling, another hand holding Ace also came to Whitebeard and threw Ace down. Luffy's goal was to send Ace out of the center of the battlefield through the advantage of gigantism. "Luffy!" Ace roared. "Disappear, Straw Hat!" Akainu has already determined that Luffy's current threat and potential are greater than that of Ace the Fire Fist. The Straw Hat must be executed here. 135-Vozo74/311401 The lava was rolling as if Akainu's fruit had awakened. The surrounding land turned into magma and scorched earth. A volcano was spewing magma. On the other side, the Straw Hat had a white cloud belt wrapped around his back, and his smile remained. Garp's fist clenched, and Sengoku reached out to stop Garp. He observed the situation on the battlefield and saw something strange. At the same time, he shouted, "Sakazuki, be careful!" Sengoku hadn't finished speaking. The ground became soft like liquid, and the ice shattered. The fallen giant Luffy flew above Akainu and Sakazuki in an inverted posture at a speed that shouldn't be possible for a person of his size. The injuries caused by the other 2 admirals were being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rubber Giant Fist, Red Lotus, red water splashed. This attack contained Luffy's anger over the past few years, and the power of the 5th gear was unreserved. Then, boom, Akainu was hit by Luffy's fist and sank into the ground. 2 seconds later, Luffy returned to his normal size, and by the way, he picked up the running R3 and landed on the other side. The smoke dissipated. Amid the sound of swallowing saliva, Akainu lay in the pit with a few teeth missing from his big mouth. Although blood was flowing, he was still alive. "Medic!" Sengoku's voice woke up the people around him. "Mr. Sakazuki! Admiral Akainu was knocked down." The prisoners in Impel Down, who had a grudge against Akainu and wanted to finish him off, were stopped by the Navy, who reacted in time. Kizaru flashed to the periphery of the pit and kicked through several prisoners who came over at the first time. It's really scary. Kizaru's head was covered with cold sweat. Should I thank him for not using this trick on me the first time? Stop, Sakazuki. Aokiji froze a group of pirates who broke in. He should have awakened his fruit, but the ability of his fruit after awakening is really incredible. This recovery ability is too strong. Akainu wanted to say something, but his anger towards the pirates and his own justice drove him to stand up. He felt that he could still fight. If you don't kill the Straw Hat Boy today, there will be endless troubles in the future. Sakazuki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for the two of us to distract him, you wouldn't have much chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. Although we also want to keep the Straw Hat Boy, it's not realistic. Kaido's imitators are quite powerful and are now hiding in the dark. There is also Whitebeard over there. Sengoku turned back into human form, his eyes full of anger. Garp, your grandson, you come and stop him. The Navy cannot lose face. No problem, leave it to me. Garp's face was full of joy. It was unclear whether he was happy that Ace was rescued or that he could finally teach his grandson a lesson. We can't let them leave so easily. You know that. Aokiji shook his head. They can't leave so easily, but they can still leave. Inspired by the achievements of the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, the pirates burst into unprecedented morale. The Navy was defeated one after another, and their morale was low. The Admiral lost. Although there are still two Admirals, there is Whitebeard and another guy who can fight against the Admiral. After the Navy elites accepted the current situation with difficulty, they were all disappointed. Everyone retreat! Ace has been rescued! Whitebeard waved the Ami no Murakami and announced loudly, push onto the usable ships. At the same time, he looked at Luffy. Well done, kid. Come to my ship for a drink later. Luffy. Ace secretly made up his mind to practice well. He had been left far behind by his younger brother. When the pirates retreated excitedly and the Navy was in low spirits, a figure fell in the center of the two groups. What happened this time? It doesn't matter what happens, I'm numb. The pirates in the tavern didn't want to talk anymore. After all, the situation is almost one-sided now. The only problem for the Whitebeard pirates is that the ship can't accommodate them. Akainu's move of destroying the ship was really quick. Now the Whitebeard pirates' retreat is also restricted, and they have to guard against the destruction of the remaining ships. Unless Garp comes on stage to stop the Straw Hat Boy, but the Straw Hat Boy is his grandson. Will he take action? Oh, he took action? He won't let it go this time? Sengoku also took action. That's still interesting. The remaining two admirals also joined the battle. It's Kaido again. That person with the ability to transform is here again. Come to think of it, what exactly is his ability, transformation and light? Kaido, who had climbed out of the pit, did not stir up any more waves. He just thought that the person with the ability had joined the battlefield again to help the Straw Hat Boy retreat. Where is he? Kaido looked around. Where is that bastard? Kaido, who did not find Sulin, turned his attention to Luffy. That guy is in the same group with you, right? The mace was wrapped with shocking domineering power, and Kaido turned into a fish dragon form. Ah la la la. Aokiji raised his eyebrows. Mr. Sengoku, it seems to be the real Kaido this time. Wait and see. Garp, who was chasing Luffy, also stopped. Sulin, you guy, wow. Luffy thought it was Sulin who came, and he jumped in front of him to say hello. Got hammered and flew away? Vomiting blood, that's Straw Hat. Aren't they in the same group? Luffy, Sulin, why did you hit me? Sulin, that's Kaido. Luffy, what? Luffy was hit to the right by the blow, breaking a lot of glaciers along the way until he hit the wall 1,000 meters away. Hey, Whitebeard. After the blow, Kaido looked at Whitebeard unhappily. Where's the kid who imitated me to perform a farce? Kaido. A smile appeared on the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. I'm here too. Forget it, I really can't find that guy. Kaido looked around again and said, then I'll fight you, or Sengoku Garp. That will make me happier. Kaido was very depressed. He left the pirate group and ran here in advance just to pull out the kid with the ability to imitate and beat him up, and then throw him into the mine to dig. If he performs well, he will let this guy join their beast pirates. I don't know if it's because his imitation ability is too strong. Kaido didn't find that guy at all. But it's not bad to be able to fight with this guy Whitebeard. Originally, he thought that he had no chance to fight with Whitebeard. After all, the Navy is not a vegetarian, and he thought that Whitebeard had no chance of winning. Unexpectedly, he has been delayed with red hair for so long. Whitebeard doesn't even have any new wounds on his body. Have the Navy become vegetarians now? Look at Sengoku and Garp and Akainu lying on the ground. Kaido felt that his stomach was about to hurt from laughing. He couldn't even beat Whitebeard in this state, and he was saved from execution. It's better to go mining. As for the Straw Hat Boy, that guy seemed to be fighting back and forth with the Navy in the live broadcast. Unexpectedly, he was overturned with a hammer. He is a cheating guy, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the Navy is too weak. The lava was rolling. It seemed that Akainu's fruit had awakened, and the surrounding land turned into magma and scorched earth. A volcano was spewing magma. On the other side, the Straw Hat Boy had a white cloud belt wrapped around his back, and his smile was not diminished. Garp's fist clenched, and Sengoku reached out to stop Garp. He observed the situation on the battlefield and saw something strange. At the same time, he shouted, "Sakaski, be careful!" Sengoku hadn't finished speaking. The ground became soft like liquid, and the ice shattered. The fallen giant Luffy flew above Akainu and Sakaski in an inverted posture at a speed that shouldn't be possible for a person of his size. The injuries caused by the other two admirals were being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rubber giant fist, red lotus, red water splashed. This blow contained Luffy's anger over the past few years, and the power of the fifth gear was unreserved. Then boom, Akainu was hit by Luffy's fist and sank into the ground. 2 seconds later, Luffy returned to his normal size, and by the way, he picked up the running R3 and landed on the other side. The smoke dissipated. Amid the sound of swallowing saliva, Akainu lay in the pit with a few teeth missing from his big mouth. Although blood was flowing, he was still alive. "Medic!" Sengoku's voice woke up the people around him. "Mr. Sakaski, Admiral Akainu was knocked down." The prisoners in Impel Down who had a grudge against Akainu and wanted to finish him off were stopped by the Navy, who reacted in time. Kizaru flashed to the periphery of the pit and kicked through several prisoners who came over at the first opportunity. It's really scary. Kizaru's head was covered with cold sweat. Should I thank him for not using this trick on me the first time? "Stop, Sakaski." Aokiji froze a group of pirates who broke in. He should have awakened his fruit, but the ability of his fruit after awakening is really incredible. This recovery ability is too strong. Akainu wanted to say something, but his anger towards the pirates and his own justice drove him to stand up. He felt that he could still fight. If you don't kill the Straw Hat Boy today, there will be endless troubles in the future. Sakaski wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for the two of us to distract him, you wouldn't have much chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. Although we also want to keep the Straw Hat Boy, it's not realistic. Kaido's imitators are quite powerful and are now hiding in the dark. There is also Whitebeard over there. Sengoku turned back into human form, his eyes full of anger. "Garp, your grandson, you come and stop him. The Navy cannot lose face." "No problem, leave it to me." Garp's face was full of joy. It was unclear whether he was happy that Ace was rescued or that he could finally teach his grandson a lesson. "We can't let them leave so easily." "You know that." Aokiji shook his head. "They can't leave so easily, but they can still leave." Inspired by the achievements of the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, the pirates burst into unprecedented morale. The Navy was defeated one after another, and their morale was low. The Admiral lost. Although there are still two Admirals, there is Whitebeard and another guy who can fight against the Admiral. After the Navy elites accepted the current situation with difficulty, they were all disappointed. "Everyone retreat! Ace has been rescued!" Whitebeard waved the Ami no Murakami and announced loudly, "Push onto the usable ships." At the same time, he looked at Luffy. "Well done, kid. Come to my ship for a drink later." Luffy? Ace secretly made up his mind to practice well. He had been left far behind by his younger brother. When the pirates retreated excitedly and the Navy was in low spirits, A figure fell in the center of the two groups. What happened this time? It doesn't matter what happens. I'm numb. The pirates in the tavern didn't want to talk anymore. After all, the situation is almost one-sided now. The only problem for the Whitebeard pirates is that the ship can't accommodate them. Akainu's move of destroying the ship was really quick. Now the Whitebeard pirates' retreat is also restricted, and they have to guard against the destruction of the remaining ships. Unless Garp comes on stage to stop the Straw Hat Boy, but the Straw Hat Boy is his grandson. Will he take action? Oh, he took action. He won't let it go this time? Sengoku also took action. That's still interesting. The remaining two admirals also joined the battle. It's Kaido again. That person with the ability to transform is here again. Come to think of it, what exactly is his ability, transformation and light? Kaido, who had climbed out of the pit, did not stir up any more waves. He just thought that the person with the ability had joined the battlefield again to help the Straw Hat Boy retreat. Where is he? Kaido looked around. Where is that bastard? Kaido, who did not find Sulin, turned his attention to Luffy. That guy is in the same group with you, right? The mace was wrapped with shocking, domineering power, and Kaido turned into a fish dragon form. Ah la la la. Aokiji raised his eyebrows. Mr. Sengoku, it seems to be the real Kaido this time. Wait and see. Garp, who was chasing Luffy, also stopped. Sulin, you guy, wow. Luffy thought it was Sulin who came, and he jumped in front of him to say hello. Got hammered and flew away? Vomiting blood, that's Straw Hat. Aren't they in the same group? Luffy, Sulin, why did you hit me? Sulin, that's Kaido. Luffy, what? Luffy was hit to the right by the blow, breaking a lot of glaciers along the way until he hit the wall 1,000 meters away. Hey, Whitebeard. After the blow, Kaido looked at Whitebeard unhappily. Where's the kid who imitated me to perform a farce? Kaido. A smile appeared on the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. I'm here too. Forget it, I really can't find that guy. Kaido looked around again and said, then I'll fight you or Sengoku Garp. That will make me happier. Kaido was very depressed. He left the pirate group and ran here in advance just to pull out the kid with the ability to imitate and beat him up, and then throw him into the mine to dig. If he performs well, he will let this guy join their beast pirates. I don't know if it's because his imitation ability is too strong. Kaido didn't find that guy at all. But it was good to be able to fight with this guy Whitebeard. He originally thought that he had no chance to fight with Whitebeard. After all, the Navy was not a vegetarian, and he thought that Whitebeard had no chance of winning. Unexpectedly, he had been delayed with red hair for so long. Whitebeard didn't even have any new wounds. Have the Navy become vegetarians now? Look at Sengoku and Garp and the Akainu lying on the ground. Kaido felt like his stomach was about to hurt from laughing. He couldn't even beat Whitebeard in this state, and he was saved from execution. He might as well go mining. As for the Straw Hat Kid, that guy seemed to be fighting back and forth with the Marines in the live broadcast. Unexpectedly, he was overturned by a hammer. He was a liar. It's not necessarily that the Marines are too weak. A huge hand suddenly appeared from Kaido's right. Huh? While Kaido was still thinking about fighting Whitebeard, this huge fist hit Kaido and knocked him into the ground. Wah! The giant hand disappeared, and Luffy's foot stepped to the place where he was hit with an extremely exaggerated speed and length, and then leaped back with the elasticity of rubber. Haha, Kaido, how come you suddenly appeared? Luffy laughed. In this state, he felt very happy no matter what, and there was a constant flow of power coming out of his body. I thought it was Sulin who came back. I didn't expect it to be you, Luffy said to the pit. The next second, the ground behind Luffy bulged slightly. Then Kaido jumped out and raised his mace above his head with both hands. Thunder Bagua? Duan? Luffy was hammered directly into the pit that Kaido had entered before. So that guy's name is Sulin, thank you. It hurts. Luffy covered his head and jumped out from the ground, but still maintained an exaggerated smile. Seeing the confrontation between the three parties, everyone realized that Kaido at this time did not seem to be the person who imitated him. It's the real Kaido. Another real Four Emperors has come. What will be the outcome of this war? Even the members of the Whitebeard pirates were a little confused. The 7 warlords of the sea like Gecko Moria and Doflamingo didn't know what to say. They just quietly stayed away from the core of the dispute and watched the show. They came to help the Navy fight the Whitebeard pirates, not to help the Navy fight to the death. The level of the fight over there is no longer something they can participate in without injury. It's good to just watch the fun. Doflamingo's face was gloomy. His plan was disrupted by this group of people. Boa Hancock watched Luffy's fight intently, imagining the scene of Luffy defeating Kaido and proposing to her. The Navy seized the opportunity at this time. With Kaido coming to tangle with the Straw Hats, they can focus on hunting down the Whitebeard pirates. The situation seems to have begun to change again. Not bad, it looks like I won't be bored. After Kaido discovered Luffy's strong strength, he transformed into the Blue Dragon form and began to fight Luffy. Raging thunder and flames gushed out, and the raging, domineering spirit echoed in the battlefield. Luffy, in the Nika form, wrapped in elemental attacks, ignored the thunder and began his second battle with Kaido. Although Luffy had already fought Kaido once, now Kaido can be said to have used all his strength from the beginning, which is somewhat different from the situation at that time. Thanks to the experience gained from the last battle, Luffy still has the upper hand, no matter whether Kaido uses the Flame Bagua or any other skills and tricks. Luffy began to be injured, and the healing speed could not keep up with the speed of the wounds. The two exchanged injuries, and the aftermath of the battle caused the ground of Marineford to start shaking constantly. Every time the two attacked, they were accompanied by flames, thunder, and strong winds. Su Lin, who had become a Navy soldier and was recovering from his injuries in the rear, looked at this scene with palpitations. If he was caught in this, I'm afraid there would be nothing left. The system points have reached the 7,000 point mark. Instead of choosing to exchange items directly, he directly opened the interface for converting a bicycle into a motorcycle. How long can Whitebeard, the man known as the strongest man on the sea, hold on is still unknown. Luffy and Kaido should not have much of a problem. It is not a problem to wait until Red Hair makes an appearance, but that would go against Su Lin's original intention. Points, points. The most important thing is points. This won't work. Well, there is no gain without investment. He glanced at the items and skills that he had selected in the shopping cart. This wave should be the last wave of points to be harvested. Baki, it's me? Su Lin patted Buggy on the back. Buggy was so scared that his head did a 360-degree turn. How come you are so elusive? Buggy asked angrily. Is the map you gave me real? After Buggy finished speaking, he realized that this guy had just fought with the general and imitated the four emperors. He seemed to be unable to beat this guy. Isn't this tone too arrogant? Of course, the map is real. Take this. Su Lin hooked Buggy's neck and stuffed a box into his arms. Treasure map. You know what I will do in a while. I will make a big wave. Okay. Buggy, who was watching the battle in the ravine and acting as a director, didn't understand what Su Lin was saying, but only understood the words, "You can add money." What the hell is that guy going to do? His uncle Buggy gave this opportunity to this young man who didn't even have a hair, but this guy kept doing some mysterious things. Forget it, for the sake of gold, I still have to work. Little guys, cheer up and keep a close eye on me. Buggy ordered the little brothers holding the surveillance bugs in the trench. Yes, Master Buggy, vial of Luggy, price 500 points. Heal, repair injuries, purify, cleanse, and reverse the negative state of the body to a large extent, so that the recipient of the feather can recover health. Very traditional and street, but it doesn't prevent this skill from being very cool. Rental price 50 points. It doesn't have much effect, but it's very cool. Time Tai Tech from the 22nd century, evenly distributed sound, automatic charging, wireless endurance. Pull out a historical projection, which is myself 5 minutes ago. The main body hides in history, and the consciousness begins to control this projection. Tear open the scroll with both hands. The sky, which was covered with dark clouds due to gunpowder smoke and war, suddenly became a little bright. The people who noticed the change looked up. I saw countless flashing things falling from the sky. What is that? A pirate lying on the ground stared at the sky. He no longer had the energy to pay attention to the war. With multiple wounds from robbery and knife wounds on his body, he began to miss the things in his hometown in the West Sea. It was a small town with the main source of income from port trade along the coast. His father used to run a small chamber of commerce. Every time he came back from the sea, he would bring gifts from other places for him and his sisters. His mother would bake the hometown's pineapple cake and a table of delicacies made by the servants to celebrate his father's harvest. Why am I in this place? Why? Oh, I remember that day my hometown was ravaged by pirates. A dilapidated manor, broken windows. Their family was found hiding in the cellar. At the critical moment, they were rescued by another group of pirates. The pirates stayed in their town for a while until the town gradually recovered and the Navy got the news and sent people to encircle and suppress them. In order to repay the favor, he became a pirate. Dad, Ace, the Navy officer leaning on the broken stone slab, had no time to care what the dying pirate opposite him was talking to himself. In order to reduce the burden on his family, he joined the Navy from the Pat, mainland country where he would never see the sea. It was just for the extra subsidy when he was conscripted. Unknowingly, 16 years have passed. He has also become a Navy captain from a recruit. He hasn't seen his family for 16 years. He was supposed to go home on leave this year, but he stared at his broken arm and felt his consciousness gradually blurred. Feathers? Someone around him made a surprised sound. Countless feathers carried light and slowly fell from the sky. In the war and smoke of Marineford, a different landscape was formed. It was like a snowy night, but different from the cold and loneliness of a snowy night. I always feel a little warm. Devil fruit users always have some strange abilities. Some are very powerful, and some are completely useless. When he was young, he picked up a devil fruit, but a colleague who had a good relationship with him said it was a dung beetle fruit. In fact, it was an animal-type gorilla fruit. The colleague who had deceived him and stolen his fruit had died together with a pirate with a bounty of 200 million berries in order to protect him during a previous voyage. No matter which ability user did it, forget it. I'm tired. It's pretty. Tired Navian pirates stretched out their arms and opened their palms, wanting to touch it. A feather of light fell on their palms, and the light disappeared. Is it just a decoration? Just when he was regretful, the pain on his body gradually disappeared, and the wounds on his scarred arms were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. So warm. Oh my God. Such scenes are constantly being played on the battlefield. Whose ability is this? Sengoku and Whitebeard felt the light feathers falling on them with healing and warmth, and the pain on their bodies was slowly healing. The feathers of light fell from the sky like a snow scene on Christmas Eve, bringing a touch of comfort to this battlefield of blood and fire. Luffy and Kaido, who were hit by each other, also paused for a moment because of this scene. Boring. Kaido threw down his mace, transformed into a blue dragon with domineering Haki, and fought with Luffy again, and then was dazzled by the giant Luffy, who turned into a skipping rope as in the future. Then he whipped back and forth. If nothing unexpected happened, the result would be the same. In the eyes of everyone, more and more light feathers fell on the battlefield in the sky of Marineford. Regardless of friend or foe, every wounded person was healed equally. Tens of seconds later, a huge beam of light broke through the dark clouds and landed in the center of the battlefield. What's going on? The stairs condensed by white light elements rotated and fell from the clouds above. Su Lin, wearing a black turtle, a white top hat, a pure white suit and leather boots, slowly walked down the spiral stairs of light in the sky. Every time he walked a few steps slowly, he turned into a flash of light and appeared on the next level. With the light feathers all over the sky, Su Lin was like a messenger from the sky heading to the land of war and conflict on the ground. When Su Lin stepped on the ground, the stairs turned into a sky full of light and disappeared. This guy is so handsome. Buggy was moved to tears and snot by the light. After living for so many years, he never thought that someone could pretend so well. If he hadn't made a deal with Su Lin at the beginning, he would have been kept in the dark by Su Lin's appearance. After a subtle look at Buggy not far away, the surveillance bug's camera suddenly zoomed in. Give me a favor, and let's end this conflict here. Su Lin's voice echoed in every corner of the battlefield. Messages appeared one after another in the private chat window. Straw Hat cracked his finger bones, as if he wanted to fight Su Lin. Kaido held up a mace, and the sparks flickered on the ground. Whitebeard grinned, and the three old-timers squinted at him. "Luffy, I didn't say anything about you. Don't look at me like that." Garp and Sengoku, Whitebeard, Kaido, Hawkeye, "Don't look at me like that. I didn't say anything about you." Baki, "Don't be angry. I didn't say anything about you. You are quite powerful, in a sense." "Okay, it seems too rampant. I will restrain myself." Su Lin shrugged and said nonchalantly, "By the way, he used the power of Aokiji's fruit to create an ice throne, and with a wave of his right hand, the lava arched up the surrounding ground to raise his level with everyone." Su Lin sat down slowly on the chair, feeling a little cold on his butt. His face was calm, and he crossed his legs leisurely. "In short, everyone here, please give me some face. Do you think my weight is not enough?" Su Lin smiled and looked at everyone present. "That's right. No matter how strong his ability is, he is just a strong man. The ability of the Fruit of Diversity still has the possibility of victory here at the headquarters, but we have to consider whether it will cause too many sacrifices. Look over there. Is Red Hair coming?" Su Lin pointed in the direction of the sea. Although Su Lin's words were very unreliable, everyone was just considering his ability and the possible threat he might bring. "Red Hair?" Aokiji squinted and looked at the sea level. There were several black spots over there. A messenger saw the picture in the distance at the communication tower and immediately notified the Navy. "Didn't Red Hair confront Kaido in the New World yesterday?" A vice admiral of the Navy said in surprise. "Kaido has appeared, and Red Hair is also very likely." Taudu bit her finger and thought, "Another 4 emperors is coming." The rear admiral wanted to say that he should just stop fighting, but he was afraid that he would be killed by his colleagues. He was not the kind of person who would sacrifice his life for the face of the Navy. Work was work. Beep, beep, beep. The Den Den Mushi in Sengoku's coat pocket rang, and Sengoku returned to his human form. As a result, a soldier ran over and handed him his coat. He took out the Den Den Mushi. "Report! Marshal Sengoku. The ship of the 4 emperors' Red Hair pirates appeared 5 kilometers away and is heading towards Marineford. Keep monitoring." Sengoku hung up the phone, gnashed his teeth, and looked at Su Lin and the black spots that appeared above the sea level. "Even Red Hair is going to get involved?" Sengoku suddenly felt very tired. Everything was clearly planned, and they could handle it even with the variable of Straw Hat Boy. After all, Straw Hat Boy was nothing in their eyes at the beginning. Even if the Straw Hat Boy's strength has inexplicably changed to be very strong and has reached the level of the 4 emperors, they still have a chance to win this battle. At least Whitebeard must be left. But that guy named Su, Lin, and Red Hair have become the weight to break the balance. If they continue to fight, even if he and Garp can still fight, the chances of winning are not great. If things go wrong, most of the top combat power of the Navy headquarters will be lost today. But if they agree to stop like this, and Ace the Fire Fist is also rescued, where is the face of the Navy? This is not a responsibility that he can take on alone. "Ah, right." Su Lin's loud voice at this time once again attracted the attention of the audience. "The lives of the Celestial Dragons are important, right? How many lives of the Celestial Dragons do you think can be exchanged for a ceasefire, Sengoku?" Su Lin showed a gentle smile, and under his control, a ray of sunlight sprinkled on the place where he stood. When Su Lin said this, the reporters who were watching the show in the Sabaudi archipelago were so scared that they dared not speak. With a thought, the ground beneath his feet returned to its original state. Kaido felt that he had objections, but he just liked fighting and was not stupid. The Straw Hat and the ability of the imitating guy over there were very difficult to deal with. There was also Whitebeard and a group of Marines. It was not fun. Tsk. Kaido decided to retreat tactically and find these people to have fun alone later. As the light elements gathered for the last time, many feathers of light fell from the sky again. "Hurry up and carry the wounded out." The medical soldiers and some Marines who reacted shouted. Sengoku and Garp came over, and Su Lin was not in a hurry. Anyway, he was not the real body here. After a while, the crowd made way, leaving a path for Garp and Sengoku. The two walked up to Su Lin. "Ha! Garp laughed. What a great young man. Sengoku looked at Sulin with a serious face. Thank you very much. I mean the matter of rescuing the wounded. After that, the two passed by Sulin and walked towards the back of the Thai Navy. Don't you want to find Blackbeard's trace? There must be some gains. Sulin asked. Blackbeard teach? Sengoku stopped and looked at Sulin. He started this war. He should have released a group of prisoners on the 6th floor. Logically, he should have arrived nearby. Sengoku heard this and remembered the prisoners of Impel Down who appeared on the battlefield before. He took out a Den Den Mushi from his bag and called Impel Down. Magellan, how's Impel Down? Blackbeard and his accomplices were imprisoned by Magellan. Sengoku put away the phone and said, It seems that this guy has big plans. However, a few tricky guys escaped. After Sengoku finished speaking, he turned around and left with Garp. Really? Sulin was a little surprised, but he didn't think much about it. Maybe it had something to do with the Straw Hat Kid. Here you go. He threw out a positioning map, and in the surprised eyes of Sengoku and Garp, he picked up his top hat and made a farewell gesture towards the camera. Sulin's figure disappeared on the spot, leaving a top hat slowly falling. Really has multiple abilities. Garp saw Sulin disappear in the air and said, Is this a clone or something? Whatever it is, those rubbish can't sleep well now. Ha ha! Garp laughed happily. He was very happy when the rubbish of the celestial dragons were unhappy. Garp! Sengoku's voice was a little cold. Ah, sorry. I accidentally told the truth. Ha ha! Garp laughed wantonly. Take this map to Akainu. Sengoku's face was heavy. You have to go with him too. What's wrong? Garp was stunned for a moment. This is the location of the prisoners who escaped from Impel Down. The other side also possesses unknown technological power. Sengoku became a little worried, but then put this matter behind him. Now he should focus on the matter at hand. In exchange for help, remember to let Buggy go when you see him, and do as he asks. After all, owe him a favor. It's incredible. Ha! Young people nowadays. Garp took the map and looked at it and said, These celestial dragons may have a hard time in the future. I plan to resign. Sengoku did not scold Garp, but said softly, Anyway, I should take some responsibility. Besides, I'm a little tired. Really? Garp was not surprised. He put away the map and said, Then do you want to go to the East China Sea for a vacation with me? Let's talk about it later. Sengoku thought for a while. I haven't settled the accounts with you about your grandson. Also, those senbei you stockpiled were confiscated. Ah! Why? A Navy soldier changed into Sulin's appearance and walked towards Luffy. Of course, this was also a historical projection. He had to hide. He had to hide. Who knows if someone would sneak up on him, such as him hiding behind the scenes. Sulin! Luffy changed back to his normal form, waved his hand and ran towards Sulin. Although the Navy soldiers along the way had different expressions, they didn't stop him after all. On the one hand, they couldn't beat him. On the other hand, he was Garp's grandson. If it was another pirate, they would have already attacked him, no matter if they could win or not. Just pretend they didn't see it. Luffy, is he your friend? Ace asked. According to Whitebeard, they were planning to celebrate for several days, but Sulin was anxious to go back. Him on the Void Throne might have started to pay attention to this matter. It would be better for Sulin to stay away from the existence behind this pirate world. You said you wanted a devil fruit, but it's not easy to get it in a short time. These are our inventory. Whitebeard handed over 3 devil fruits with strange patterns, in blue, red, and purple. If you are willing to stay for another month or two, we can find you 10 without any problem. Marco added. That's enough, thank you. Sulin, wearing the casual clothes he wore when he came, took the devil fruit, looked at it, and put the 3 fruits into the system space. If he stayed for a few more days, he might get more, but Sulin originally just wanted to keep a few as a collection and didn't plan to eat them himself, so just a few would be enough. These 3 fruits are not on the illustrated manual, so the captains of the Whitebeard pirates didn't think of eating them. What if it's a funny ability? Not only does it not improve combat power, but it has a weak water feature. Then, we'll say goodbye, Uncle Whitebeard. Luffy waved goodbye to Whitebeard. Ace, you have to exercise well. You're so long-winded. I'll trouble you, Dad, to explain the cause and effect to us in this era. Jinbei said to Whitebeard, Jinbei and Luffy were very satisfied these 2 days, making up for the regrets in their hearts. Don't worry, I don't know if they will have memories of these days after they go back. So the rest of the matter will be entrusted to Whitebeard. Red Hair left in a hurry in the morning, because Sulin mentioned the current status of a certain singer to him last night. At that time, Shanks had a dark face and called everyone to say goodbye and left. He was probably going to save people. Speaking of which, instead of letting Rayleigh train, it is better to let me train with him. Whitebeard scratched his ear dissatisfiedly. One thing is one thing. In order to thank the Whitebeard pirates for the devil fruit, Sulin spent 100 points to exchange for a medicine. Although it can't make Whitebeard return to youth, at least it can cure his hidden injuries and diseases. So now Whitebeard has set his sights on the Straw Hat Boy of this era. Like the Kaido-style teaching method you mentioned, I can also do it. At worst, I can just use the back of the knife. When Jinbei heard this, he hurriedly persuaded Whitebeard to give up this idea. After a while of persuasion, Whitebeard agreed to send the Straw Hat to the country of women and contact Rayleigh. But the expression was obviously perfunctory. Sulin watched from the side without pointing out anything. Anyway, the time was already a mess. He could probably guess what Whitebeard was planning. Goodbye. The three said goodbye to everyone in the cabin, and together with Kid and Law, who were waiting on the side, they pressed the pocket watch. Was what the other two guys did when they returned to this era. Click! The pointer turned clockwise again. After the chaos, everyone returned to Wano country, keeping the posture and clothes when they set out, and the time point of another parallel world. In Whitebeard's cabin, looking at the few people who woke up in a daze, Whitebeard showed a sinister smile. Sure enough, it's a waste to just give it to Rayleigh. Dad? Ace covered his face and mourned for his brother's subsequent experience. Hey, I'll bother you in 2 days. Me too. Then can I come and see other worlds together? In Hanli's opinion, it is the right choice to wait for some time. At least we should understand the future and past of the other group members clearly before going to meet them. This is the safest way. Hint, group member Shiro Emiya has entered the soul state. Is it this time? This group member seems to have encountered difficulties. Hint, group member Shiro Emiya has been resurrected. Hanli couldn't help but put down the Mortal Cultivation biography to check the story of this group member named Shiro Emiya. The world is full of wonders, so let's learn about things related to ourselves first. 6. Indeed. Indeed? What is that? I learned a lot today. Crossing worlds is not impossible. Although the two protagonists in the group are more cunning, there are restrictions on the chat group anyway. It's just like visiting a friend, so Sulin has no scruples. It's just... Sulin remembered the changes that occurred in the system store in the pirate world. He remembered a guess he had made before. Could it be that the exchanged items in the system are related to this world? If so, does it prove that the world he is in is not simple? Before meeting the chat group, the system store itself had a wide variety of items, and the types of skills he saw could be described as vast. There were all kinds of extraordinary systems you could imagine, and unknown systems that you had never heard of. Could it be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sulin shuddered, and dense cold sweat broke out on his head. He was more inclined to believe that these items in the chat group were obtained from other worlds, and such things could not be taken lightly. He would have to find a way to explore them again after returning. Now he could leave the ranks of ordinary people through exchange, and with the skill of historical projection, he could try to explore it later. Sulin, then let's wait for a while, and I will prepare a banquet for you and welcome you. After all, he had no intention of participating in the gatherings and carnivals in the sailing world. After saying hello and saying goodbye to everyone, Sulin returned to his own world with some specialties. Surprisingly, it was 7 o'clock in the evening when Sulin left, and it was still 7 o'clock in the evening when he came back. Even if we don't count the time he traveled back to the pirate world a few years ago, he played in the original timeline for several hours. Could it be that time stopped flowing at the moment of leaving? Sulin told everyone in the chat group this news. Maybe if it can be used well, this boundary-breaking talisman can save lives at critical moments. For example, if you are chased by a strong enemy, as long as you travel to the world where the group members are and come back, not only will your status be repaired, but you can even become stronger. It can really work wonders. This also means that you have to build good relationships with everyone in the group. Otherwise, it will be terrible if no one agrees to your crossing world at a critical moment. Ye Fan. It's a pity that there are only 3 months. The chat group explained the restrictions on the use of the cross-border talisman. After staying in other worlds for more than 3 months, the speed of cultivation will be restricted. Not bad. Otherwise, if you go directly to other worlds to cultivate to become a duty and return to Duchi continent, then don't call it Dopo Kangxiong, just call it Xiaoyan Wushuang, in a rental house in a community in Waguole City on Earth. Sulin took a short break and began to bathe and wash. Transmission. This place is located halfway up the Shuijing Peak. The clear springs flowed and the water flowed from different places in all directions, forming a lake. The lake reflected the full moon and the stars in the sky, and the stars and the moon seemed to be within reach. The cold wind blew from the sky, rippling the water. The lake was surrounded by unknown trees, ranging from a few meters to tens of meters. There seemed to be a long road made of rough jade under my feet. On the left, along the jade steps, there was a wooden attic building similar to the ancient Chinese style, 5 stories high and nearly 100 meters wide. There was a wooden pavilion in the place where there were few trees halfway up the mountain. On the right was a downhill road with some buildings scattered below. Not far from where Sulin was, there was a spacious flat land. It looked like a square. Occasionally, dead leaves fell and scattered on the rough and simple jade steps. The cold wind blew into my nostrils with the smell of soil and leaves. Looking at the scenery in front of me and smelling these smells, Sulin was a little at a loss for a moment. After a while, I remembered what I should do. While walking on the stone steps, he looked at the surrounding scenery. Thinking carefully, he had imagined such scenery before. When he was a student, he liked to read novels very much. Although he accepted all novels, he still liked novels with the style of cultivating immortals. Everyone's youth is different. Some people's youth is rich and colorful. With idle dramas, the road of ordinary people's counterattack, the wind and cloud of academic tyrants, and the chapter of friendship, love, and study without regrets. But the people who have such youth are a minority after all, and Sulin belongs to the majority. Heavy academic pressure, family pressure, and pressure from all aspects. The only way to relieve stress is novels and comics. Every time he is tired, he will imagine that he can embark on the road of cultivating immortals, in a sect that is separated from the secular world, in such an environment to practice, watch the stars, look at the moon, and discuss the Tao. Compared with continuing to sink among the masses and struggling with the various troubles of real life, he is undoubtedly lucky to be selected by the system. As for what is behind it, let him be. Slowly approaching the lake, there is also a wooden pavilion not far away, surrounded by trees. The exquisite pavilion and the clear lake water complement each other. There is a stone table and some bamboo tubes and jade tubes under the pavilion. Sulin walked over curiously, sat on the stone chair and picked up one of the scrolls to check. There is a kind of text on it that he has never seen before. It is not the common ancient text in Chinese history. No, it may not even be the text of the earth. Sulin secretly guessed in his heart, if this is the case, maybe the water on the earth is not deep, but the system includes items from other worlds? Sulin felt lucky. If the water on the earth is deep, then wouldn't he have to race against time for strength? He has been a worker for 2 lifetimes. Can't he cultivate immortality leisurely and enjoy himself? Isn't it nice to farm leisurely and go to a non-dangerous world to play when you have nothing to do? Before Sulin checked for a long time, a belated enlightenment came into his mind. Rain. After being stunned for a few seconds, Sulin quickly picked up another tube of weaving stars. These are spells? The next morning, Sulin experienced a real-life Zelda, or a real-life original god. After exploring a small area of Shuijing Peak, an indescribable strange feeling grew in Sulin's heart. It might be a big win to draw Shuijing Peak. The various skills and inheritances inside seem to be preserved. This is the complete inheritance system of Shuijing Peak in the immortal cultivation sect called Xianing Sect. The lottery draw is not just a floating mountain, but a complete immortal gate, but too complete. During the exploration, Sulin felt a very strange feeling. It was as if the people of this Shuijing Peak just went out. There are cultivation skills and spells in the attic on the top of the mountain. I think other people in the group also know about my emotional experiences, but except for Luffy, the others are not much better than him. Ye Fan closed Dopo Kongqiang and showed a playful smile. He didn't expect that Xiaoyan was a master of ambiguity. He didn't care about it. In fact, it's useless to send these stories privately. Someday, other people in the group will naturally see the relevant information when they go to other worlds. Even if Sulin didn't send it to the group, Ye Fan would go to Sulin's world to check other people's stories on the internet. Baidu, who doesn't know how to use it? So he didn't ask Sulin to send it privately, but showed it to everyone openly. Except for some details, the main experiences are still similar. He looked at the big black dog next to him with disdain. Moreover, he had become an emperor but was still plotted by this guy. He staged a scene of amnesia, marriage and childbirth, all for the innate holy body. Ye Fan exclaimed, "What a guy! He has been thinking about your innate holy body all day long and has been thinking about it for many years." The Black Emperor felt a chill on his back when he noticed Ye Fan's eyes. "Woof! What are you thinking about, kid?" After going to the Earth in Sulin's world, he went to Yulin to buy 2 kilograms of dog meat. He was black all day long and was blackened by the black dog. "Nothing." Ye Fan smiled and showed his big white teeth. He simply ignored the dead dog and focused his attention on the chat group. Hunley. Speaking of which, I wonder how Luffy's brother is doing at Monkeyed Luffy. Hunley finished watching the ending of Mortal Cultivation Biography, and seeing that there was movement in the group, he simply joined the chat. Luffy, Sulin and I went back to that time before and saved Ace and Uncle Whitebeard. Can you let me go to the worlds of other people next time? It would be a lie to say that he didn't want to go to other worlds except the similar Earth. He was tired of fighting with these aristocratic holy places and foreign princes every day, especially after reading his future experience in the novel. It was happy to know the future achievements in advance, but worries also came with it. Some things that he couldn't figure out were understood a little bit through this novel, but the knot in his heart also appeared. In fact, it was not something he should worry about at this time, but he couldn't help thinking about it. Hei Huang looked at Ye Fan suspiciously. This guy has been talking nonsense these 2 days. Could he be possessed? Is there any side effect of practicing when the path of the holy body is broken? Welcome. I will call you next time when the banquet is held. Hanli thought about it. Since this chat group explicitly prohibits group members from hurting and plundering each other, it would be okay to take this opportunity to see other worlds. Of course, you should also learn about the relevant experiences of other people in the group first. Then it's better to obey than to be respectful. Luffy asked, "What does Li Nan mean by this?" "It means that he is willing to come." What a trouble. After all, it is a bit difficult for Luffy to understand these words. Very good, very good. Xiaoyan plans to go to other worlds after the 3-year agreement with Yunlan sect. If possible, it is not a bad idea to wake up the teacher before going. After learning about the future, he is very grateful to the past teacher Yao Zun. His teacher is absolutely trustworthy, and he is willing to share this opportunity to go to other worlds with his teacher. Excuse me, everyone. I would like to ask, is the thing in this really what will happen in the future? The protagonist of the high jump, no, Shiro Emiya, was stabbed by the guy in the blue tights last night. He woke up from the teaching building in a daze and returned home with a red gem pendant. Then the guy in the tights broke into his house again and attacked. Fortunately, a blonde female knight named Sei was summoned to repel the spearmen. At this time, a classmate from school, Rin Tusaka, came to the door. A strange interface suddenly appeared in the field of vision. Monkey D. Luffy. Everyone, what is this? Don't tease me. Has Lao Ma's business expanded to cross the world? Let me go. I really have no money. At Monkeyed Luffy, I have some impression of you. Are you a pirate, man? You should know better than anyone that you can't escape, right? Why? The defeated party often gains something. Rows of information flashed in front of my eyes, and the voice in my ear was still whispering something. Unlucky kid, now that you have been seen, I can't let you go. The blue man appeared out of thin air, holding a scarlet spear in his hand. Without mercy or emotion, the spear pierced through Shiro Emiya's heart. Shiro Emiya had no time to dodge, and the results of his past training were of no use, and he was killed. The picture in front of my eyes gradually blurred, with only a bunch of information flashing. What a disgusting job. It's too funny to say that you are a hero in this state. Only the man's voice could be heard. I know. No objection. I saw the girl's servant. I will go back obediently, the guy said angrily. After that, there was the sound of running in the corridor. In the darkness, there was silence, and Shiro Emiya just looked at the strange interface in front of him. It was a very strange feeling. Consciousness gradually returned to nothingness, and everything seemed to be disappearing. It was just like the experience 10 years ago. The difference was that there was a strange picture that kept updating some information in front of my eyes. Is someone using this to chat? There was an inaudible sound of footsteps in my ears again. Then there was a voice that I had heard somewhere. Why, you would? Then he vaguely heard some words again. He felt his body returning to him. Slowly, little by little, like water drops falling on leaves, Shiro Emiya felt his body's functions recovering. From that void, he returned to reality little by little. Soon after, he felt his body and his heart began to beat. His consciousness fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, Shiro Emiya was horrified to find blood all around him. His body seemed to be still very weak, and his head was dizzy. He touched his head and picked up something like a necklace from his body and put it in his pocket. He dazedly used the mop in the classroom to clean the bloodstains, as if he was destroying evidence. You can treat it as a parallel world. There are quite a lot of settings in your world. There are parallel worlds. You can travel to the past and the future. There are all kinds of heroes and gods. They destroy the world at any time. That's basically it. It feels like it's not easy to live this long. In fact, your way of practicing magic is similar to walking on a tightrope every day. Sulin took a sip of tea and thought. In fact, most of the time, everyone in the group has their own things to do. But the novelty of the chat group has not worn off in the past 2 days, and they are all reading novels and speaking more actively. It is quite common for people like Yefan and Han Li to practice for a long time without a 60-year cycle. It just so happens that while everyone is here, he wants to announce something. 2 hours later, seeing that the group is still chatting hotly, except for Luffy, who is busy eating in reality, the others are checking out Shiro Emiya's story and experience. Chaoyan, brother, let me go to your world and send the Buddha's Wrath Lotus to that old bug from the Mato family. I guarantee that he will be very happy. What an interesting world. Magic, treasures, Holy Grail timeline, Hall of Valor. The extraordinary power hidden in that world is not low. I think it's better to be cautious and let Shiro change the future by himself. Han Li was also very interested in that world, but he could understand that even if he had reached the Jindan stage, he could not easily get involved in such a world with a deep level of extraordinary power. If he went there, it would be best not to get involved in Shiro's incident. The worldviews and settings that Sulin added made them understand that the strong and weak in that world were seriously divided. It was not certain whether the world's will would be aware of outsiders like them. The inherent barrier, the future self, the treasure, just like Yefan said, it was a very interesting world, and the many outer worlds were really full of wonders. I know, so I plan to throw a fire lotus and run back to my own world. Sulin could only say what Xiaoyan did. At all members, are you free recently? Would you like to come over to my place? I have something to trouble you all. I'm about to go to Tianxing City to see the current changes. If you have anything to say, please feel free to tell me, Brother Su. Yefan was preparing for his breakthrough to the 4 extremes. Since he already knew the future in advance, some detours could be avoided, but... On Miaoyi, Yefan was stunned for a while. A message came from the group. "Nothing. I just want to go back to Earth to take a look." "Me too. I won't come here." "Shiromiya, Earth in other worlds? I really want to see it too." Fortunately, when going to other worlds, the time of this world is suspended. Otherwise, I don't know how to explain it. Standing on the roof of Wangshu Pavilion, I took a panoramic photo. "Xiaosu, it's very beautiful. Is this a scenic spot on Earth? Come to my place some other day and I'll take you to visit those holy places. The scenery is beautiful. I accidentally found a fairy peak, which contains the inheritance from Qi training to becoming an immortal." Yifan tilted his head. "Brother Su has great luck, which is cause for celebration. Now this sect's fairy peak belongs to me, but there is no one to teach me, and my cultivation progress is a bit slow. Can you come and help me when you are free? By the way, you can refer to the techniques and spells in it at will." During the party, Yao Lao woke up. After Xiaoyan explained to Yao Lao, Yao Chen realized that his disciple had such a great opportunity. However, Xiaoyan did not tell Yao Chen about the book Battle Through the Heavens, but only told the chat group. The biggest gain of Xiaoyan's trip was that he exchanged some alchemy knowledge and herbs from different worlds with Ye Fan and Han Li. Yao Chen's knowledge of alchemy was still far ahead of everyone else, and he gave these good seedlings a makeup lesson. Everyone's background was almost clear, and Han Li did not hide anything. He took out the small green bottle to help Su Lin get a lot of spiritual plants on this mountain. After seeing the power of this thing, Ye Fan, Xiaoyan, and Yao Chen quickly took out their own collections of various spiritual plants and immortal herbs. In addition to Su Lin and Shiro Emiya, the two poor students who were very difficult to learn, Yao Chen did not forget that they had no basics, so he would find time to teach them some basics. Shiro Emiya told everyone about his limited magic knowledge. Everyone was very interested in this way of extracting the so-called ether element, and also checked Shiro Emiya's bones. "I said this guy is quite suitable for sword training. Isn't this nonsense? Changing the style is what is called a natural sword bone, although the difference is still a bit big." Shiro Emiya, under the guidance of everyone, practiced his projection while trying some introductory training. On the 15th day, he touched the threshold of entry. In fact, Ye Fan and Han Li have been thinking about how to sell counterfeits in their world. Shiro Emiya's ability to project weapons is very interesting. When he practices to a certain level in the future, he can disguise himself and go to his enemies or the ancient royal family to sell counterfeits. And this time will not be too long. According to Shiro Emiya's future direction, his ability can be shared by his future self to grow rapidly. If he practices diligently in the future, perhaps within a few decades, he can form an industry. This is a reliable source of wealth. 90 days passed quickly. There was no intrigue. Everyone helped each other to exchange knowledge and abilities, and used their opportunities and abilities to help each other. During these days, everyone was happy and formed an excellent atmosphere. The cultivation system in Shuijing Peak is very similar to the system in our world, but it is too different from the system in Brother Ye's world. Han Li's voice came from the side. He held a jade card in his hand and checked the contents inside. "Also, I seem to feel that everything is different when the foundation is built." Han Li looked a little unbelievable. Even more, Han Li seemed to be thinking of how to describe it. Ye Fan added, "Perfect." "Yes, it's perfect." If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Han Li would not believe that the foundation building method in their world was completely different from this method. This was another similar but different path. It was as if he had been walking on a country road before, and now there was a broad road in front of him. The inheritance in Shuijing Peak has no problem practicing to the Mahayana realm, but it is the method of breaking through to become an immortal. But the key lies in this step of breaking through. Ye Fan said, "This is an incomplete method." "It's too radical," Han Li commented. "Maybe they thought of finding another way because they had no other way to go," Ye Fan guessed. "Is there any way to complete it?" Su Lin sat on the wooden chair and refilled the tea for himself and the two people beside him. There is no way now. Han Li shook his head with a wry smile. Brother Su, maybe Ye Fan and I can do it in the future. But now, one Jindan, one Dao Palace. Ye Fan pointed at Han Li and then at himself. Boss, we are rookies now, not the strength of the later stage in the book. Su Lin nodded when he heard it. Maybe they could help him correct his skills after a few hundred years, but that would be too long. Sufficient strength is the material guarantee for enjoying a life of lying down. He can practice for the time being, and then switch to other methods in the future. And in addition to the method of becoming an immortal, there are also side effects of its own. Ye Fan said solemnly, I don't know where you got this inheritance, but it would be too boring to practice until there is no desire at the end. It is not wrong to preserve the principles of heaven and eliminate human desires. I personally think that the effect of this method is a bit too much. Han Li affirmed Xiaoyan's words and said, At most, practice to Yuan Ying, and then it is better to switch to other methods. Having said that, Han Li might also refer to this technique to practice first after returning. Unlike the techniques in their world, it does not need to be dispersed and recultivated, and can be compatible and complementary. The favor I owe him is getting bigger and bigger. Han Li thought in his heart. I understand, thank you. Seeing the two of them say this, Su Lin said gratefully. But if you can practice, you must continue to practice. It's still a long time before you can reach the nascent soul stage. This heavenly forgetfulness technique is indeed a first-class technique, and it is also very efficient. There is no need to exchange the technique directly from the system. The techniques in the system can be learned directly, and there is still cultivation, but the price will be higher as time goes by. For example, a complete Taishing Chenjue costs 5,000 for entry and 500,000 for cultivation to Mahayana. Although the cultivation is included in it, the price of 20 million for the human immortal to the celestial immortal is dared. How many worlds does he have to run to get it? There is a rule for the items in the system. The items that have great power belonging to oneself are expensive, and some items or items with time limits are cheap. By the way, Brother Ye, do you feel it? Han Li said to Ye Fan. Yeah, I felt it. Ye Fan nodded in affirmation. What did you feel? Don't be a riddler, okay? Su Lin asked curiously. It's not us who are solving riddles. This world is Brother Su's place. Brother Su should not be able to feel it. Han Li smiled and said, Our cultivation speed is gradually decreasing. Su Lin asked belatedly, Rejection? Ye Fan calmly picked up a spiritual fruit he brought from the fruit plate and took a bite. I feel it is more like a restriction imposed by the chat group on us. Ye Fan and Han Li smiled at each other. Su Lin did not have an intuitive feeling about the restriction of the chat group. That's right, the time to go back does not change. If he goes to other worlds to cultivate for hundreds of years and then goes back, he will be far ahead of his opponents. Well, it's almost time to say goodbye. Han Li stood up and bowed. Cultivation is fascinating. I will only return to urban life next time. Half an hour later, several people gathered at the pavilion beside Shuijing Lake and said goodbye to each other. There is still a lot of time in the future, everyone. Come and play again in a few days. Su Lin smiled and said goodbye to the few people. This gathering lasted quite a long time. Everyone had stayed in his world for 3 months. There was more than one boundary-breaking talisman, and it was given every month. The problem was that no one knew how long it would take for this restriction on cultivation to be lifted. According to the agreement, several people took turns to come once a month to test how long it would take for this restriction to expire. After all, they also had a lot of spiritual plants and medicinal herbs planted here, and they could collect some when they came. They thought it was safe and convenient here, so they reclaimed a lot of medicinal fields. Coupled with Han Li's small green bottle, the spiritual energy index of Shujing Peak was improved by a lot of levels. East China Hospital. At this time, on the top floor of the outpatient building, in the conference room. Except for a few experts who needed to work, almost all the experts who could come from all departments of the hospital, all the authoritative experts of Huadong Hospital, as well as the provincial health department and representatives of other hospitals with lower rankings gathered here. I can't find the specific reason. I have been a doctor for 53 years, which is the longest among all the people present, but I can't explain this situation. Professor He, the honorary dean of Huadong Hospital, pushed his glasses, his tone full of disbelief, shock, and excitement. A table was displayed on the projection of the conference. It was the number of patients in Huadong Hospital and hospitals across the city in the past 6 months. There were various details on it. One of the tables said the number of deaths. We can see that from July this year to September now, the mortality rate of patients in the city has almost dropped off a cliff. The head of the provincial health department enlarged a table. And as Professor He said, this situation cannot be explained. We started investigating after we discovered this kind of situation last week. The results show that the number of patients coming to the hospital for consultation every day has not decreased, but regardless of the cause, the recovery rate of patients in all hospitals has greatly increased. We even found that the conditions of terminally ill patients have stopped deteriorating and are developing in a positive direction. There are more than a dozen cases that can be clinically defined as cured. The head of the provincial health department himself said it was a bit unbelievable. Every expert present had an advanced understanding of this matter. After all, they are the ones who come into contact with patients every day, and they are the ones who know the situation in the hospital best. What about other cities? The same is true for Lidu and Anqing, but except for Lidu and Anqing, there are no changes in other cities and counties. Lidu and Anqing are not adjacent to Chengdu. In other words, it is not a specific area. This is a good thing. Professor He smiled. This is probably the best news I have ever heard in my life. Ha ha ha. Yes, it is a good thing. The experts present echoed. It is a good thing, but we also need to find out the reasons behind it, Dr. Li. The head of the provincial health department gestured to a middle-aged doctor. Let me share a very bizarre thing. The other day I performed surgery on a patient who was in a car accident. Not only Lai, but other surgeons also said that not all surgeries in the past few months were completed smoothly. Occasionally there would be emergencies, but they were able to turn danger into safety. Everyone has signed a confidentiality agreement for the content of today's meeting, so I won't say more. In response to the requirements of the country, and in order to enable more people to live a healthy life, I hope that everyone will pay more attention in their work and find out what the reasons behind this incident are. The staff of the research team will come to Chengdu tomorrow to conduct research. Please cooperate actively. It's getting late. Let's adjourn the meeting. Su Lin was sitting on the subway, watching a highly praised video played by the short video software on his mobile phone. A man was walking on the street and saw a group of strong men beating up 2 girls at a late-night snack stall, kicking them with flying kicks, 1 kick, 2 kicks, and the Foshan shadowless kick. They landed on the table and then left the scene as if nothing had happened and walked away. So far, for a long time to come, Su Lin has developed a good habit of saving. Why smoke? Just work hard. A few days later, Su Lin sat in Wangshu Pavilion with his legs crossed, studying magic, and occasionally checking the group for news. Today's chat group is chatting hotly, even though it is now early in the morning. Young man, let me tell you, harem is the kingly way. Understand? You don't care about her route or future. Joining the chat group is to change the future. In the past, you could only choose one. Listen to your brother Xiao's advice, take them all down. No, didn't you just say that you should find a way to purify the Holy Grail? So I tell you, harem, do you understand the value of happy end? In fact, how about taking the hidden route? I prefer Shuner to call me Brother Xiaoyan. Hehe. What hidden route? That little girl named Ilya. This is too cruel. Brother Xiaoyan, how have you been these years? Shuner is in Canaan Academy. I really want to kill you. What is a harem? Is it delicious? In a sense, it's delicious. Shimia was making breakfast at home and turned back to glance at Sai. He would be hacked to death. If I hadn't joined this chat group, which route would I have taken? Shiro? Sei noticed Shiro Emiya's gaze. Ah, nothing. Shiro Emiya turned around and continued to make breakfast. He joined the chat group the night before in this world. After being shot through the heart by Lance, he was rescued by Rin Tusaka. After returning home in a daze, he wanted to check what the chat group that appeared in his perspective was, but he was dragged into a magic ritual called the Holy Grail War. The group members from various worlds, as well as his own world and experiences, were drawn into comics in other worlds, and it is said that there are also anime and games. Thanks to this chat group, Shiro Emiya learned about his future in advance. After learning all the reasons in the future, Shiro Emiya was angry and unwilling. He wished he could immediately rescue his schoolmate, end the Holy Grail War, and save his adoptive father's biological daughter. But his ability is limited. Even if he knew that his parallel world self could become stronger, he is now just a rookie magician. Not to mention that there is a future self who has been watching him from Tusaka. But he is not too worried. Although only 2 days have passed in this world, he travels to other worlds every day to practice for 3 months before returning to this world. Everyone is very nice and willing to help him practice. It's just that he is not very serious. Chan, Yefan brother, I'm kidding. Don't tell Shuner that. I said these words. Pa. Besides Shushan, you are the second man that I, Yefan, admire. Do you dare not take responsibility for it? Nothing has happened yet. What right do you have to smear someone's innocence? I saw with my own eyes that you were flirting with Xiao Yishan and Yun Yun in the novel before you joined the group. Can that be called flirting? That was just a coincidence. Yes, coincidence. Novels don't count. Now I am devoted to Shuner. Don't you want the lovely Xiao Xiao? Such a lovely daughter. I am unworthy of being a father. I have something to do. I'll leave first. In a corner of the future in the Endless Fire Domain, Xiaoyan, who has become the Great Lord, is guarding the alchemy furnace while chatting leisurely with his wife. Suddenly, he realizes that there has been a slight fluctuation in the long river of time about himself in the past. Huh? What kind of memory is this? Is the timeline diverted? In the chat group, Xiaoyan, who was stirring up trouble, retreated offline under the criticism. Don't listen to Xiaoyan's nonsense. You should be cautious now. Although you have the help of the chat group, your foundation in all aspects is also weak. Finding ways to improve your strength is the top priority. Lu Mingfei once thought that as long as he was salty enough, no wild cat would eat him. But life is a heavy taste lover. The saltier you are, the more life likes to eat you. What dragon slaying? What saving the world? Those have never been things that a loser like him should do. Being a hero has a price. His biggest wish is to make some money, find a beloved girl, and then take over the newsstand of the old man at the entrance of the community and live a life of food and clothing. At the graduation party of the 3rd year of high school, the red-haired girl named Chen Nuatong made a heroic appearance and glued the white swan feathers to him, the ugly duckling, and made Lu Mingfei a legend in Shilin High School. But that was not the real him. There must be something wrong with the S level. Lu Mingfei had always told himself this. If there was anything different about him from the others, it was probably that he could make a deal with a little devil who claimed to be his younger brother. No matter what wish you had, as long as you sacrifice 1/4 of your life, he would make it happen for you. But what kind of person was Lu Mingfei? A coward without ambition and fighting spirit? What could make him sacrifice his life to make a deal with the devil? Yes, he had made deals twice. After each deal, he was always walking on thin ice, afraid of falling into Lu Mingfei's trap again. But in the end, he found that when he walked into the pit, only Lu Mingfei could help him and get him out of the pit. I thought it was a joke from Lu Mingfei, but I didn't expect it to be a cross-world chat tool. What kind of mentality can write such a novel? Lu Mingfei really wanted to hold a desert eagle against the author's head and ask him what the grudge was. Lu Mingfei curled up his legs, his eyes a little dull. 0424 went to Tokyo Skytree with Sakura. The warmest place in the world is on the top of Skytree. 0425 went to Meiji Jingu Shrine with Sakura. Someone was having a wedding there. 0426 went to Disneyland with Sakura. The haunted house was scary, But it wasn't scary because Sakura was there. Sakura is the best. Sometimes I feel really tired, but I can't stop to take a breath. Eri. He didn't know what kind of mentality he should use to face this girl. When he saw that he treated her as no-no, Lu Mingfei was so embarrassed that he could build a castle with his toes. A girl who likes to watch anime and play games, and he has a lot of common topics. So Lu Mingzi, you, a bastard, arranged a Tokyo love story for me. But that girl really fell in love with him, and he was still avoiding it like before. He had lived for 20 years, and that was the first girl to fall in love with him. He didn't understand why someone would like a loser like himself, an unattainable princess falling in love with a passerby character. This is not a fairy tale at all. But the girl just liked him so much. The signature on the check in the humpback whale's hand was written in his familiar handwriting in the corner. Uesugi Eri. The girl bought 100,000 flower tickets to make him stay. Pulling the pillow from the bed and hugging it in his arms, Lu Mingfei didn't know what his emotion was at this time. His heart seemed to be grabbed, and his mind was full of the descriptions in the book. At the end of the book, he walked unsteadily, like a puppet whose spring was about to run out. Every time he was so embarrassed, and every time he could not protect what he wanted to protect. In this dramatic life, every time he gained something was accidental, and losing seemed to be the norm. There is such a scene in Kung Fu, played by Stephen Chow. Huoyan Evil God urged Ah Xing to pack up the landlord and the landlord. Ah Xing, who had long been moved with sympathy, hit Huoyan Evil God on the head with the last stick and shouted loudly, "My head is so messy! My head is so messy! Sulin, what is this Dragon King? My head is a mess now. What are the previous Dragon 4 and Dragon 5? Su Lin was going out in his original body for the first time in a long time. He was walking lazily on the street with a plastic bag. It was a nice day with wind and sunshine today. A message notification came, and it was from Lu Mingfei. The author couldn't write Dragon 5 anymore, so he restarted it. There is such an operation. Will readers buy it? After all, it's quite popular, and the protagonist is indeed a bit tragic. Readers are looking forward to the restart without more torture. I understand. When in doubt, there is a parallel world. You understand parallel worlds. No one understands parallel worlds better than me. In the bathroom, Lu Mingfei rubbed his face vigorously twice with cold water from the faucet. He took a long breath and walked out of the bathroom in the plane. Caesar was looking at the mission details, and Chu Zihang was resting with his eyes closed. Lu Mingfei just walked over and sat down, staring at Chu Zihang for a few seconds. "What's wrong?" Chu Zihang's golden pupils lit up from the gap between his eyelids. "Nothing. I'm just thinking about where to go shopping in Tokyo." Chu Zihang nodded. Lu Mingfei closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat. After all, he couldn't just tell Chu Zihang like this. "Brother, I have good news and bad news for you. The good news is that the little dragon girl you like is not dead yet. The bad news is that you have become her mother. The brightest place over there is Ginza. It is said that when the real estate prices in Japan were the highest, the value of the land in Ginza could buy the entire United States." Caesar said as he turned his head to look out the window. He began to try to communicate with Chu Zihang, a block of wood. Well, the revision of history has begun. Lu Mingfei, who was about to take a nap, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Sure enough, it didn't take long for him to smooth things over for the two big guys and try to maintain the atmosphere. He was afraid that if the tense atmosphere continued, the plane would have to land in the Atlantic before reaching Tokyo. "Principal, the fate of your ace combination is really worrying." Finally, before arriving in Tokyo, the two of them were quiet for a while. The cabin was dark, and Lu Mingfei felt a little uneasy as he looked at Tokyo in the rain outside the window. Raindrops hit the window and he closed his eyes. The accumulated tiredness was instantly released, and he fell asleep in the rocking of the landing. Perhaps because Lu Mingfei slept too deeply this time, the other two did not wake him up to participate in the image CS of the swordsman visiting group provided by the principal. When Yuan Jisheng waited until the wild pilot made an extreme landing for the plane, the gangway was lowered. The sound of wooden clogs was crisp and pleasant, and 2 paper umbrellas floated out of the cabin door. 2 men dressed as swordsmen carried a young man with drool on his lips and appeared in everyone's sight. The itinerary of the castle trio was very full. After a night's rest in the hotel arranged by the Japanese department, they were awakened by the waiter early in the morning to have breakfast in the restaurant. Lu Mingfei, who had not slept well to begin with, wanted to stay in bed this morning after experiencing a real-life version of Fast and Furious last night. The car of the Japanese branch is already waiting downstairs in the hotel, Chu Zihang reminded. Judging from the faxed documents received at breakfast, today's schedule, including meals, has been arranged properly. This is why Lu Mingfei doesn't like the Japanese working model. Just like a machine, every moment of time is fully calculated. After tidying up his messy hair in the car, Lu Mingfei looked at the scenery outside the window. To be honest, he hasn't figured out what to do next. Kill Tachibana Masamune in advance? God knows which one is his real body. He won't show up until the last moment of picking the fruit, and it's difficult for him to do it alone. Eri? The ending of the girl in the story broke his heart. If possible, he hopes to protect the girl this time. But what kind of feelings does he have for this girl? Lu Mingfei hasn't thought about it yet. He is a little uneasy and nervous. He patted his face. Wake up, Lu Mingfei. You're thinking about her sister before you even enter the door or meet her. You haven't even seen her photo. There are too many things to do. What should I do? Lu Mingfei found through the reflection in the car window that several people were looking at him. Why are you looking at me? I always feel that you are a little excited today. Caesar raised his eyebrows and lay lazily on the leather seat, like an excited child the night before the spring outing. If nothing unexpected happens, you can't go to Akihabara today. Lu Mingfei was silent for 2 seconds and said, That's a pity. Downstairs of the Genji Heavy Industries building, wrapped in iron-black glass curtain walls, Genji Chisheng's assistant Yabuki Sakura had been waiting at the door to greet them. She told everyone about the history of the Genji Heavy Industries building. Lu Mingfei followed behind everyone boredly, taking out the chat group and checking the messages in the group. What's better than a mobile phone is that he doesn't have to worry about not being able to see the road ahead because he lowers his head. Well, a party? He must experience time travel. Sorry, Miss Yabuki, where is the toilet? Turn right in front. Yabuki Sakura pointed to a corner with several potted plants. President, senior brother, sorry, I have to pee urgently. He would come back after he had figured out what to do in the future. Speaking of which, should we go to the home of the author of Dragon Clan to urge for updates and ask what the subsequent plot is? Who exactly is he, Lu Mingfei? Shiroemiya came out of the convenience store and touched his head. He wanted to go back and prepare dinner first, but he didn't know that Miss Tusaka came to his door with a box. When passing by the park, he saw a purple figure swinging on a swing alone, so he chatted with Xiaoyan privately. Brother Xiao, I would like to ask Yao Lao to help my sister with her physical problems. Is that okay? No problem, the teacher agreed. Brother Su, can you bring a family member? It's okay. Luffy also brought his companions to play last time. Okay, thank you. After saying that, he went offline and no one knew what he was doing. You are the first one to bring a girlfriend. Isn't that your snake? Well, I'll do it next time. Although I really want to come to the banquet, something happened on this island. Zhongli. Very good. Then I'll bother you, Mr. Sulin. You're welcome. Just call me Sulin. Elements exist in every corner of the world and are the foundation of building the world. Zhongli's gentle and low voice sounded. I purified the elemental force and gained a new kind of power, which is pure and resonates with the world to a higher degree than the elemental force. This power can be more gentle or more violent, depending on the user. Everyone listened to him talk about the source of the power system of a world, and had a rough understanding of the fairy power of the world of Teyvat. Zhongli stretched out his right index finger, and a bright and shining golden power floated on the fingertip. What a powerful magic power! Sulin sat closest to Zhongli, and put his face close to the immortal power that Zhongli manifested to observe carefully. Ye Fan was thinking about something thoughtfully. According to Zhongli's words, the spiritual energy of the world of Teyvat is inert, and because the elemental power is very active, the spiritual energy is often mixed with the elemental power. It is very difficult to use it without refining. Zhongli discovered this power when he was pursuing a more efficient way to use elemental power, and began to study purification technology. Later, over a long period of time, immortals who mastered immortal power began to appear. But this does not mean that the immortals are just ordinary immortal practitioners. The starting point is too high, and after a long period of practice, I am afraid that they are indeed immortals in their world. Sorry I'm late. A portal flickered and lit up. Shiroamiya was the first to step out of it, and the other was still outside the portal, holding something. Don't be afraid, just come over. I'm not afraid, a crisp voice sounded. A little girl in a purple dress, a purple hat, peach blonde hair that looked like silver, and red eyes walked in from the other end of the portal under the guidance of Shiroamiya. It was Ilya, the daughter of Shiroamiya's adoptive father. Sulin didn't know that Shiroamiya had a private chat with Xiaoyan, and seeing this, he forgot to put down the teacup in his hand. Xing. Of course, this is a joke. Ilya looked around in a daze. She didn't expect that what Emiya Shiro said was true. Swish, a huge dark figure, appeared and blocked the little girl. The violent fighting spirit was rampant. The berserker in everyone's eyes was now extremely hostile to everyone. The fighting spirit from fighting on the battlefield could make the weak faint. Fortunately, there are not many weak people here. Lu Mingfei took out his mobile phone to take pictures and didn't comment. This guy looked heartless, as if he had expected that there would be a big man to hold up the sky if it fell. Instead, he was the most relaxed among the crowd. Although he was indeed shocked at first, Lu Mingfei, who reacted, hurriedly picked up his mobile phone to take pictures. This is a rare real-life original. I must take a photo to commemorate it. I don't know if I will have the chance to see the real Sai next time. Fate Zay was released not long ago in their world and is still quite popular. Lu Mingfei originally planned to buy some figures when he went to Akihabara this time. He held the stone axe sword in his hand horizontally in front of his chest, in a defensive posture, alert to the people around the stone table. Aseka? Ilya was a little confused. Zhongli stood up, a little surprised, and looked at the hostile warrior in front of him. Soul body, but it seems to have a physical body. He didn't care about the hostility of the other party, and walked slowly towards the giant. The fierce fighting spirit, the outstanding reaction, but why is it that your soul seems to be engraved with violence? Interesting. The lively exchange did not last long, only about an hour. After all, there is a long way to go, and this is just the beginning. After everyone obtained the purification technology of immortal power from Zhongli, they began to try to learn this kind of purification technology. Ye Fan and Hanli found a remote and quiet bamboo forest. The two practiced in it, trying to refine the spiritual energy and make their own mana more pure. The spiritual energy scattered in the air by the grass and trees began to form two vortices, one large and one small. In the center of the lake, Xiaoyan used the coolness of the lake to refine a special elixir. This is what Ye Fan and Han Li had just commissioned him to do. He took out a porcelain bottle, and a few drops of golden blood floated out of it. Not far away, Yao Lao used the power of his soul to check the problems in the little girl's body. He found that the power structure and human body composition in her body were slightly different from those of normal people, and because she was in a state of load for a long time, her body functions would automatically maintain the operation of the magic circuit. A few months ago, Yao Lao had heard about the Holy Grail ceremony in that world, but after actually witnessing it, he realized the cruelty at the core of this ceremony. Yao Lao stroked his beard. Shiroamiya witnessed and asked, "Yao Lao, is there any way?" Yao Chen waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, this is the first time I have encountered such a situation. Then let me think about it alone and give you an answer in a week. Not only the physical, but also the soul problems need to think of a plan. If it is convenient, follow the local method of Duki continent and change the body. Then I'll trouble you, Yao Lao." Shiroamiya bowed and said, Yao Lao nodded, turned into a white light, and returned to Xiaoyan's ring. The soul body just now, his soul power was too strong. Ilya saw Yao Lao leave and said with lingering fear, "But it's great, you can talk, Iseka." In fact, at the beginning, Iseka was rational and could talk, but the Einsburn family gave the servant a berserker spell in order to make the servant gain more power. The black giant smiled softly. "Okay, Shiro, let's go. Seeing that you helped Iseki speak again, I will spare your life." Ilya waved her hand and said, "Well, where are we going?" "Back to Fuyuki City, the Holy Grail War will continue. How can we wait another week?" Ilya was a little dissatisfied. For the family, completing the Holy Grail ceremony is the most important thing. Shiro Emiya had not yet informed others that the Holy Grail had been contaminated. "Don't worry, the time in our world has stopped. Even if we stay here for 3 months, we will go back on the same day." If possible, Shiro Emiya hopes that the girl can enjoy a normal life instead of fighting and killing. Hearing this, Hercules was silent for a while and said, "Even in the myths of the past, this kind of thing is considered the most incredible thing. Then what should we do next? Are we going to play here? In this way, we don't have to worry about Sarah's preaching." Ilya was a little excited when she heard this. "Let me take you to the city to play first. The time here is equivalent to the era of more than 10 years later in our world." "Really? I thought the difference was huge." Sulin did not practice like Ye Fan and the others. He was taking Lu Mingfei to visit his Shujing Peak. Because if you can become extraordinary, life won't be so hard, and you won't be exploited by those capitalists for money. Lu Mingfei, who was imitating Sulin's actions and looking for the same spiritual plant on the roadside, was stunned when he heard this. "This reason is quite real." Sulin smiled helplessly. "Otherwise, do you think it's to save the world, or to be the center of attention, or to satisfy some other desires?" Seeing that Lu Mingfei couldn't find the ding-dong grass in a pile of weeds for a long time, Sulin pointed to a tree not far away. "Then you should have realized your wish now?" "Yes." Sulin stretched lazily. "You have no idea how happy I am now. I practice when I have nothing to do. When I don't want to practice, I watch anime, play games, or read novels. When I get bored, I continue practicing. Occasionally I go out and interact with society to prevent being out of touch. When I'm thirsty, I drink spiritual spring water. When I'm hungry, I eat spiritual fruit. Of course, I can also order takeout and drink Coke and eat fried chicken. When I don't have to worry about my lifespan, diseases, housing, and the daily necessities of life, I enjoy life every day." Lu Mingfei thought about it. This kind of life is indeed very happy, but isn't the difference between our extraordinary lives too big? When he thought about his extraordinariness, he had a stinky brother who was always thinking about his soul, a group of berserker classmates whose eyes turned red when they saw the Dragon Clan, and an explosion madman in the equipment department who wanted to add alchemical technology to missiles all day long. "Oh my God, Lu Mingfei, swear on the 2 pieces of fried chicken hidden under the bed by Finger that I don't want to dance with the Dragon Clan ladies with a knife. This kind of extraordinariness is terrible. Promise. So my story is the story of a bad kid going extraordinary." Lu Mingfei pulled up a few jingle grasses and stuffed them into his mouth, sucking the sweetness of the small fruits. "It's just that this extraordinary road is a bit too painful. Nothing is smooth sailing. When you are young, you think gain is the norm, but as you grow older, loss often accompanies life." Sulin continued to move forward. In Wangshu Pavilion, Lu Mingfei sat cross-legged. Sulin pointed at the center of Lu Mingfei's brows and muttered, "Qi comes out of Dantian, and Shen resides in the inner palace." He was helping Lu Mingfei find the sense of Qi. Fortunately, the food he had eaten before was quite effective. Or in other words, Lu Mingfei's own hidden talent was not bad. After more than 20 minutes, Sulin withdrew his finger and quietly left Wangshu Pavilion, leaving Lu Mingfei to practice alone. "Are you there?" Klein sent a private message. "Can you come to Wrong City?" "No, 35 Chunhua Road, South Street. Chunyushan Private Kitchen." "Yes, no problem. Will you treat me to dinner? Mr. Zhongli spent a lot." "No need to say, I understand." Before Zhongli and Klein left, Sulin gave them a sum of cash. "My bad. For others it might be enough, and even if it wasn't enough, they would contact him first. But for Zhongli, This person has no concept of money at all. After all, it's hard to expect someone who used to be in charge of wealth and print money to have a concept of money. The toy distributor boss of Jidong Country could only shake his head. Su Lin came to Wrong City through the portal. After coming out of the hidden position, he took a taxi at the gate of a community. The weather in Wrong City was not very good today. Thick clouds hung in the sky. The gloomy sky was gray and heavy, just like a filter on the eyes. Money is enough for Su Lin to use by himself, but if group members come to visit, he has to think of a way. Although some new funds will be deposited into the account occasionally during the crackdown on gangs and evil, it is income from unknown sources after all, and it is impossible to deposit a large amount in the bank. He distributed most of the cash to patients with family difficulties in the hospital and welfare institutions. He has enough cash left, but not much. After all, they are all immortals. When the biggest desire, longevity, is satisfied, other desires are naturally much smaller. If there is really an emergency that requires money, he also has the means to get it. If it doesn't work, he can let the historical projection go out to work. Several incomes a day are still quite considerable. I have to say that the historical projection is really useful. Now it seems that the reserve of funds needs to be raised, and the problem of identity information needs to be solved. In fact, Su Lin still has his own little calculations for doing these things. If possible, Su Lin hopes that the group members in the group can come to his world frequently in the future. To be honest, he does occasionally think too much about the items that can be exchanged in the system. Through some methods, it has been confirmed that so far, this world is an ordinary world, with basically no extraordinary power. But what if? He has been reading literature for more than 10 years and has considered various possibilities. Is there a possibility that the former extraordinary people just went to another part of the starry sky? Or another possibility is that the extraordinary people went to another world, and as time goes by, the extraordinary people who left in ancient times will return one day, and their enemies will come back with them. If there is no chat group, as a system host, will he live a happy and carefree urban life of farming, or will he be swept up by the trend of the times one day, continue to grow under pressure, and take on the task of saving the world? Brother, can you add me on WeChat? Ah? Another brother said that Zhongli's CS didn't bring his phone or wallet. Can you send me his WeChat? The architectural style of Chunyushuan is like the decoration design of the Tang Dynasty, but it also incorporates some Song Dynasty elements. The long corridor is like walking into the mansion of an ancient wealthy family. That won't work. Well, what a pity. The waitress in Tang Dynasty clothing didn't bother to argue. After trying it for a while, she gave up. If she was complained about, it would be a loss. After all, this job has few tasks, the salary is not low, and there are 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. It can be regarded as a high-quality job in the service industry. Between the rare heartbeat and the job is still more important. But he is so handsome, so realistic. Your friend is just like Zhongli walking into reality. So handsome. This is the first time I have seen such a realistic CS. The waitress praised. Haha, indeed, everyone says so. Su Lin echoed. Big sister, how can it not be realistic? That is Zhongli himself. It's not that I don't give you WeChat, he really doesn't have WeChat. Not long after, the two walked to the door of a separate small room in the courtyard. The word Guyu was written in brush font on the door. Try this again. Before entering the room, a vicissitudes but full of energy voice was heard. The skin is crispy and the meat is tender. There is a fruit wood fragrance on the skin. It was not smoked for too long, probably less than 3 minutes. The meat is very soft and sticky, and the juice is firmly locked. It should be first. Su Lin pushed open the door and saw that in addition to Zhongli and Klein, there was a middle-aged chef wearing a white tall hat sitting next to Zhongli. In front of the 3 of them was a long table made of 2 large square tables with more than a dozen dishes on it. Zhongli was talking to the middle-aged chef, while Klein was eating with his bowl and chopsticks not far away. Hello, sir. Can you please let me pass? A waiter's voice sounded behind Su Lin. Okay. The waiter picked up a 30-centimeter clay pot and walked inside. Master Zhou, the delicacies you cooked earlier are ready. The waiter gently put down the clay pot in his hand. At this time, Klein, who was eating, also noticed that Sulin had arrived and called Sulin over. The waitress who led Sulin over had a blank look in her eyes and said softly, "It's so similar, even the behavior is so restored." Sulin walked over to Klein and sat down. He did not interrupt the conversation between Zhongli and the chef. After the waiter brought a set of bowls and chopsticks, he joined the eating team. "What can I do? The money must have been spent. Just eat." While eating, Sulin sent a few messages to Klein. "This place needs to be booked. How did you get it?" One table of guests just didn't come. Klein and Zhongli, who arrived in Rongcheng, were first surrounded by many passers-by and took photos. Of course, they all came to take photos with Zhongli. As a native of Earth, Klein became Zhongli's tour guide. If you want to understand the culture of a place, food is a good starting point. That's what he said, so I found this restaurant on Dianping. But is he always so brave in ordering dishes? About. The price of this meal was 62,800 yuan, and it was the chef named Joe who decided to give a discount. Money is not everything, but without money, nothing is possible. Just like the West cannot live without Jerusalem, we must also have our own dollars. Sulin was busy tying up the man in a suit at his feet with a plastic rope and handcuffing him behind his back. "Excuse me, what you just said is illogical." Klein tore off a piece of black tape and stuck it on the man's mouth. "Also, these guys have pounds in their safe. Ask the guy with the slick back hair where I can get some red notes. I don't want to go to the bank to exchange foreign currency. You can ask him where the underground bank is." Klein dragged the guy with the slicked back hair to the corner. "I'll find out for you right away. The safe code is 130140. "Really?" Sulin felt goosebumps all over his body. He stood up and kicked the black suit under his feet. "These guys still understand romance? I thought you were heartless." In a luxurious suburban villa, all the security guards were lying on the ground in all directions. In the room with classical decoration style, there were bullet holes everywhere on books, porcelain, and carpets, and glass shards were everywhere. A bald, middle-aged man had his mouth taped with black tape and looked at the two people in front of him in horror. One was covered in black armor and wore a black crown. The other was dressed in ancient costume, with a mask on his face, a white robe, and a long sword on his back. He almost suspected that he lived a dog's life for the past few decades. Just two people wiped out dozens of fully armed security personnel. Even guns couldn't break through the defense. Is this a superpower blockbuster, or has he traveled to a TV series? His mind was working fast, and he couldn't remember how he had offended these two knights who combined Chinese and Western styles. What happened in the past? It shouldn't be. Hiss, the black tape was torn off his mouth. Two heroes. Hush, Sulin put his index finger on his lips. The bald, middle-aged man immediately became as quiet as a cicada. Human trafficking. They are quite good at it, building such a big villa. Sulin took out a notebook, thought for a while, and threw it aside. "I'll give you 5 minutes. Write down the information of those people you know who are in the same industry or doing other illegal activities." 10 minutes later, police cars surrounded this place. When they opened the room, they saw a bald, middle-aged man curled up in a corner, his eyes dull, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. "Stupid." A policeman went up to check and said, "What happened here?" With Sulin's ability, or the ability of the system, he could even make Sulin a human money printing machine tomorrow. But that would be too boring. Moreover, currency represents the value of social resources to a certain extent. Printing a large amount of a country's currency is likely to cause inflation in that country. "Aren't you tired of wearing this armor?" A man carrying a stack of bags of working capital appeared in the woods in the mountains. Klein threw the sack on the ground and took off his helmet. Not bad. Saphira Castle did not follow him to this world, so he naturally could not leverage Saphira Castle's power to accommodate the Black Emperor's sequence card, so he had to do the CS himself. In fact, the faceless man did not need to hide his true intentions. If Sulin had not guaranteed that there was no extraordinary power in this world, he would not have gone into battle in person. To put it bluntly, what he did tonight was to find people in the club and use divination to see if there was anyone doing illegal activities. He used the fortune teller's sequence ability to follow the clues and investigate all the way. It's agreed that I want 30%. Klein shook the heavy bag. Stare into my eyes. Stare! Lu Mingfei's deep voice sounded, with a tone that did not allow for disobedience, like a sleeping lion that had just woken up and was giving a lecture to the subjects in his territory. Puff! Su Lin couldn't hold back after taking a look. Sorry, Puff! Ha! There was a round creature in front of him, with a swollen face squeezing a pair of golden eyes. If you didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to find where the eyes were. Don't you have any guilt at all? The ball in front of him? No, it was the pressure released from Lu Mingfei's golden eyes that was enough to make the hybrids tremble. Are you still a human? But you can't blame me entirely. Su Lin laughed tremblingly, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. I'll take you to find the sense of chi, and you'll stop after you find the sense of chi for 2 steps. Which normal person would sit in one place and absorb chi without even learning the introductory exercises? Zhongli shook his head. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a round ball of meat. Lu Mingfei himself hadn't sensed it yet and was still absorbing chi. Su Lin took out his phone and took a photo, ignoring Lu Mingfei's resentful look. I sent you a message, saying you can come to Wrong City to play with us if you have nothing to do, but you just meditated here for a whole day. How could I know that cultivation would be so addictive? Lu Mingfei couldn't be blamed. When a living being absorbs spiritual energy into its body, it will be like a person who has not eaten or drunk water for a long time and will constantly want to satisfy its instincts. It is a kind of satisfaction that is like the sweet dew that comes to a dry land after a long drought. When Su Lin first sensed the energy of heaven and earth, he was just like Lu Mingfei, but at that time, he had the spell to refine this energy. Can I still return to the way I was before? Lu Mingfei said gloomily. Of course I can. I just need to refine this energy. Zhongli pulled out a bamboo tube from a wooden shelf. Then I'll leave Lu Mingfei to you. No problem. Zhongli nodded and walked into the house. After the many bookshelves were moved and arranged several times, no one could be seen anymore. How long will it take to change back? Lu Mingfei asked. He didn't want to return to his own world and still be like this, so he could only find a new world to continue to take him in for a few months. It's impossible that he would get swollen just by going to the toilet. It will be gone in a few days at the slowest or overnight at the fastest. Su Lin patted Lu Mingfei's belly. That's not bad, that's not bad. Lu Mingfei let out a long sigh and finally relaxed. When Zhongli showed me the mirror before, I thought I was going to explode. Su Lin wrapped a ball of spiritual energy around Lu Mingfei, and with a flick of his finger, Lu Mingfei floated in the air. A ray of golden light turned into a silk thread and wrapped around Lu Mingfei, like holding a balloon. It's not that easy to explode. You have a mixed blood body, and you ate so many spiritual fruits before. If you don't refine it, these spiritual energies will stay in your body for 2 weeks at most, and they will all dissipate on their own. I've tolerated you for a long time, Lu Mingfei roared from behind. Can you please stop pointing the camera at me and taking selfies? After leaving Wangshu Pavilion, Su Lin looked at the forest. There were several places where cultivation fluctuations were swallowing up the spiritual energy around. He found a quiet place in the opposite direction and arranged it casually. Here we go. Su Lin patted Lu Mingfei and put him down. I hope you haven't lost yourself in pleasure, Mr. Klein. Of course not. In fact, I've almost digested the potion. Klein's hands were moving without stopping. I've almost mastered those elemental power tricks. On the TV screen, a character rolled to avoid the slash of a dragon holding a sword. Those guys are out of confinement, and we're going to get together. What about you? Of course. Klein manipulated the controller, pressed pause, and selected save in the game options. Just chat privately in the chat group, or call me. Why go all the way to notify me? Klein stretched his body with a smile on his face. I'm flattered. Su Lin was silent for a few seconds. Maybe you should check the chat history and missed calls on your phone. Su Lin pushed open a door in Klein's room, and the wind outside the door rustled the curtains in the room. With the help of everyone, the tattered sect core was repaired a little. Su Lin connected a door in Klein's room to the portal of Shuijing Peak, making it convenient for him to go directly to Shuijing Peak from the rental house. I think you need to exercise after this party? Klein nodded after hearing this. He had indeed indulged himself a little too much in the past few days. When Klein cleaned himself up a little and came to Shuijing Peak, the air was filled with a spicy smell. Hot pot? This smell seemed to have something else added to it, and it was very comfortable just to smell it. Don't we have to eat hot pot in winter? Su Lin said on the side. The meat of monsters and fierce beasts has been processed, and it is very nutritious to eat. Add the hot pot base prepared by Yao Lao in Sichuan dialect, the taste is simply delicious. It's a pity that Yefan and Xiaoyan don't have much inventory, and Hanli usually only collects materials. If you dawdle for a few more times, you can only eat the hot pot base. Su Lin said slowly. Why aren't you in a hurry? Klein's spirituality soared, and he had a guess. Could it be that you? Before he finished speaking, Su Lin's figure vaguely dissipated in the air, leaving only one sentence. The tripe is gone. Klein didn't care about his image and ran away, even using flame jumps along the way. When he arrived, he realized that he had been fooled. The talents had not yet arrived. There were 5 big pots on the table. Straw Hat Boy Luffy was coming out of the portal, holding a huge Sea King in his hand. Su Lin walked out from behind a tree with a smile. The people who had become familiar with each other at the banquet were chatting about interesting stories and legends in their own worlds. Everyone was very sad to hear about the source of the dark turmoil in Yefan's world. A group of people who were once the top geniuses in their respective eras, the former emperors, in pursuit of the opportunity to become immortals, because they could not survive the years, chose to launch dark turmoil and harvest lives to continue their own existence. The various strange stories in the Duki continent are also jaw-dropping, with strange and powerful heaven and earth fires, and elixirs that can give birth to intelligence like humans. The world that makes people feel the vicissitudes of the times and the full pressure is Klein's world. The doomsday is coming. The outer gods are spying on that small planet, and the 7 gods are filling the cracks in the membrane of the planet with the kingdom of God. Humans are like lambs living in a sheepfold, struggling to survive. For power, they have to take an inhuman path. Hey! Yifan laughed and followed Lu Mingfei's words and said, You are not the first batch to join the group, so you don't know. This guy is also a time traveler. Everyone stopped eating chopsticks and looked at Su Lin in surprise. They thought Su Lin was a native of this world. But that's right. How could a world with almost no extraordinary power have such a big floating mountain? Could it be that the world before Su Lin traveled was a world of immortal cultivation? Lu Mingfei became interested. Did you travel through it physically or spiritually? Soul. Su Lin had nothing to hide about these things. He had said it a long time ago. Then this isn't your original body? It's my own body. Su Lin explained. I traveled to my own body in a parallel world. I was almost 30 before I traveled, and I returned to the age of 23 after I traveled. Then isn't this just a simple rebirth? No, it's a travel. There are some differences between Su Lin's memories before and after he traveled. In this world, I studied civil engineering in college, and after graduation, I ran away not long after I started working. Lu Mingfei nodded. The experiences of these people in the group are not simple. I heard that you used a watch to take Luffy back to 2 years ago. Can you show it to me? Xiaoyan asked. Su Lin took out the Zokot's linear pocket watch from the system backpack and handed it to Xiaoyan. Everyone looked at this item related to time travel with curiosity. It's just an ordinary watch. Xiaoyan took it in his hand and looked at it over and over again. He felt that he couldn't see anything special, so he handed it to others. A one-time prop. This thing doesn't match the style of your sect. Yefan pointed out something. Hehe. Su Lin smiled and shook his head. You can think of these as my golden fingers for traveling through time. Just like Xiaoyan has an old man in his ring, Hanli has a small green bottle, and Klein has the Source Castle. Doesn't Lu Mingfei also have a good brother who can fulfill wishes? Good guy, the composition of your golden finger is a bit complicated. Lu Mingfei felt that the meat in his mouth was a little tasteless. He suddenly wanted to travel through time again. Who knows, there might be some novice gift pack. Speaking of which, Lu Mingfei, Su Lin changed the subject to divert everyone's attention. If a newcomer uploads works related to him in the future, others will naturally know. Now, there is no rush. Are you sure? What are your plans for the future? For more than a month, Lu Mingfei has been practicing and thinking about what to do in the future. He has thought about practicing to the nascent soul stage before returning, and wandering around the heavens and the worlds of the group members before that. But this idea is obviously unrealistic. I plan to confront my stinky brother after I go back. After all, I feel that he will not harm me. Lu Mingfei smoothed his hair and said, "Then, find a way to rescue Eri first." Okay, that's equivalent to no plan. Things that are destined. Now that we know the future, we should cherish the existing opportunities and leave no regrets, Li said slowly. He picked up a petal on the table with his fingers. Many years ago, he and his comrades who had fought together in the world gathered together like today, drinking fine wine and sharing delicious food. There are 50 great ways, 49 of them, and one of them is lost. Everything has a glimmer of hope, so there is no need to rush. Emiya Shiro nodded and comforted Lu Mingfei. Since we have the help of the chat group and know the general direction of the future, there is no reason for us to live worse than the stories in the book. Hearing this, Lu Mingfei grabbed Su Lin's arm. "Please, Doraemon, lend me the disposable telephone booth." "Ha ha!" Everyone laughed happily when they saw this scene. "Get lost!" Su Lin slapped Lu Mingfei's greasy hands. "Your claws are all greasy. I'll wipe them clean for you." Come to think of it, is there really such a thing that can escape to a parallel world? Lu Mingfei was also joking. He said in a fantasy, "If there is such a thing, I will go to a world without dragons to cultivate in peace." Ye Fan took back the Mother Chi cauldron of all things at this time. The meat in the pot had been stewed soft, and several spiritual medicines were added in turn according to the tonic prescription. Xiaoyan also took back the strange fire at this time. "Why think so much? Why don't you drink some soup?" "I really can't do anything about you, useless Mingfei." Su Lin sighed and stretched a hand into the void to grope. "Hey, explain clearly, who is the useless Mingfei?" Lu Mingfei wanted to clear his name. Although he was a little useless, he didn't call him useless in front of so many people. "Huh? What are you doing?" He found that Su Lin's hand was reaching back and forth in the void. Doesn't Doraemon always take out its four-dimensional pocket before looking for something? Su Lin said as if it was a matter of course. "Ha ha ha! You're not really going to take out a Rui telephone booth, are you?" Ye Fan laughed. "Doraemon's pockets are all on their stomachs. Where are you taking them?" "Where are they going?" "That's weird." Su Lin half stuck his body into the void, throwing out a few strange fruits. "Not this. This is a devil fruit." He threw out a set of armor again. "Not this either. This is the prop costume from the last CS." Lu Mingfei covered his head. He was just joking, but he didn't expect Su Lin to imitate it so well. "Boss, I admit my mistake. Stop playing. If this continues, the useless Mingfei will be deeply rooted in people's hearts. I suggest that you focus on improving your fighting skills in the next period of time." Han Li suggested to Lu Mingfei he had studied Lu Mingfei's world. Bloodline is the most important, and the second is fighting skills. Zhongli also agreed. During this period, he took time to go back to Teyvat to get some immortal books. On weekdays, he was studying the cultivation methods of other worlds. Occasionally, he would take time to read the stories of other group members, which were better than the popular novels in Liyue. "If you have nothing else to do on weekdays, you can come to me to learn some martial arts," Zhongli said to Lu Mingfei. Hercules, who had been eating and watching the show in silence, also said, "If you need it, I can also teach you some martial arts." Lu Mingfei remembered the Fef Sen he had seen before, and asked with some surprise, "Can you also teach me the 9-headed dragon flash that cuts 9 times in an instant?" After saying that, Lu Mingfei felt a little regretful. He realized that he had said the wrong thing, and remembered the wrong name of the other person's move. "You mean shooting 100 heads?" Hercules was not angry, but smiled calmly and said, "If you want to learn, I can teach you, but this is not a martial art that can be learned in a short time." The giant did not care about Lu Mingfei's slip of the tongue. After staying in this world for more than a month, he also knew that what happened in his world was presented in other worlds in the form of story works. Most of the other people here are characters who have appeared in other works. But those are not important. What is important is that under chance, everyone can gather together, which can be regarded as a kind of fate. He does not like the possible ending that the little girl who signed a contract with him may face in the future. He does not like any of them. Sulin took out a small black box and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was time to sort out his miscellaneous items, collections. It would be better to put things like these system points related to the system space. What do you mean by found it? Lu Mingfei pointed at the wooden box in Sulin's hand with trembling fingers. Sulin opened the lid of the box and saw a transparent bead lying inside. He picked up the bead with his thumb and index finger and threw the box to the ground. If I don't have it in the phone booth. Dayanzu, reflection, I'll lend it to you. Useless Mingfei. Gulp, Lu Mingfei swallowed a mouthful of saliva and the blood flow rate of his heart increased, beating thump thump. Can this thing create a perfect parallel world like a telephone booth? It's like eating a peach. Sulin said bluntly. Ha, you scared me. Yefan heard this and continued to sip the hot soup. The spiritual energy went along the esophagus into the stomach, and the warm power spread throughout the meridians of the body. Lu Mingfei took the transparent bead and looked at it, but didn't find anything special. What does this bead do? It allows you to observe the parallel world. Sulin served himself a bowl of hot soup and blew it slowly twice. With the physique of a cultivator, he would naturally not be burned. It was just a subconscious action of the body. When Sulin raised his head, he found that the bead in Lu Mingfei's hand had already been in Ye Fan's hand. Xiao Lu, I'm afraid you can't control it, so I'll test the water for you first. Ye Fan covered Lu Mingfei's mouth with one hand, and with the other hand, he was about to move his eyes forward to aim at the Dian Pearl. Xiaoyan grabbed Ye Fan's hand with one hand. Wait a minute. Xiaoyan was full of righteousness, and he had come to Ye Fan's side without knowing when. Cut in line. Xiaoyan had just finished speaking when the big Yanju in Ye Fan's hand came to his hand. You bastard! Old Su, how do you use this thing? Xiaoyan shouted loudly. Grab it in your palm and input a little power. Okay. The big Yanzu in Xiaoyan's hand immediately emitted a piercing light. The colorful energy burst out from Xiao Yaoyan's palm, and the gorgeous power flew in the air and gathered in one place. This is the external playback mode. Sulin sneered. Under normal circumstances, you only need to hold it in your hand to receive information from the parallel world, and inputting energy activates the external playback mode. Where did you get these things? Xiaoyan stared at this scene in amazement. Can I use the old man in the ring to exchange the golden finger with you? Traitor! Xiaoyan was slapped on the head and almost lost his balance. Oh, teacher, you misunderstood. Xiaoyan hurriedly covered his head. There are so many old men, and I didn't say it was you. In a few seconds, a scene appeared in the sky in front of everyone. In the yellow sand, a figure wearing a black cloak was stepping forward step by step. Is that me in the parallel world? Xiaoyan's face was full of curiosity. Know what he looked like in the parallel world. Was it the same as the story described in the book? So where was it at this time, the Blackhorn region? An old man in a white brocade robe with wings on his back flew over and blocked Xiaoyan. He turned out to be a Dowang strongman. Old dog Yun Leng, the parallel world self, was so unlucky that his whereabouts were discovered. Lord Protector. Yun Leng put away his Doqi wings and saluted respectfully to Xiaoyan in front of him. I am here to help the Lord Protector to receive the strange fire on the order of the Yunshan sect master. Heh! Xiaoyan in black robe laughed in a low voice. Do you think I need your help? The window interface of Sulin's Zhutian chat group was shaking crazily with private chat messages. Brother, tell me you are joking. There is no emotional connection. He is my future self. My sixth sense is warning me like crazy. I understand him. I want to save my future. Sulin didn't understand what Xiaoyan was talking about, but he vaguely realized that the boat of friendship between him and Xiaoyan might tilt at any time. Eagles fly in the sky, and fish swim in the shallows. The young man who walked out of Wutan City in the border area must have suffered a lot in the past 3 years and experienced many setbacks in his relationship. It's really curious how he grew up. Sulin basically read out this paragraph in a stick-reading style. Yes, those 3 years of hard training are really fresh in people's memory. On the other side of the screen, Xiaoyan, the Lord of the Endless Fire region, looked nostalgic for the past. Are you my future self? Needless to say, Xiaoyan's IQ in the current timeline has broken through the past, present, and future, and achieved a unified sublimation of self. Will Shuner and I be together in the future? Xiaoyan looked like a little boy who was curious about everything at the moment, and his tone was full of expectations and yearning for the future. Shuner and I must be together. I'm thinking about being with Shuner all the time. Will she be happy with me in the future? Will Shuner be prettier in the future? How many children do we have? Will they be boys or girls? I understand that you are very excited, but can you calm down a little? Xiaoyan in the Endless Fire region sighed in his heart. He really deserves to be himself. Although these words are also full of real emotions, no matter what time period he is in, his love for Shuner is deep. But should I say that I really deserve to be me? The cooperation is so good. In the Endless Fire region, not far from where Xiaoyan is, a beautiful figure watched this scene, with the corners of her mouth raised, humming a light ballad. How can I stay calm when I think about you, a bastard, being affectionate with Shuner every day while I have to suffer the pain of missing you? Here I envy you so much. Xiaoyan's eyes were slightly red, and he looked envious and jealous. Ye Fan poked Lu Mingfei and said in a voice transmission, "Do you feel nauseous?" Lu Mingfei's eyes moved, and his mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Look at the group chat. I can't stand it anymore. Someone go and help him. I can't stand it either. Xiaoyan in the future can actually reach that step, transcending the constraints of time points and forming a closed loop between the past, present, and future. The path of seeking the truth really does have countless possibilities. Mr. Zhongli, I'm afraid the focus now is not this. Luffy, stop eating. Leave some for me. Are you still not full? I'm about to vomit again. You're itching, Xiaolu. What's going on now? What are people talking about? One door is all, word secrets. Who's going to turn off his TV? Brotherly, why don't you go yourself? Nonsense. I can't beat him in the future. Fortunately, Xiaoyan himself felt that if he continued to talk, he would be overexerting himself, so he asked about other things in his future and why his future self would appear in the observation. I almost forgot that you have been so good at deceiving girls since you were a child. Her 3,000 black hair rose and fell slightly with the scorching airwaves. She was wearing a white dress with a cool and indifferent temperament, like a worldly green lotus, and a slender waist like a willow leaf. Shuner, you know me. In the Endless Fire area, Xiaoyan stretched out his arms and embraced the beauty. I have been honest since I was a child. The Fire Territory lady, Gu Shuner, leaned on Xiaoyan's shoulder and said dissatisfiedly, a big liar and a small liar. Xiaoyan caressed the beautiful hair of the beauty in his arms lovingly. He owed Shuner too much. If possible, he really hoped to spend more time with Shuner in the past. It is rare to have both in the world. If he does not practice diligently, how can he be worthy of Shuner and protect his relatives and friends in the tide? Have you found out? Gu Shuner asked softly, the unknown thing that appeared in your past. Maybe. It was an opportunity. Xiaoyan pondered for a moment and said, I once thought that the Great Lord was the pinnacle of the universe. I, Mu Chen, and Lin Dong have been pursuing for many years, but have never found a way to go further. Can that thing help you break through? I don't know. Xiaoyan denied that the tool for communicating across the world did not have that ability. Is there any conspiracy in it? I can't be sure, but I saw a trace and a void. The Great Lord, blessed and favored by the consciousness of the Great Thousand World, can trace back the time of the Great Thousand World and the Small Thousand World, observe the past time and space, slightly change the past, and form different tributaries. The names of the three of them have been recorded on the sky list. As long as there is a possibility of existence in the Great Thousand World and the related Small Thousand Worlds, it will eventually converge from the past world to the present. Among the group of people who were with my past self, there is a past body above the domination realm. Xiaoyan remembered that when he used himself as a medium to deduce the footsteps of that group of people, there was a gaze that crossed the endless time and space and stared at him. It's not dominating the past, present, and future, but wandering outside of time. No, it's incomprehensible. With just one glance, Xiaoyan understood that if that existence wanted to, it could come back to life at any time in a peak posture. Using the word alive is not quite accurate. It is the concept of existence itself. At any point in time, in any possible world, any of him is the same existence, indistinguishable from each other. He is both an audience and an actor on the stage. The difference lies in whether he is willing to wake up and participate in the current plot. There is another person. I can't see through him. There seems to be something on him. The man named Su Lin seems to exist, but it seems not to exist, and his state is a bit weird. There are probably a lot of things involved, and it may involve the layout of some existence. There is another existence. Xiaoyan noticed some clues, but the other party seemed to be avoiding him intentionally, so he couldn't investigate too deeply. I am a little too cautious. We are all group members. Wouldn't it be better to come out and meet and chat? In addition to the world, there are countless worlds, and risks and opportunities coexist. No matter what, at least I know one thing. Xiaoyan smiled. The road ahead is still long. What do you mean by long road? Chai Lin was playing with an empty bottle in her hand. She originally wanted to find Xiaoyan to refine some medicine. Am I disturbing you? No, Chai Lin, you came at the right time. Xiaoyan spread out his other arm. Shujing Pikifan felt that it was a bit outrageous. There are really all kinds of things in the parallel world. Someone actually went across the star field to collect debts for parking fees, chasing from Earth to Beidou. Klein thought that if there was no problem with his memory, there was a game called Elden Ring in the console game he played recently. The real picture is naturally better than the 3D modeled game scene. The characteristics of this tree and this scene are so similar to the ending of the old man's ring. Isn't the world where Lu Mingfei is called Dragon Clan? Klein's eyes met Su Lin's. Klein saw the other party's lips moving and his index finger trembling as he pointed at the picture in the sky. His eyes were full of questions and shock. Klein nodded in disbelief, but Su Lin still looked unbelievable, with his eyes wide open. Private chat interface. Are you sure? I'm sure. It's probably. Ah, Baba! How did he do it? It's impossible. There's no reason. Even if the world of the game Elden Ring really exists, why would Lu Mingfei be in that world? Wasn't the novel I read in junior high and high school called Dragon Clan? Su Lin held his head with both hands and grabbed his hair. Even with his IQ at the foundation building stage, he couldn't understand why the protagonist of the novel Dragon Clan would run into the game Elden Ring. So handsome. Lu Mingfei stared at himself in the picture in a daze. Indeed. Xiaoyan said affirmatively, This style, your parallel world is something. Except for Su Lin and Klein, no one else paid attention to it, nor did they know that there was a game called Elden Ring on Earth in this era. In the picture, the bright golden leaves fell down, and Lu Mingfei on the throne slowly stretched out his right hand and caught a golden leaf. Looking at the golden leaf in his hand, Lu Mingfei seemed to be thinking or recalling the past. Where did I ascend the throne to become the king? Lu Mingfei on the Shujing Peak said to himself. Why is that tree so big? A strong divine aura. A trace of seriousness flashed in Zhongli's gilded eyes. Hercules looked at Lu Mingfei in the picture, feeling the real projection reflected by the Dian Pearl. Is it a god or a human? As if he was tired, Lu Mingfei closed his eyes and felt everything in the world. After waiting for a long time, he didn't see any other movement on the screen, so Lu Mingfei remembered to change the channel. Suddenly, something strange happened. The scarlet blood turned into an endless wave and swept over. Lu Mingfei on the throne did not move, but a crystal-like knight's sword appeared beside him. The tip of the sword fell to the ground and touched a rune. Buzz. The dazzling white light dissipated. leaving only the aftermath of the power spreading to the outside world. Lu Mingfei on Shuijing Peak looked at this scene and had only the three classic questions in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? For a while, Shuijing Peak fell into a brief silence, until Su Lin took a sip of tea. The good spiritual tea was not tasted, and it went into his stomach like a cow chewing a peony. Then he slowly said, "Parallel worlds are always full of infinite possibilities. It's not unacceptable that Lu Mingfei traveled to Eldon." Han Li heard this and asked Su Lin, "This Lu Mingfei is not in his original world?" "I played a game called Elden Ring these 2 days." Klein began to explain to everyone the game he played these 2 days. Lu Mingfei was the most shocked, but after thinking about it carefully, the chat group and the cultivation of immortals happened to him, so it was not unreasonable for him in a parallel world to travel to the game world. "Should be Su Lin. Coach, I report it. Someone is cheating." "Where's the referee? Where is the referee?" "I'll go and smash the bookstore first. Sell me the fake Dragon Clan." "This netizen, please calm down." In the chat group, Su Lin's screen sweeping successfully attracted everyone's attention. In reality, the picture reflected by the Great Evolution Pearl has gradually progressed to the It is a strange, disordered monster, with tentacles swaying and a bloody mouth roaring. Just looking at its appearance directly makes people feel mentally uncomfortable. If it were not a projected picture, I'm afraid that normal people would fall into chaos and disorder the moment they see its appearance. Klein understood that this was similar to the pollution brought by mythical creatures and high-order sequences in their world. Lu Mingfei, wearing retro leather, seized the opportunity in dodging again and again, like an experienced hunter. Every time he attacked, he would leave a mark on the monster's body and the holy and dim light attached to the wound. The final battle ended with the hunter's victory. "What do you want to do with your slippery tentacles?" Hunter Lu Mingfei's cold voice sounded, and he stepped on a tentacle with one foot. Lu Mingfei looked at the defeated opponent on the ground with disdain and pierced the prey's body with his sword. Tiredly putting away the sword, Lu Mingfei dragged his heavy steps and walked back to the wheelchair step by step. "Okay." Sitting slumped in the wheelchair, Lu Mingfei adjusted his sitting posture and gestured something on his body. It seemed that he had found a satisfactory angle. Lu Mingfei took out a dagger from his backpack and pointed it at himself. "I've had enough of this nightmare." Seeing this, Lu Mingfei on Shuijing Peak hurriedly switched channels. No matter what the situation in that world is, if he sees this ending, he may not be able to sleep tonight. "Everyone, how about we stop here?" Lu Mingfei was sweating. Why did the people in the chat group look at each other strangely, as if they wanted to dissect him? "No, I'm also curious about how the two guys in the parallel world traveled to the game world. But what does this have to do with me, a rookie cultivator in the early stage of Qi training?" Lu Mingfei couldn't figure it out, and he didn't want to waste brain cells to think about it. He was just a cultivator in the Qi training period, weak, pitiful, and helpless. I don't know when. Ye Fan, Zhongli, Xiaoyan, Han Li, Su Lin, and others have surrounded him. To be honest, I'm very curious. Zhongli raised his chin with one hand and looked at Lu Mingfei curiously. "Little Lu," Ye Fan put one hand on Lu Mingfei's shoulder. "Let's try to get another version of becoming an immortal." The scene changes to high-rise buildings, reinforced concrete, bright lights, motorcycles and cars speeding by. Lu Mingfei, wearing a down jacket and a black and white scarf, waited for the traffic light to change color, as if he was watching the traffic light or looking up at the gray sky. It's finally normal, Lu Mingfei thought. It seems to be in Chicago. Lu Mingfei felt that this street was familiar. There was a hot dog shop nearby, and the taste was very good. Lu Mingfei and Finger occasionally took the campus train to go to the city for a stroll. Cars came and went, and occasionally there were horns to urge them. Lu Mingfei in the scene exhaled a breath of hot air and rubbed his frozen fingers. Crystal-clear snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and pedestrians saw this scene and quickened their pace. The weather forecast says it will be sunny today. It's better to roll the dice than to look at that thing. Two white people spoke English and walked past Lu Mingfei. The light is about to turn green, man. Lu Mingfei saw another self standing there motionless, just looking up at the sky, his eyes full of sadness. Could this self have just broken up with love? Oh my God, did I confess to a girl and was rejected? It's impossible that the self in this world was brave enough to confess to Nuanuo. Can you please do me a favor? This is an endless void. Every second, many worlds and universes are born in the void, and many universes are destroyed for unknown reasons. Even the strongest creature born in a world would find it extremely difficult to gain a foothold in this latitude that transcends the world's concepts. Occasionally, there are some existences, but they are just passing through to travel across the world. The best among them can put themselves in sight and cognition without covering up, fearing the gazes of other beings. The best ones are above everything and look down. No one knows what is hidden in this endless void or endless matter. The man with black hair and golden eyes, wearing an ordinary white shirt and jeans, with a messy chicken coop hair and a slightly tired look in his eyes. Please, for the sake of you and I being groupmates in the past. There is no concept of distance in this void outside the world. In his eyes, there is a man like a banished immortal, standing above the concept and beyond the latitude. Even with his ability, it is almost impossible to find such an existence. But not long ago, he felt peeping, involving time and space, peeping from outside the world. Unexpectedly, the peeper was himself. There is also a group of people who should not exist in his memory. A group of people were talking and laughing, eating hot pot and watching a play on a floating island. It was not arranged by me. The man was a little surprised. This was not a plot in the fixed script. He had arranged many plots for his past self and had a lot of fun. But this time, he had no memory. His other past self was in a strange world, holding a strange bead, and spying on the big dramas he arranged for himself with a group of people. This made him feel surprised. Years passed by, time changed, and such unexpected things had not happened for a long time. You, the exiled immortal-like man, cast his eyes at him, and his voice traversed through time and space. With just one glance what he wanted to do, the cause and process, all the reasons, and the ending were exposed in the man's eyes. Lu Mingfei, are you sure you want to do this? When he resonated his body, mind, and soul with another self in the past, the great man also saw him. It was the eyes of the person who was walking with another self. I am a bound spirit who is arrogant in the future and cannot forget the bleak past. Lu Mingfei had wings on his back, and his face was covered with dense scales. His divinity was boiling and his dragon blood was rolling. I was protected by all living beings in the long time, relying on the foolish years, and ascended to the only foolish king. The bones were deformed, and the human appearance no longer existed. The materialized spiritual power gushed out from every cell of the creature in front of him. I am a poor creature who plays tricks on the past, imagines change, but is mocked by the reality in my memory. The size of the creature exploded at a speed that did not conform to the rules of flesh and blood, and finally turned into a black dragon the size of a planet. I beg you, help me. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it also seemed like only a moment. Yifan gently raised his hand and pointed a finger at Lu Mingfei, who had turned into a black dragon. The power spanned endless time and space and interfered with the conceptual area where the black dragon existed. The entire black dragon turned into light, and every bit of flesh and blood, every bit of soul, and every bit of spirit collapsed and merged. Finally, after the thousands of feet of light dissipated, something that could not be described in words appeared in Yifan's hand. We still don't know how many strange Lu Mingfei people saw on Shuijing Peak that day. How did this guy get to your world? In the eyes of everyone, the secrets hidden in Lu Mingfei simply surpassed the secrets of Su Lin. At least now, everyone's concern has changed from Su Lin's underwear to Lu Mingfei's underwear. Those strange props in Su Lin's hand can be ignored. After all, the world is so big that it is not impossible for Doraemon to cultivate into a spirit. Let's not talk about the family members and guests brought by the chat group. Most of the people in the chat group have seen Dragon Clan. Everyone knows exactly what kind of things are in the world where Lu Mingfei lives. The background of the Earth around 2010, mixed bloods, dragons, cities. These are the labels of that world. Now, Compared with the plot descriptions of the books uploaded by Sulin, cultivation, magic, fantasy, science fiction, interstellar, time travel, game world, women's clothing, these can all be labels of that world. What did I see? I actually saw this guy climb Mount Tai with me and escape from Yinghuo to Beidou? Yefan looked at Lu Mingfei, who was restrained by him in doubt, wanting to find out what this guy was. The time was from noon when the sun was high in the sky to dusk when it was close to sunset. The Straw Hat Boys all finished their meals and went back. Shiro Emiya took Ilya away to continue self-discipline training. The remaining few people pried open Lu Mingfei's mouth and poured in the potion to restore spiritual power, while calculating how many types had appeared now. What's that? He is actually a Dosheng in my world. Xiaoyan was numb. I was lucky enough to practice hard, but this guy started directly on Dragon Island and enjoyed all kinds of resources. Zhongli took a pot of hot water from the stove and brewed himself a cup of hot tea. From a universal point of view, it is a bit exaggerated. Some? You call this some? Sulin pulled Lu Mingfei's cheek for a long time and then let go as Lu Mingfei cursed. Hanli was silent, just thinking about what happened to Lu Mingfei that caused these strange world lines. Chat group? It's unlikely, but it's not ruled out. Dian Pearl? It's just for observation. Or is there something special about Lu Mingfei that caused these changes? Let me go, everyone. I really don't know anything. Lu Mingfei wailed, and those who didn't know would think that someone was interrogating him under torture. I really don't know. I really don't know why my parallel world has become like that. Except for the first world line where he didn't go to Castle College and played StarCraft, which was relatively normal. What are these things behind it? No, it's not normal for Castle Academy to let him go. How did he reject Castle Academy in the first world line? Based on his later understanding of Castle Academy and the audience's understanding of the people in Castle Academy in the book, the old principal would never let him go. How did he successfully reject Castle Academy? Unless there are no dragons in that world, abnormal. No parallel world is normal. I didn't expect that you are the one who hides the deepest in our group. Klein picked up a branch and poked Lu Mingfei. If I were the most hidden, I would definitely hang you guys up now. Life can never develop step by step, and changes always come suddenly. The deafening roar of the dragon echoed in every corner of the Shuijing Peak. If there were no formation to intercept it, cutting off the connection between the peak and the outside world, this dragon roar would surely cause a great commotion. On the Dian Pearl, a crack appeared, with a hissing sound. Then in the sky, the colorful aurora was looming, swaying gracefully in the sky. Like broken glass and cracked ice, cracks appeared in the space around Lu Mingfei, and the crackling sound of shells was very noisy. From the depths of the soul, there was a throbbing. What is there? This thought flashed through everyone's mind at the same time. Before anyone could react, the picture projected by the big Yanju began to jump continuously. Lu Mingfei? It's not me, I didn't do anything. Lu Mingfei panicked, and the glow of the big Yanju in his hand became more and more dazzling. It suddenly became like this. You have to believe me? Ye Fan was about to say something, and then he was in a trance, and seemed to remember something in his mind. The expression on his face gradually calmed down, and he looked around indifferently, then closed his eyes slightly, stepped on the gang step, and counted with his fingers. The people on the side did not notice Ye Fan's changes, because at this time, their attention turned to the picture in the sky. Outside a palace, dark clouds were densely covered and colorful auroras appeared in the sky, and the wind was blowing violently, a scene of doomsday. Lu Mingfei, wearing a golden dragon robe, stood on the steps of the palace, staring blankly at the sky, holding a blue long sword that looked quite extraordinary in his hand. Heh ha! Suddenly, he laughed happily, as if he had suddenly realized something. Ha! A tear passed from the corner of his eye, and then tears fell like rain. Laughing and crying at the same time, the long sword in his hand fell to the ground and cracked the stone steps. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Concerned voices came one after another, and black-armored soldiers, blue-clothed Taoist priests, and silver-armored soldiers broke through the air and looked at the emperor, who was laughing and crying. So that's it. That's it. Ha ha ha! So that's it. Ha ha ha! Lu Mingfei shouted while looking at the aurora. Swish Emperor Lu Mingfei's body lit up with white light, and the light seemed to be drawn and merged into the aurora, and his figure began to become dim and transparent. Your Majesty! Everyone, I'm going home! Pass my word, King Yi will take the throne. As soon as the words fell, the Emperor disappeared, leaving only the azure long sword stuck in the ground to show the trace of the Emperor's existence. The scene changed to the same dark clouds, and colorful aurora appeared in the sky, and the wind was blowing. On the battlefield filled with smoke, a red mecha dozens of meters high had just defeated a military green mecha with the surrounding floating cannons. Lu Mingfei, whose consciousness and mecha resonated synchronously, operated the complex and precise instrument. The instrument showed the charging progress. As the charging was completed, the floating cannon began to lock on hundreds of enemy units in front. As if sensing something, the man and the mecha looked at the aurora in the sky at the same time. I see. Ha ha ha, it's all fake. In the headset, the silver-haired and blue-eyed commander called out in a heroic voice. Lu Mingfei, cover completed. Retreat quickly. Retreat? Where to? Ha ha. Lu Mingfei's somewhat crazy voice spread in the military communication channel. Lu Mingfei had a very long dream. In the dream, he ran according to the original life trajectory. There was no time travel, no chat group, no immortal cultivation. That little devil, Lu Ming's, nailed on the cross, looking at him with a pale face, weakly said those words, "Brother, you are here." When he came to his senses, Lu Mingfei was standing in the snow-white and traceless polar region, and the dried blood on his face condensed into dark red blood scabs. The whistling cold wind blew, like a baby crying or an animal screaming. There was no one on the white ground. The biting cold was transmitted from the nerve endings of every skin to the brain. Lu Mingfei raised his eyelids with difficulty, at a loss in the snow. Lu Mingfei? Brother, are you calling me? A fixed answer seemed to come from his ears, but unfortunately it was just an auditory hallucination. The elegant little boy in full dress did not appear. Why am I here? Lu Mingfei thought for a long time, and he forgot why he was here. The cold and whistling wind began to mix with some snowflakes, which was a sign that another blizzard was coming. He wrapped his down jacket tightly, his pale lips were cracked, and he licked his lips with his tongue, and a taste of rust came from the tip of his tongue. Lu Mingfei knew that he had to take a step and leave here as soon as possible. While he could still see the sun, Lu Mingfei walked towards the direction of the setting sun. In the inner pocket of his down jacket, there was a mobile phone that the Fruk Academy had given him for communication. Where is the global signal coverage? There was no signal on the signal grid on the phone screen, not even a single grid. The time on it showed 5:23. A sense of confusion grew in Lu Mingfei's heart. Wasn't the sun going to set? It turned out that it had just risen. Then why did I feel that the sun was going to set? Lu Mingfei looked up at the sky. In this place, the sun could not bring much warmth. He walked for a long, long time. In addition to the goose-down-like white snow, Lu Mingfei finally saw something with other colors. It was a Western-style scimitar with blood on it. The knife was half buried by the wind and snow at this time. There were scarlet bloodstains all around. Following the bloodstains, Lu Mingfei gradually saw some familiar figures. Caesar Gasoto was kneeling in the snow with a bloodstain on his neck. Chu Ziheng was holding a strange and petite alien creature in his arms, and a silver-white spear pierced through the two of them. President, senior brother, why didn't Lu Mingfei have any other emotions? He looked at the scene calmly, as if he had seen this scene many times. His calm mood was a little scary. Lu Mingfei continued to walk forward, and more familiar and unfamiliar faces appeared in front of him. No. The red-haired girl was lying next to the wreckage of an airplane, with white snow falling on her hair, and her snow-white skin had turned gray. After watching for a few seconds, Lu Mingfei continued to walk forward. The picture seemed to be washed by water, and even the white color could not be seen this time. He slowly opened his eyes in the darkness in a daze, and in front of him was an unfamiliar ceiling. "You're awake. The operation was successful." A familiar voice came from his ear. Swish! Lu Mingfei woke up suddenly and touched his little brother. "Huh! It's still there." Crackling. Lu Mingfei then looked around. Two men were sitting on the sofa not far away. pressing the handles in their hands frantically. With the human eye, it would be difficult to see the speed of their hands clearly. Oil-consuming roots. Odoken. After Lu Mingfei fell asleep, there was still no change on Shuijing Peak. Those who should practice practiced, those who should join in the fun continued to join in the fun, and those who should drink tea drank tea. Lu Mingfei was placed under a tree by a few people, covered with a quilt, and was sleeping soundly. Sulin fried 2 side dishes and served them on the stone table. The sky gradually darkened, and it was time for dinner. Originally, everyone was just having lunch together, but they had too much fun with the Dian Pearl, and now it was already night. Now it's good. Although he can't use it normally, it's something he exchanged for with 5,000 system points. Now it's broken like the Four Souls Jade. The Four Soul Jade can splice and glue itself together. Can the Dian Pearl do the same? I'm sorry. Lu Mingfei apologized while putting food into his bowl. I just needed a medium. Your pearl has the characteristics of time and space interference, and the quality is pretty good, so I used it. By the way, do you have any wine? Have a few sips? Su Lin took out a few bottles of beer and placed them on the table. Han Li couldn't get used to the horse urine, so he waved his hand to refuse, took out the medicinal wine he brewed, and the others each took a bottle. At least you can take the real thing. Why take a projection? Lu Mingfei was a little dissatisfied. Klein looked at the beer in his hand curiously, and a cold touch came from his palm. Is this a projection? If I remember correctly, he will have similar abilities after he reaches Sequence 3. Okay, it's good enough to give you a taste, Su Lin said unhappily. Plop! The bottle cap flew away, and Lu Mingfei picked up the bottle and blew a sip. I haven't touched this stuff for many years. Lu Mingfei put down the bottle and sighed. The last time I drank beer was last time. You put it here, Xiaoyan said speechlessly. Haha, because I can't remember how long it was. Lu Mingfei laughed heartily. Maybe 790,000 years ago? This kind of ancient flavored beverage has been out of print in the Milky Way for a long time. Good guy, Su Lin exclaimed, good guy. The matter of the bead? Lu Mingfei rubbed his messy hair and looked at himself, who was sleeping soundly not far away. Let him pay for it later. Anyway, I'm penniless now. I don't have money or life. Where are all your cultivation techniques, resources, and treasures? Su Lin was a little moved. According to what Lu Mingfei said, all the strange parallel worlds they saw were arranged by him. Dong Dong Dong, Lu Mingfei knocked on his head. Empty. Give it all to him. Su Lin glanced at Lu Mingfei, who was drooling at the corners of his mouth, and suddenly felt a bit like he had eaten a few lemons. So after he got up, he flew directly into the sky and stood shoulder to shoulder with the sun, and was invincible? Don't! Lu Mingfei, who was wearing a white shirt and had a messy hair, waved his hands quickly. I don't dare to say that I am invincible. How can I dare with the person next to you? Su Lin looked at Ye Fan, who was calm and light, and thought about it carefully. It seemed that this was invincible. In the blink of an eye, how did everyone take off? The previous second, the Taoist Palace Saint Body was struggling to find the Four Extremes Road. The next second, he returned to the past on the Sacrifice Dao. Su Lin took out the system contract and tentatively said to Lu Mingfei, who had lived for a long, long time, how about letting him sign this? The Great Deviation Pearl will be written off. Ye Fan glanced at the contract and smiled. The thing in this person called Su Lin turned out to be on this path. Lu Mingfei took the contract, glanced at it quickly, and nodded in agreement. I agreed on his behalf. When he wakes up, you can find a way to make him sign it. If he doesn't sign, you can use some tricks. I know my character well. I'm itchy. About 13,000 years later, the rebelliousness of the hybrids gradually took shape. They were already at the top of the human world, in charge of the resources and power of many planets. How could they allow a dragon clan, entrenched in a backward mother planet, to keep suppressing them? The technology to destroy a planet has long been popularized, and the words and bloodlines of the hybrids have been continuously improved with the help of technology. The Emperor of the old era cannot keep up with the pace of the new era. The opportunity for change is now. Capture the old Emperor alive for experiments, and everyone will be the new emperor. The premise is that the old emperor will not rub the solar flares with his hands, and his control over the material elements is already subtle. It's not easy for them to say. Lu Mingfei said with emotion. I originally thought that they couldn't bear it after 5,000 years, and they endured it for generations. After laying the foundation for rule again, the great interstellar era arrived. Lu Mingfei remembered the interview question when he entered Castle College. Do you believe in aliens? There are naturally many different life forms and intelligent civilizations in the deep space of the universe. In order to survive, the Emperor gathered the wisdom of all humans and hybrids and developed the spiritual abilities of the dragon race. After 500,000 years, he reached the realm called God by humans. Many civilizations were shocked. Judging from the history of the universe, the speed of development of this civilization can be described as leaps and bounds in just a few 100,000 years. From the beginning, the civilization that had not even left the planet was able to develop to this point. The blood of the dragon race officially entered the site of many civilizations in the universe. Integration, utilization, alliance, war, conquest, assimilation. Another 200,000 years later, under the protection of all living things, Lu Mingfei took a new step. One day, he began to discover that his authority could stay in the current state of material movement while using his spirit to trace back to the past state of all things. He went back to more than 700,000 years ago and could only observe but not interfere. For a life form like the dragon race that is almost immortal, no matter how it evolves, it can maximize its advantages. The authority to restart the world was exerted to the limit. He returned to the summer when he was 18 years old. Successful, but also failed. Two different perspectives appeared in his mind. A black dragon perched on the moon and looking at the earth. He, a human, was in the literature department, looking at Chen Wenwen holding 100 years of solitude. There's really no way. Lu Mingfei chewed his food and said calmly, their spirits and bodies will forever remain in the Arctic Ocean in 2012. Many years ago, when he just got the authority, he tried it, but he couldn't restart to the time before he got the authority. This time he broke through the limit, but his body was still in the starry sky hundreds of thousands of years later, looking at the blue planet where spacecrafts were landing and taking off from time to time. It's just a different world line was created. For the next hundreds of thousands of years, he had a new way to pass the time. I was thinking, weren't there a lot of game and animation works in the past? I might as well satisfy the fantasies of my youth. For example, make a planet and then create some life and throw in myself who has erased my current memory. Later, I found a way to cross the void and discovered some interesting worlds. Anyway, it's the clones that were born after the restart. I throw them out and then pick them up when they are almost done and throw them back to before 2012. My main consciousness is attached to them for an immersive experience. They are really good at playing, Sulin commented as if he thought of something and asked, that magical girl. Lu Mingfei was silent for 2 seconds and said slowly, after playing a lot, you will always try some exciting ways of playing, right? Magical girls have been popular for a long time. You are really cool. Sulin's expression was a little weird, and he didn't know how to comment. In a certain place in the desolate area of the world of the Heavenly Shroud, the Black Emperor stared in amazement at the innate Tao diagram evolved from the heaven and earth, seemingly unable to find the target, or hesitating whether to start. He thought Ye Fan was crazy and looking for death. He dared to attack the Four Extreme Secret Realm without any preparation and insufficient divine power, and tried to break the Holy Body Curse. What's going on? Ye Fan, who was covered with scars, seized the opportunity to escape into a portal. Really? You guys really think I'm a Doraemon? Where can I find a time machine for you to travel to the future? Sulin looked at Ye Fan, who had just come from his own world in a panic and failed to break through the Four Extremes. He was quite helpless. He was covered in black. It can't be said that he failed. He had only passed half of the tribulation. Is he really me? He has already passed the Tao of Sacrifice. Do you know what a cool story is? Yefan's eyes were a little red. Even Xiaoyan's future knows to show his strength. He possessed me just to give Lu Mingfei a chance? If it weren't for the Emperor's array pattern of the Black Emperor and the practice of heavenly forgetfulness and some of the skills on the Water Mirror Peak, he would have been suppressed by the Shantian Dao diagram. Could it be that he really had to follow the past trajectory and let the white-clothed God King Jiang Taishu pay a huge price to continue his way forward? The path to the holy body was broken, and the heaven and earth in the world of the heaven-covering world did not recognize the holy body. It is easy to pass the thunder tribulation. The key is the recognition of the heaven and earth. Heavenly forgetfulness is indeed a good practice. Being close to the great Tao of heaven and earth and practicing to the extreme is to hold the heart of heaven. Just now, it was because of his practice of Tianwang that the heaven and earth repeatedly hesitated between approval and disapproval, which prevented him from being thrown into the abyss by the Shantian Daotu and the thunder tribulation. Now he is fully practicing Tianwang, merging the Tao with the heart of heaven and forgetting himself. I thought you would say something like this is a test, life, etc. Su Lin didn't know what to say. Anyway, he couldn't say anything carelessly, otherwise it would be bad if you, who are above the Tao of sacrifice, heard it. He's just a jerk. Yefan was a little mad. He picked up a spiritual fruit and ate it without hesitation. As the juice of the spiritual fruit entered his stomach, the blackened skin on his body that was struck by the thunder began to scab over faster. Slurp, have you read the description of the sacrificial path? I'm already at that level. Is it meaningful for me to practice or not, or to hone my skills? Fuck the step-by-step, you're cheating me. Is he masochistic? This was the nth time he had complained this month. Indeed, according to the performance of the realm above the sacrificial path, every Yefan had actually turned into one. Whether the past path was taken according to the original trajectory or not, it would not affect the future results at all. You can actually hear my complaints, right? Yefan stood up and shouted loudly to the sky. Hurry up and arrange all the 9-character secrets, Emperor's scriptures, and immortal medicines for me. Boom! Shuijing Peak moved automatically, and a passenger plane passed through the clouds above. Oh, what the hell? Yefan sighed, threw the fruit core to the grass beside him, and sat back in his original position. Su Lin didn't dare to speak or agree. He could only drink tea silently. Now everyone is a big shot who still remembers the glory when he just drew Shuijing Peak a few months ago. Recalling the past glorious years? Not far away, a sense of swallowing came, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered in that direction. Late stage of Qi training, Yefan said. 2 months? Almost. Su Lin didn't pay attention. Besides Lu Mingfei, who else was there? Shiro Emiya had just broken through to the middle stage not long ago. Zhongli had been reading and studying something since the last gathering, and he had been in Wangshu Pavilion for a full month. Bang Su Lin fired several shots and the sword light danced. You are a man without martial ethics. Why don't you get a Maxim? Klein cursed inwardly, and his figure quickly flashed and jumped in the flames. He began to try to interfere with Su Lin's spiritual body line, thinking of making Su Lin's brain dull. Sure enough, Su Lin's aiming accuracy began to decline, and a formation appeared under Su Lin's feet. The water flow wrapped around him and blocked the flying knife thrown by Klein. The magician's elemental manipulation method can already increase the conventional destructive power to a very terrifying level. But the sequenceability of the mysterious master world is relatively special, and it is relatively more inclined to the game of concept level. Swords flew, flames exploded. With the help of the historical projection, Su Lin exerted all his abilities to the extreme. Sword energy and golden light attacked from all directions, and above his head. Klein snapped his fingers and left a paperman as a substitute. At the same time, a seed sprouted and formed under Su Lin's feet, and a rose blossomed. A rumbling explosion sounded, accompanied by flames and smoke. This was Klein using an illusion. Without giving Su Lin a chance to breathe, he used several air cannons to attack the position of the spirit line in the smoke. When the smoke dissipated, several holes appeared on Su Lin's body, but his body turned into particles and was dissipating. Klein was not surprised by this. Buzz. The sound of swords rang out from the sky. Klein looked up at the sky and saw a figure overlapping with the sun. The fiery red phoenix phantom swirled out from behind him. The sword energy was sharp, like the howling north wind, and Sulin fell from the sky like a meteorite from outer space. "Old Joe, what are you doing lying here?" Lu Mingfei dragged his tired body. His steps were weak. He didn't even want to cultivate now. He just wanted to go back to sleep. "Ye Fan drew blood too much. I'm afraid it won't recover in 10 days. Lu Mingfei agreed to it generously, because he said it was just a small bottle. He didn't tell him in advance that the bottle was a magic weapon and could hold a lot of things. Lu Mingfei was so exhausted that he saw stars and took several blood-replenishing pills to recover, but it was unlikely that he would be able to cultivate in the next few days. He walked along the way and ate whatever he could find on the roadside. Just like Ye Fan didn't show courtesy to him, he wouldn't show courtesy to Su Lin. The contract of selling oneself has been signed. Eating some fruit will help you work. Although strictly speaking, it is not selling oneself, but Lu Mingfei decided to treat it as a contract of selling oneself for the sake of the fruit, so that he could eat and drink for free with peace of mind. When Lu Mingfei passed by the martial arts arena, he saw Klein lying on the grass by the roadside, looking at the sky. He didn't know what he was thinking. The sun was shining on his face, peaceful and calm. "I was wondering why a fortune-teller like me had to accompany him to train close combat every day." Klein propped himself up, sat on the grass, looked at Lu Mingfei, who was tired, and said, "Now we may have to think about whether cultivating immortals will lead to kidney deficiency." "I was drawn blood," Lu Mingfei explained helplessly, and then remembered to ask, "Who won today?" "I won." Klein looked at Lu Mingfei and fell into thought again. "Same old, why are you sitting here thinking about this?" Lu Mingfei was a little puzzled. 9 times out of 10, Klein won. Usually at this time, Klein should take the fruits of victory. That is, the bet and happily return to the rental house to play video games. This period of time is like a dream. Lu Mingfei lay on the grass, with his 5 fingers spread out and pointed at the sun in the sky. At noon, some dazzling sunlight shone into his eyes through the gaps between his fingers. Indeed. Klein initially suspected that an outer god had woven a dream for him, and when he woke up, it would be like the time when he the mother tree. This time, no one should say to him, "General, I want to have a child with you, right?" Thinking about it, it's still quite scary. The evil god just likes to create a beautiful dream for you, and when you are dreaming, it will corrupt you unknowingly. His dream at that time? Cough, cough. Fortunately, he was determined and woke up. "Maybe I'm a little greedy?" Lu Mingfei said with self-doubt in his tone. "Sometimes I think it would have been better if this dream had come 2 years earlier. Now he will have a chance to save those who have passed away. He thinks Ye Sheng and Judeaki are a good match. It's a pity for them to die in Bronze City. He feels that as long as they are with each other, there will be no blood sorrow of mixed bloods. The same is true for Old Tang. Lu Mingfei has always wanted to travel around the United States on his Greyhound, but this thing can't be fulfilled. Xiaomi's brother, the silly big dragon, is actually quite good. He has no malice towards people. He likes playing games and eating snacks like him. Lu Mingfei feels guilty now. Even if it was the little devil who controlled his body, it was him who killed them. He didn't want to kill Constantine, nor did he want to kill Old Tang and Fenrir. After all, even if he really had any relationship with the Black Emperor, he wouldn't think too much about being a traitor. He didn't listen to what the principal said. Who said they couldn't coexist? They can give birth to babies. You're right, Jirmungandr. Now he is just Lu Mingfei. His father is Lu Lincheng, his mother is Qiao Weini, and his family lives in Ant Oak Garden 301. Maybe. Klein had thought about it before. In this way, he could save the captain, Old Neil, and many others. However, if he didn't take the potion, could he get rid of Zhangwil's arrangement by cultivating immortals? He couldn't save the lady who was used as a vessel by the real creator. The gap in status was too big. Maybe it can be changed, maybe not. But at least Miss Daly can be saved. There is no point in thinking about this now. There was silence for a long time. Klein stood up and patted the dirt on his pants. Lu Mingfei had closed his eyes and fell asleep in the sun. The cross-boundary talisman in his hand shattered, and he walked towards the portal. Compared to the heaviness of the previous step, his steps were a little lighter. The holiday was over, and it was time to go back to work. As if he remembered something, Klein took out a printed photo from his storage bag. He only needed mental power to control it, which was quite convenient. Klein turned back and looked at the sleeping Lu Mingfei, and gently placed the photo in Lu Mingfei's arms. Then he placed a glass bottle next to it, which contained a Sequence 9 assassin potion. He left a note that read, "Sequence 7 potions can be obtained from Su Lin, and Sequence 8 potions can be obtained from me after you have digested them. I will give them to you for free." After doing all this, Klein turned around and trotted away. Fellow Taoist Han Li. Zhong Li put down the brush, held a bamboo tube, and looked at Han Li, who had just arrived. There is no need to care about age. People who seek the Tao are all called fellow Taoists. "Brother Zhong, are you ready?" Han Li took out the cross-boundary talisman and prepared to return to his own world. The planting of the golden thunder bamboo and the 9-curved spirit ginseng has been completed. With the effect of the formation on the Shuijing Peak, it may be possible to harvest in a few years. Thank you. Zhong Li nodded and put away the scattered items on the table. A week later, a bright light was lit on the Shuijing Peak. The sky was full of stars and a crescent moon hanging high in the sky. These gathered lights made the floating fairy peak 10,000 meters high not so dark. Su Lin once again counted the storage items and the things in the system backpack, in case there was anything he forgot to bring back. When it was time to set off, Su Lin realized that he was not very confident. It is true that he was in the late stage of foundation building and was about to break through to the golden elixir. He could already exert a good combat power. If he had enough time to prepare, and with the help of formations, he could wipe a city off the map in a short time. Tianwang's technique may not be the best, but it is the most cost-effective at this stage. I don't know what kind of world this technique was born in. I guess there must be a way to protect mortals. Su Lin did not think about learning the Tao of the world of the sky, but people's energy is limited. Now there is less than a year, and it is good to be able to practice now. Let's see if we can open up the Sea of Suffering when we have time. The Taoist scriptures placed by Ye Fan have been on the bookshelf of Wangshu Pavilion for more than half a year. Obviously, I don't have talent, but I want to learn everything. If I had this eagerness to learn when I was in school, forget it. It's better to think about what else I can bring. Su Lin paced back and forth, thinking carefully. This time, the time to go back to Lu Mingfei's world will not be too short, so I have to be fully prepared. Things to prevent mental attacks, bring them. Reduces 70% of the damage of mental skills within a certain strength. The carrier is favored by Lenny and can be exempted from mental illusions of a certain strength and is granted sobriety. My brave, may you never be bewitched. This certain strength is very spiritual, but the effect of an item worth 1,200 points should not be bad. Add the jade pendant in stock on Shuijing Peak, bring it. The rest can only be left to the historical projection. Looking at the lottery interface, Su Lin fell into a dilemma again. Many voices appeared in his mind. I have quit smoking for several months, so it's not too much to reward myself. No, Su Lin, don't let break through the defense line of reason. Hold it in, hold it in. Think about the Great Yan Pearl. Think about the Great Yan Pearl that is more thorough than the Four Souls Jade Shattering. You spent 5,000 to hire an employee who can't create value. Is it worth it? He is just temporarily unable to create value, and his potential is still quite large. Save, save. You must save. Saving up 1 million to exchange for Taoshant? You don't even need 3 years to reach Mahayana and 5 years to ascend to immortality. Think about how many years it will take you to reach Mahayana. How many points you will need to exchange for the sand of time. Are you savvy enough? Well, that's it. Don't spend money on such opportunistic things. Open the chat group and look at your excellent group friends. They are accumulating capital for cultivation step by step. Su Lin followed the guidance of reason and shifted his attention from the system lottery interface to the chat group. Let me take a look at the chat group. No one is talking. I guess everyone has been working hard on cultivation recently? Sulin closed the chat group and secretly made up his mind that this time when he went to Lu Mingfei's world, he had to find a way to earn 10,000 points. Ding. Did someone reply? What nonsense are you talking about? Cultivation? Making money! I'm so rich now! Chi-chi-chi! Sulin saw a picture. Was a handsome young man, pointing his thumb at the mountain-like divine source behind him. Next to him was a black dog bigger than a human, as if praising him. It raised its forelimbs and patted the red-haired young man's shoulders. The red-haired young man had a conflicted expression, frowned, and dodged his eyes. He seemed full of guilt. Xiaoyan. I didn't notice that you guys have been chatting for so long. Sorry, the batch of pills just now sold for 700 million gold coins. Oh, recently I've been refining pills until my legs are weak and counting money until my hands are weak. I really want to find time to practice. At Hanli Zhongli, we agreed to split at 541. I'll keep your share for you first. No problem. Very good. A house somewhere in Blackstone City, Chiu Island, Chao Star Sea. Zhongli pinched a pale-faced, middle-aged man with one hand and asked Han Li beside him. Friend Han, how do we deal with this man? Brother Zhong, please control him. I have something to ask. Han Li said politely, then looked at the middle-aged man with a fearful face, greeted him and said, Master Ji Yin, long time no see. Patriarch Ji Yin never expected that. He had just arrived in Blackstone City and wanted to entrust the cultivators of Bian's sect to find Han Li, but Han Li came to him. Just when he used his nascent soul cultivation to capture Han Li, thinking that the Shuqian Ding was within his grasp. The person who had been standing with Han Li, who had been ignored by him, grabbed his neck with lightning speed. The rich earth spirit energy gathered and formed two barriers between this handsome man with braids, light brown hair and golden eyes and Han Li. No matter how hard Patriarch Ji Yin tried, he could neither hurt them nor escape from their hands. Senior, is there any misunderstanding? Master Ji Yin couldn't figure out where Han Li had invited this expert from. Could it be that the Shuqian Ding had been presented by this kid to this senior in exchange for his blessing? Master Ji Yin felt bitter but couldn't say anything. Then he began to doubt his ears. This expert called this kid fellow Taoist? Brother Zhang? After Han Li greeted him, he began to ask Master Ji Yin about the whereabouts of the other nascent souls who participated in the search. Half a day later, Han Li took a bunch of storage bags and handed them to Zhang Li. Zhang Li shook his head and refused, saying, You decide on the distribution. You can lend me the skills for reference, but the rest of these things are of little use to me. Okay. Han Li did not refuse. He needed these resources to improve his cultivation at this stage. Coincidentally, Xiaoyan and the group also talked about the distribution of benefits. He thought about it and shared his gains in the group. Sulin silently closed the chat group. He opened the lottery interface. Reason? What is that? All in is a kind of wisdom. It is better to keep a little bit. The little remaining reason told him to keep at least a little to prevent trivial matters. 3,000 points of investment. In the void, gray streams of light rippled. The gray light flew out of the lottery interface and drilled into the system backpack. Another item? Sulin actually wanted a skill-based one, but in these few draws, only the first time he drew the very useful magic skill of historical projection. The other 2 times he drew items. Forget it. Let's see what it is first. People are like this. After impulsive venting of emotions, they enter the rational mode. If the behavior just now was irrational, one would have an unknown panic about the consequences of his behavior, fearing that it would lead to negative consequences. Sulin was like this at this moment. With a panic-stricken mood, he trembled and opened the system backpack. Bring those firewood back to burn. This is not your destination, Lu Mingfei. I will not become a memory. A series of broken pictures appeared in the dream, as if entering a drum washing machine of memory, and all the memories were stirred and turned inside. Another strange dream. Lu Mingfei woke up from his sleep in a daze, touched his head and said, Ever since he got a very powerful inheritance from himself, he couldn't help having some strange dreams when he fell asleep and saw some weird memories. Every time he dreamed, It was also very strange, like watching a first-person movie. But there was no logic. The previous shot might be hunting demons with double guns in a Western church, and the next shot turned into Cyber Sword Immortal 2077. In every sense, he really knows how to play. Lu Mingfei got up from the bed, checked the time on his phone, changed into the clothes he wore when he first came here a few months ago, put on his shoes, and prepared to go out. The time agreed with Sulin has arrived. Taking a wooden sign from the groove, Lu Mingfei pushed open the door and walked out of the courtyard, looking at the night sky full of stars. To be honest, he didn't know why Sulin was interested in the world of the Dragon Clan. Logically speaking, weren't the worlds of other group members more interesting? Although he had only had time to read the novel The Great Ruler and the original God-Setting collection during this period, judging from the chat content of everyone in the group, if you want to increase your strength, you can gain more by going to other worlds. But it's also good. At least this time when he goes back, he has a much better chance of having someone to help him, and Sulin is now his boss, or you can say his creditor. Thanks to the magic potion left by Klein, Lu Mingfei's eyesight has become very good. Even though he is far away now, he can see Sulin doing some strange things in front of Wangshu Pavilion. Lu Mingfei didn't expect that Klein, an honest man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would secretly take photos of his dark history, but for the sake of this bottle of magic potion, Lu Mingfei decided to forgive Klein. Maybe this is Klein's apology. Lu Mingfei thought silently in his heart. After all, Klein was going to give him a Sequence 8 potion for free. It was just a dark history photo, nothing that couldn't be fought. The Great Deviant Pearl was also destroyed, the parallel world was gone, and the magical girl was a thing of the past. Yao Lao had studied before that taking potions might have an impact on cultivation. The entry-level potion of Sequence 9 had a very low impact, and the higher the sequence, the more difficult it was to cultivate. Lu Mingfei originally only wanted to take a Sequence 9 potion to gain some practical abilities and skills, but later found that the negative effects of the potion were basically eliminated for him. This might be related to the Niu Hong Hong, self. I didn't expect this inheritance to be so powerful. Lu Mingfei privately chatted with Klein, and it was probably only after Sequence 6 that the body would begin to mutate, so Lu Mingfei planned to reach Sequence 7, Klein. Indeed, Sequence 7 is fine, come on. Klein also said so Lu Mingfei planned to find a way to digest the potion after returning to his own world this time. Through the solidified eagle-eye vision, Lu Mingfei saw Sulin put a transparent crystal card into his clone. What is this person doing? In an instant, my eyes! Lu Mingfei felt that there was only white in his eyes, endless white. When he recovered, Sulin had come down from the mountain and looked at him strangely. What are you doing? I was going to ask you what you are doing. Lu Mingfei rubbed his eyes and said depressedly, Did you use a flash bomb just now? I did an experiment. Sulin didn't say much. Are you ready? Open the portal. Lu Mingfei took out the cross-border talisman, and a portal appeared. The building was designed and built by Maruyama Construction, which is owned by the Tachibana family. No one in Japan's construction industry would doubt the work of Maruyama Construction. It has a history of 500 years. The founder once built the Edo Castle for Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Yabuki Sakura slowly introduced the history of this building of Genji Heavy Industries to Castle and his party. The Tokyo Metropolitan Government trusts Maruyama Construction, so it allows the important elevated highway to pass through Genji Heavy Industries. In the nearly 10 years since it was built, there has never been an earthquake or hurricane that can affect the traffic in that tunnel. Awesome, awesome, Lu Mingfei said with admiration. Although he had known about this for a long time, he still had to show his support when it was time. This is the best atmosphere group. Ding haha, red bean paste, it's private. The moment the elevator door opened, the staff in the office hall were busy answering the phone and operating the computer. Hundreds of cubicles were neatly arranged on this floor. This was the workplace of the 24-hour hotline of the 8 snake families, which is the so-called call center. Lu Mingfei looked around. Chu Zihang glanced at Lu Mingfei and felt that his mood had changed since he came out of the toilet. Chu Zihang couldn't tell. Was it confidence or excitement? Passing through the call center and going up the stairs to the 29th floor, Lu Mingfei saw the huge map of the area, which was full of darts. Yabuki Sakura was still introducing it. As for the position of commentator, she was very qualified. Lu Mingfei looked outside the glass curtain wall. It was a modern city with bustling traffic and tall buildings, Tokyo. I hope Sulin can investigate something, Lu Mingfei thought silently in his heart. Mr. Lu, Sakura said, the heads of the 8 surnames are already waiting for you in the Awakening Temple. Please follow. Here we come. Lu Mingfei followed the footsteps without thinking anymore. At this moment, Sulin was sitting on a public bus, quietly watching the street scenery along the way. The coins were naturally paid in historical projections. He really had no psychological burden to fool other countries about their public fiscal revenue. Although it was not the same world, Sulin was still quite interested in watching the surroundings. After all, this was his first time traveling abroad on Earth. Fortunately, he had some reserves and did not go all in. Sulin spent 30 points to exchange for an Earth language proficiency. He had agreed to Lu Mingfei's help in finding clues about Herzog's body, but for the time being, he had no clues, so he might as well play around. Just in case, he was still hiding in the dark, letting the historical projection show up, and he controlled the actions of the historical projection with his consciousness. Sulin got off the bus after randomly finding a platform with a lot of people. It's really as I heard, it's crowded. Sulin felt that the crowds were even more crowded than the number 2 line in Wrong City during working hours. Okay, what should I do? Big ball Rasengan? A transformation? I only brought the decade suit. Is there any decade at this time? Sulin thought about it. After all, it was a special drama he watched a long time ago. He had forgotten a lot of the plot, not to mention the year it was released. Sulin clapped his hands, his eyes lit up, and he thought of a good idea. Let's blow up their toilet first. Art is about explosion. With the cultivation of the late stage of foundation building, plus a little bit of external plug-in, he tried his best to control the flames of the explosion into the shape of Patrick. I don't object, but I advise you to take it easy. A familiar voice came from behind. At least take it easy for now and go again after a while. In a private room of a yakitori restaurant in Tokyo, Sulin sat on the left side of the entrance, opposite a man with a lazy temperament who gave the impression of not waking up. Next to him sat a little boy who looked as elegant as an aristocrat, with a delicate and handsome face. Please give me 50 more skewers of chicken, 5 skewers of lanterns, and a refill of draft beer. Sulin said to the waitress beside him, grill the chicken liver a little bit, 10 skewers, and roast the chicken skin a little bit, 20 skewers. Okay, please wait. The waitress quickly drew on the list with a gel pen, bowed slightly, and closed the sliding wooden door. Where did you get the attribute of a big eater? The young man with the messy hair was quite speechless. He rubbed the head of the delicate-faced little boy next to him and asked, Brother, did you bring enough money? Aren't you treating? The little boy's golden pupils flashed a teasing look, and the corners of his mouth raised an elegant smile. No one would swear to treat, and then have his brother pay for it in the end. No way. He was a little distressed. Looking at Sulin, who looked like you can make a fuss, I'll be responsible for the food. He couldn't help but muttered and asked, Aren't you a little surprised? Aren't you surprised to see me appear in front of you again? Even if you recognize the wrong person, the Lu Mingfei you know is still in Genji Heavy Industries, right? The man in front of Sulin was naturally the culprit who caused the Dian Pearl to break, Lu Mingfei from another timeline, and the little boy next to him, needless to say, he also knew that it was the little devil Lu Mingzhe. Sulin was just a little curious, can this guy appear in person? Or what did the Lu Mingfei in front of him do? Why are you surprised? Sulin pulled a piece of chicken off the skewer. The salty and sweet taste of the sauce filled his mouth. Don't believe that guys like you don't have some sit-up skills. You two are Lu Mingfei. I'll just call you Old Lu. From the beginning, Sulin never believed that this would be the last time they met. In film and television works, people of your level have to be pulled out repeatedly several times, squeezed out of the last bit of value, and only let go by the screenwriter before the finale. You understand creation. Lu Mingfei in the future timeline buried his head in the table, wondering whether he should just run away later. Wait a minute, reply. In Sulin's field of vision, a message popped up in the chat group. It was Klein. Are you there? Yes. Can you buy me something when you have time? I need it. What is it? Was a little curious. It couldn't be some kind of arms or ammunition, some luxury goods, and pack some modern food. Buy more Cantonese food, Western food too. Hire a few chefs. Klein picture. There was a list on it, with a lot of things written on a yellowed paper with an ink pen. His Sulin took a breath. Perfume, bags, women's clothes, pants, skirts, even the brands were clearly marked. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roast duck, roast chicken, roast goose, braised pork, braised duck, sauced chicken, bacon, pine flowers, tripe, dried meat, sausages, assorted crispy plates, smoked chicken belly, steamed 8-treasure pig, glutinous rice stuffed duck, canned pheasant, canned quail, braised assorted items, braised goose, handheld game console, and a smartphone. What do you want a smartphone for? What are you doing? Don't mention it. I was caught reselling things, and I'm paying tribute. In a wooden house, 3 candles were placed on the slightly stained floor. The 2 candles in the front represented Night and Secret, respectively, and the candle in the back represented Klein himself. Surrounded by the spiritual wall, full moon essential oil was sprinkled in it. The herbal powder that pleases the gods was burning. The ashes on the ground transformed into one word after another. Klein watched the fonts on the ground constantly changing, and his eyelids kept twitching. The faceless man can control his expression, but he can't control the money. Silently calculating how much he had in his savings with Sulin, he used the skills of a magician and a clown to copy on the yellowed straw paper with an ink-stained feather pen. Almost there. Please stop. I'm running out of money. That? Great. Well, there may be a little problem with the funds. Klein tried his best to keep his tone from fluctuating and said with a hint of negotiation, "The rest can be done next time." The font formed by the ashes paused, and after a few seconds, 2 fonts appeared. Next time, the font disappeared, and a breeze appeared out of nowhere, blowing away the traces on the ground. Gurgle, Klein swallowed his saliva and turned his attention to the chat group. Picture? That's about it. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. Sulin turned off the group chat and turned his attention to the 2 brothers in front of him again. Seeing Sulin come back to his senses, Lu Mingfei asked, "Is this the tool you usually use to chat?" Sulin nodded, picked up a string of chicken livers, and dipped some chili powder in it. "Can you add people in like QQ?" Old Lu picked up the wine glass and asked in confusion. He knew that he had a chat group in this time and space, but he didn't know what it was like. It doesn't have that function. Sulin denied it. At this time, the waiter knocked on the wooden door. "Excuse me, your yakitori is here. Here are some complimentary chicken cartilage and side dishes. Please be sure to try them." After serving the kebabs, the waitress brought 2 more dishes. "Okay, thank you." After bowing again, the waitress slowly exited the room and closed the sliding door. "You know how to do business." Lu Mingfei picked up a string of complimentary chicken cartilage and said, "Could it be that you haven't topped up your account and that's why you can't add people to your account?" "There's no top-up function either." Sulin picked up his beer glass and clinked it with Lu Mingfei. "Tun tun tun." Lu Mingfei raised his glass, tilted his head back, and drank a liter of ice beer heartily. "Ha! Cool!" Lu Mingfei put down his wine glass and then remembered something. "I forgot to introduce him, but you must know him." He pulled Lu Mingzi, who was sitting beside him with his back straight, into his arms and hugged him like he was petting a cat. He buried his head in Lu Mingzi's medium-length black hair and took a deep breath. "My dear brother, Lu Mingze." Lu Mingze showed a disgusted expression. "Can you stay away from me, uncle who smells of alcohol? It's uncomfortable to smell of alcohol all over." "No." Lu Mingfei hugged Lu Mingze tighter and put his chin on Lu Mingze's head. "This is Sulin, your brother's good friend." Night fell on Tokyo, and the neon lights on the streets lit up one by one. This city of lights and wine was full of temptation. Some people stood in the luxurious room on the top floor of the building, looking down at the masses. Some people lived in a narrow and humid alley in a struggling way. Prosperity is often danced with the ordinary. Inside the huge black monster of Genji Heavy Industries, the terrace of the Awakening Temple was covered with tatami mats, and a deep-sea bluefin tuna weighing 200 kilograms was placed on a long table several meters long. The chef's skills were very skilled. A sharp kitchen knife cut the belly of the fish, and the fish belly meat burst out on both sides. The meat was as tempting as pink marble. Surrounding this main course were teriyaki, pufferfish, grilled capelin, and prawn sashimi, all of which were used to embellish the main course. The chef also specially selected blue lobster sashimi airlifted from France. There was a pot of sake in the ice bucket next to it. The best sake was selected, with a mellow taste and a long aftertaste. The chef tonight was the chef of the head office of the Snake 8 family, and it was said that his level was higher than that of the chefs with 3 Michelin stars. His disciples were all over the famous restaurants in Tokyo. This dish was called Live Like Summer Flowers, and the dish was inspired by the poetry in Rabindranath Tagore's The Birds Are Alive. But in Yuan Jisheng's opinion, it was just like talking in front of an illiterate person, holding a literary salon. If these dishes full of thoughts and metaphors were served, they would probably only get these 3 idiots lame Sugoi. So impressive. These 3 idiots, Yuan Jisheng commented in his heart. Some played with their phones, some fiddled with souvenirs, and occasionally exchanged a few words about their travel experiences. When tasting a dish, one should pay attention to the color, aroma, and taste. Compared with the visual deliciousness displayed by the chef, these idiots care more about their own figurines and the exchange of their experience of sightseeing in adult stores. What a waste. Yuan Jisheng thought it would be better to find a random store on the street to treat them to Odin or yakitori, and then give them some cheap beer or sake. Just say that this is a local cultural feature, and they can be dismissed. Unfortunately, the face-saving project of the Japanese branch must always be done well. Master, something happened. Yabuki Sakura trotted all the way and brought a tablet computer to Yuan Jisheng. What? Yuan Jisheng's heart tightened. He would go deep into the sea to conduct diving tomorrow night. At this critical moment, he must not affect the diving tomorrow night. The Marine Scientific Research Permit applied to the government is only valid for 12 hours, from 6 p.m. tomorrow night to 6 a.m. the next day. The tablet brought by Yabuki Sakura was a live broadcast of Tokyo TV. In the live broadcast, there was a man with blonde hair and long bangs covering one eye. He was wearing a windbreaker with a black background and red clouds on it. The man was standing on the rooftop of a building. The camera was shooting from a top-down perspective. Is the background behind the man a park? Judging from the nearby buildings, it should still be within the scope of Tokyo. Yuan Jisheng looked at his personal secretary and assistant. Ying, you should go to Eri to communicate with her in your spare time about this kind of live CS program. I would be very happy if she has female friends who can chat with her. He was still wondering when his assistant started to like these things. Lu Mingfei, who was not far away, raised his head and was stunned for a moment when he heard Eri's name looking around. Thank you, Lu Mingze. Sulin took out a fire cloud robe from the Akatsuki organization in the Naruto anime and put it on. You're welcome. You are my brother's friend. I will try my best to meet your needs. Lu Mingze said calmly and elegantly in a Western-style dress. In fact, he didn't expect that this man named Sulin would make such a big fuss right away. He really has some special preferences, but for him, these things are just trivial matters. Not long ago, that is this morning, he felt that Lu Mingfei had changed a little. Not long after, suddenly, there was another Lu Mingfei who was exactly the same or even more powerful, hugging him everywhere. Although he was very happy that Lu Mingfei was willing to be so close to him, the information conveyed made him feel helpless. I wish you a good time. Lu Mingzi turned around and became transparent and disappeared on the spot. Play? This is called art. Sulin gathered his spiritual energy on his face and his appearance changed just with a small spell. Art is explosion. With the shout of Deidara in front of the camera, Witnessed by billions of viewers around the world, people from all countries may be a little unfamiliar with the park, the hill, and the toilet behind the Torii Gate on the hill that has been built for decades. Bang, boom. It was a scene like a special effects scene in a movie. The diameter just covered the entire park forest area, and the entire 90,000 square meters of the park was covered. The hundreds of meters high pillar of flame rose up instantly, and the entire Tokyo night sky was illuminated red. The high temperature did not affect the surrounding buildings. The physical effects brought by the violent explosion were all contained in that piece of land. It was as if it was a punishment from heaven. Several kilometers around, countless people either went out or stood on the roof, staring at this incredible scene in a daze. Under the interference of an invisible external force, the top of the flame column began to become round and sharp, and the left and right sides of the middle part each pulled out a flame tornado, and the top also became round and sharp. It was like a giant flame cone, but there were two more cones on the left and right sides. On the screen played on the televisions of viewers all over the world, the camera repeatedly switched from various angles: the ground, the roof, the sky, the front and back, the left and right directions, and zoomed in and out, allowing everyone to appreciate this fantasy painting created by the great power. After dozens of seconds, some people gradually came back to their senses from the live broadcast, and on the TV, the arms of the starfish formed by the flames were slightly raised, as if cheering and celebrating its masterpiece. In the island country, some people's faith was shattered. Some people screamed wildly and smashed the TV. Some people were indifferent, and some people were fanatically obsessed, with different emotional reactions. Audiences in countries that had no historical ties with this island nation simply felt like they were watching a Hollywood blockbuster. Some were still wondering if they were being tricked by a hacker group, while others were fanatically pursuing the power shown on TV and began to investigate whether it was a real event. Woohoo! Great! Fuck him! The greatest art of the 21st century! Except for a very small number of viewers in many Asian countries, the vast majority of them beat drums and gongs, and various online social platforms began to swipe their screens. A joyous scene, like a New Year's Eve scene, was staged on the internet. Whether it's true or not, I declare that the greatest art of this century has been born. Who's for and who's against? I agree. I agree. I agree. From today on, I'm a die-hard fan of Deidara. What is art? This is art. Doesn't anyone care that this is a superhuman? Superpowers have appeared. Except for the hybrids, few ordinary humans know that this world has such abilities that transcend cognition. Sulin's live broadcast was the first time that this extraordinary ability was revealed to the public. Didn't he travel through time? He said so himself. It seems to be a character from Naruto. My brother often watches it. Isn't that a Japanese work? It seems so. The toilet was blown up by the characters in their own work? The whole family laughed so hard. Let's go change our pants together. Ha ha ha. Deidara's figures are being hyped up to sky-high prices. Damn, I have 3 at home. Some people have found that the prices of Deidara-related figures and peripherals on major e-commerce platforms have risen sharply. In fact, when some people realized that the TV station's signal had been hijacked, many sharp-eyed people began to stock up or remove goods from shelves and modify prices. There is no shortage of speculators with a keen sense of smell in this world. Someone from the kimchi industry has started donating kimchi cans with artworks printed on them to Japan for free online. This is the first time I feel that South Korea has a big vision for this matter. +1. In less than 10 minutes, the remaining flames after the explosion gradually extinguished on the scorched earth. Within the 90,000 square meters, no buildings or plants could be seen. Only a sunken pit remained, and magma flowed on the dark and charred land. The surrounding sky was already full of helicopters, and fighter jets were circling around this area. Not far away, pedestrians and vehicles had been cleared on Tokyo's main streets, and tanks and armored vehicles were driving towards this side along Tokyo's streets, one after another. The U.S. garrison also headed here after receiving the order. You are quite good at playing. Picture. Luffy sent a message in the group and posted another picture. It showed Tokyo with bright fireworks, and not far away was a dark, scorched earth. He only had time to stuff a few mouthfuls of food. In the chef's lost eyes, the three of them followed Tongyuan Jisheng to a high-rise building near the center of the explosion. This was one of the industries of the Sheki 8 families. After closing the chat group, Lu Mingfei and others observed the traces left by Su Lin and investigated whether there were any clues left in the surrounding area. The 8 families of Sheki are now busy and about to explode, because if this matter is not handled well, the headquarters will definitely send more investigation teams. The center of the explosion is. Yuan Jisheng hesitated for a moment, because among the 3 special dispatches of the headquarters, 2 would be very disgusted with this name, but when he thought that the thing was now blown to ashes, he no longer had any concerns. Hearing this, "Do you and Lu Mingfei want to go back and open a bottle of champagne?" Caesar said to Chu Zihang, "I'll treat you tonight. How about the gigolo shop that I didn't go to before? I think I should take a day off to celebrate." Chu Zihang said, but unfortunately he had to conduct underwater exploration work tomorrow. "Why don't we go back to Genji Heavy Industries to continue eating dinner? It's not good to waste it." Lu Mingfei thought about it and picked up a few pieces of fish belly with his hands before leaving. The taste was sweet and fresh. If dipped in soy sauce and mustard, it would definitely taste good. The members of the Japanese branch around him turned their heads away and pretended not to hear anything. From the residual elemental power, it is a high-risk hybrid. Jisheng did not consider the direction of the Dragon King. All branches around the world knew that Castle Academy had accomplished the achievement of exterminating the Dragon King twice in the past 2 years. The Dragonbone Cross of the Bronze and Fire Dragon Kings was also kept as a trophy in the ice cellar of Castle Academy. It may also be a second-generation dragon or above, but this possibility is relatively small. Yuan Jisheng paused and said he should have accomplices. The official organization is investigating now, and our people are also mixed in the investigation. Soon, the intelligence will be presented to you for the first time. His underlying meaning was to appease these offline special agents in Castle, express his position, and let them take over the investigation authority of this matter when communicating with the Academy. Although these guys may not understand what he means. Lu Mingfei found that there were several message prompts in the group and turned his attention to the chat group. "What's wrong with a boy liking to blow up a manure pit? Didn't you just say it was art, no conflict? What a pity. I'm busy practicing and making money, otherwise I'd blow it up too." Xiaoyan has been a little troubled lately, a happy trouble. His daily schedule is almost full, and the various resources and monster cores can already fill several rooms. "Almost done," Yao Lao reminded him. "Yeah." Xiaoyan stopped the strange fire, and a furnace of 5th-grade elixirs was refined, and Yao Lao sometimes helped to refine some 7th-grade elixirs. Next, it's time to focus on cultivation. Yao Lao checked the quality of the 5th-grade elixir and said, "Go back to Canon College quickly. Good things like the Fallen Heart Flame and Earth Core Marrow cannot be missed. You can keep the extra Earth Core Marrow and exchange it with your group members for some resources from other worlds." "Okay, teacher," Xiaoyan agreed respectfully. He had been practicing elixirs for more than half a month. His alchemy skills improved a lot, but his cultivation level fell behind. "By the way, what are your group members doing recently?" Yao Lao asked curiously. He didn't have a chat group, so he could only learn about interesting things in other worlds through Xiaoyan. On an international flight from Japan to China, in the first-class cabin, in order to take care of passengers who need to rest, the lights in the cabin were all dimmed. "Stewardess, please get me a blanket." Not far to Su Lin's left, a passenger whispered to the stewardess who was serving Su Lin. "Okay, please wait." The stewardess said softly, "Enjoy your meal, sir." "Yes, thank you." The stewardess looked at Su Lin curiously. It was rare for passengers to want to drink coffee late at night. Then she pushed the cart along the corridor to the locker where the blankets were stored. Su Lin held a hot ceramic cup in his hand, lazily leaning on the spacious leather chair, looking at the scenery outside the window on the right. It was no different from what he saw on Shuijing Peak. It was also far away from the hustle and bustle of the world, with white clouds as the ground, the golden moon hanging in the sky, and the stars in the sky. The coffee was steaming hot, and the fruity aroma entered his nose. Sulin blew it gently a few times. He took a sip, and the sour taste was slightly sweet, and the mellow fragrance filled his mouth. Sulin felt that he was not used to drinking it. Adding some milk and sugar would be more suitable for him. This was Sulin's first time to fly first class. The last time he flew was when he was very young. He flew economy class at that time. He still remembered that the coffee used on the flight was Nestle instant coffee. The cup of freshly ground coffee in his hand made him feel a little emotional. The differentiated services brought by money really made people enjoy it. No wonder some people want to make a lot of money. Isn't it just for these things that they can't enjoy normally? In this matter, Sulin was very grateful for the funds provided by Lu Mingzi. Although he could fly there himself, it would be very troublesome and tiring. The journey will eventually come to an end. There is no need to rush. Now is not the time to race against time. It is better to enjoy the scenery along the way. Except for Castle and some mixed blood families who have black technology, this era is just like the world he lives in 10 years ago. At this time, Sulin remembered that he seemed to have just graduated from junior high school, or was it the third year of junior high school? It's been too long, I can't remember clearly. He was now flying to China in this world just to complete the first deal he had agreed with another Lu Mingfei. He planned to take a good look around this era 10 years ago after completing the deal. Time kept moving forward, and he should cherish this opportunity. Fortunately, Sulin took out a piece of paper from his black coat with several addresses written on it. Most of these mixed blood families migrated to one city. As the saying goes, people go to higher places and water flows to lower places. These beings who are already beyond ordinary people will naturally be picky about their living environment. You can go to fewer places. Sulin adjusted the seat to 130, put his feet on the cushion, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Lu Mingfei, who was still in Tokyo, was staring blankly at the private chat records in front of him. That's it. I'm running away and returning to China. Don't contact me for a while. Sayolala. I almost forgot. Remember to call me when you want to shoot Tokyo love story. Returning to China? You're returning to China across the world? Running away? You need to run away? You don't need to run away even if Castle is all here? What are you doing, big brother? Don't play with me. Tachibana Masamune, that sinister guy, is still pretending to be a kind and amiable gangster uncle, thinking about how to drag the three of them into the water. Lu Mingfei was thinking about how he, a scoundrel, would get through if the main sea ran away. But he didn't seem to be under much pressure. Forget it. If it doesn't work, go to other worlds to build a base first. When the car reaches the mountain, there will be a way. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Some things must be done by yourself, and you can't always rely on others. Even if Sulin is lazy and his cultivation foundation is not yet established, he, Lu Mingfei, is still invincible in Tokyo. If it doesn't work, you can still find Lu Mingzei. It's time to go, Lu Mingfei. Caesar patted Lu Mingfei on the shoulder and interrupted his fantasy. Except for visiting Akihabara, you have been out of shape all day today. It's time to have a good rest. Lu Mingfei shook his head like a rattle. Thank you, President, but I'm probably just hungry. Zhao, Qian, Sun, Lu. Sulin took a gel pen and sketched on a wrinkled paper. At the same time, he kicked open the door of the conference room of this luxurious hotel. Through the information intelligence of Lu Mingfei's nanny team, he learned in advance that tonight was a gathering of the Wu family's mixed bloods. Those present were all insiders, and the hotel staff had been replaced by their own people. Having said that, this hotel was originally their own property, ignoring the golden eyes that lit up in the hundreds of square meters of conference hall. Sulin took out his mobile phone to compare, and slowly walked to a middle-aged man with a height of 1.8 meters, slightly strong, and a short hair. The Supreme asked me to bring you a message. Sulin ignored the mixed bloods around him who looked unfriendly, and said to the man, "Submit or be destroyed." Supreme, humph, ha! The man seemed to have heard something funny, chuckled a few times, and said, I thought it was someone who came to mess up the place, but I didn't expect it to be a mental patient. After speaking, he winked at Sulin's back. Several mixed bloods surrounded Sulin. No matter whether this man was crazy or not, it was impossible for him to leave here. With so many guests watching, it concerns the Wu family's reputation. If it is not handled properly, this joke will be circulated in the circle for a while. The mixed bloods watching the show around include handsome young men, charming and beautiful women, and petite and cute girls, from old to young, and they are more or less related to the Wu family. The blood of the Dragon Clan makes them superior to ordinary people in terms of talent and lifespan. There are legal and moral constraints on them, but it depends on the situation. What's more, the mixed blood circle has its own unspoken rules. Some of the timid mixed bloods turned their heads away, unwilling to see the bloody and violent scene, while some showed bloodthirsty eyes. Word spirit, Sulin closed his eyes and opened them again. The mixed bloods around were stunned. Those were eyes that were completely different from the bloodline symbol golden pupils that they were proud of. The white and golden eyes did not have a trace of emotion. The moment their eyes met those eyes, the meaning of holiness, greatness, and supremacy surged in their hearts. Plop! Several people who had just thought of taking action collapsed to the ground in an instant. Only one person had a stronger will, but his legs were shaking. The people who had their backs to Sulin didn't know what happened. They only saw several mixed bloods from the Wu family collapse to the ground inexplicably, so some people felt nervous and moved towards the door. They were just here to socialize, and there was no need to get involved in a battle between mixed bloods. But the next moment, they didn't even have the chance to escape. It was like a video being fast-forwarded. The guests' senses were still in the hotel's conference room the previous moment. The next second, the ceiling with crystal chandeliers and the floor with wool carpets all turned pure white. The mixed bloods stared at this scene blankly. Everything disappeared. They came to a pure white space. They were the only inconsistent color in this space. Godhead talent, the kingdom of light. Sulin, wearing a robe made of light particles, stood in the center of the crowd. The head of the Wu family saw this scene and suppressed the fear in his heart. The fighting spirit and killing intent became the power source to drive his body. He took out an ancient, long dagger from his waist and slashed at Sulin. In the crowd, two figures rushed out from the left and right sides, one old and one young. The old man was in his 80s, wearing a white training suit, like an old man practicing Tai Chi in the park. His eyes were cold at the moment, and his speed was even faster than that of a middle-aged man. The thunder in his hand gathered into a whip, breaking through the air and exploding, and swung at Sulin. The other young girl, with a ponytail, was about 16 or 17 years old, with a childish face, golden eyes like torches, and a tang sword in her hand. The world has colors. Rather than saying that the world has colors, it is better to say that all the light has returned to that existence. On the sacred plain, the grass is green. The sky is divided into two parts at the location where Sulin is. The two colors coexist. One half is blue during the day, like the dawn of summer. The other half is starry at night, dotted with stars, and occasionally there are meteors across the sky. Under the transformation of the Godhead, the face is sharp and angular, with a thin glow, giving people a sense of perfection and holiness. The law of light is transformed into silk threads, woven and entangled, forming a giant tree of light that covers the sky and the sun. Behind Sulin, there is a stream of light, like a six-winged phantom made of light elements. In this land outside the universe, this giant tree made of light replaces the sun, nourishing the growth of all things. The divine power constantly washes the hearts of mortals, and even a glance will make them fall into endless pure white. The holy sound lingers in their ears, and the mixed bloods present actually feel a sense of tranquility and peace in their hearts. All troubles and desires become unimportant, and they actually begin to think about the essence of life. The chains loosened their restraints and turned into light points, returning to heaven and earth. In this kingdom of God, as long as he does not allow it, no one will be injured, and the manifestation of divinity can be controlled freely. God Several mixed bloods actually began to kneel down and worship Su Lin. The people around who knew them did not find it strange. If they did not have no faith in gods in their hearts, they would probably be like them at this time. They have never seen a god, but they are sure that the person in front of them is a god, whether it is such a miracle or oppression at the level of life. This is the best way to increase credibility. The mixed bloods present no longer have a trace of doubt in their hearts, but just wonder what will happen next. After a long time, great existence. Wu Zhongcheng dropped the ancient dagger in his hand, relaxed his whole body, closed his eyes, and said to Su Lin calmly, "Our Wu family will not become the claws of the Dragon Clan. Even if we are humble, we have our own dignity. Rather than becoming an out-of-control monster like Deadpool, we would rather end up like this." The rest of the people present had the same idea. They had heard about the end of bloodlines that got out of control, and a few had seen it with their own eyes. They only knew how to kill, were bloodthirsty, and obeyed the orders of the Dragon Clan. To put it bluntly, they were livestock, hounds serving their masters. The Black King Nidhogg, according to the prophecy, the day he wakes up, the world will usher in the end. The head of the Wu family didn't know what this so-called end of the world meant. In the past, when he heard this prophecy, he just listened to it as a joke. With the resurrection of the Dragon King, the news of the awakening of the Bronze and Fire Dragon Kings, as well as the Earth and Mountain Dragon Kings, came. He admitted that he was indeed panicked, but when he saw that a hybrid successfully buried the king, he seemed to feel that those mythical beings were not invincible. This era still belongs to humans, and the hybrids are the leaders, standing at the top of the world. Wrong. This absurd thought is so ridiculous. The god in front of him is definitely not an existence that humans and hybrids can contend with. Nuclear weapons? I don't know. I dare not think about it. Is it meaningful? Now they are like meat on the chopping board at the mercy of others. Really? Su Lin nodded. His expression did not change. He was not surprised. This person was not the first, nor would he be the last. It was expected. Wu Zhongcheng stopped talking and waited for the end to come. His niece and father did not speak, and it must be the same. No matter how powerful the opponent is, it doesn't matter. It's nothing more than destruction. He can't become a mindless flesh and blood puppet like Deadpool. If he can choose, he would rather face the arrival of the end of the world with the dignity of a mixed blood. Chu Zihang felt that something was wrong with his good junior, good friend, and good brother Lu Mingfei. These days, he was wrong every day, especially today. Although he didn't show it, it was as if he had something on his mind. Sometimes he was energetic, sometimes he was dull and depressed, and now he was quiet, unlike Lu Mingfei. After all, this is a comic book store. Whether it was the misunderstanding caused by the operator of Shekibajia, or the value education of high school hooligans by Yabuki Sakura, or the comic book store with a great atmosphere. Lu Mingfei just watched quietly with a smile on his face. Although it was a bit rude to think so, Chu Zihang felt that this was very unlike Lu Mingfei. Even Caesar was enthusiastically playing the role of a gangster and started using the gangster experience card. But Lu Mingfei rarely spoke and just watched from the side. In his expectation, Lu Mingfei would use his poor Japanese to say to this gangster named Noda Sho, "You, what kind of work are you doing?" But apart from helping the clerk serve tea and water, he echoed a few words and sat beside him in a daze. He will have a mature day, but it is definitely not now, and Chu Zihang does not think that Lu Mingfei is mature now. The raindrops outside the window fell, the central air conditioner in the room was on, and the clerk Aso Gen served coffee and tea. The lights in the bookstore are brighter, which contrasts with the rainy night outside the glass door. Feeling the warmth in his palms and the contrasting visual experience, Lu Mingfei relaxes a little. Pick up a copy of the comic book JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and review the plots he has read in the past. Caesar, with a cigar in his mouth, is chatting with the head of the Yuan family. Suddenly, he finds the model of Abalul, a character in the game Star Ocean 3 that he played in his childhood. "Boss, do you know Abalul?" Lu Mingfei felt like he was reading a line. He suddenly wondered why an author from another world could write all these bits and pieces of trivial things. Inspiration is too metaphysical. Caesar told everyone about the interesting things he had when he was a child, fighting wits and courage with the housekeeper. Lu Mingfei felt that it was very much like the Home Alone version of getting rich. Listening to real people telling stories is much more interesting than a few paragraphs of text description, Lu Mingfei thought. "I'm sorry," Chu Zihong suddenly said after hearing Caesar's story. He was apologizing for the awkward chat with Caesar on the plane and clarifying his statement that Caesar had no childhood. Without hiding anything, the two major faction leaders of Castle College reached a settlement in this comic book store, signed a cooperation agreement on Japanese operations, recognized each other as partners, and laid a good foundation for the underwater exploration operation tomorrow night. Witnessed by the head of the Yuan family and the S-level loser Lu Mingfei, the two had a cordial meeting and shook hands to make peace, which was known as the Comic Store Agreement. If he took a photo of the handshake and the gaze at each other at this time, the front page of the Campus Weekly would definitely be this report. In this way, Lu Mingfei suddenly felt that he was much more talented than Finkel. Paparazzi is not a long-term solution. Gossip and headlines only bring emptiness to people. He was different. This photo of handshake and eye contact could not only be used as a layout, but also the original photo could be printed and sold to the group of crazy fans. The income was enough for Fingal to earn gossip for a semester. At about 11 o'clock in the evening, several people ended their day's trip and returned to the hotel arranged by the Japanese branch. "Mr. Lu, we have replaced the bed in your room. The mattress is imported from Sweden." Yuan Jisheng sent Castle and his group to the hotel entrance and said to Lu Mingfei, "I hope you have a comfortable sleep tonight." Lu Mingfei didn't expect that the reason he casually made up would be taken so seriously. He immediately felt embarrassed and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Yuan Jisheng. Chu Zihong looked puzzled. He was just stating the facts objectively. Was there anything wrong with his words? "I didn't expect you to observe so carefully, brother." Lu Mingfei rubbed his temples and smiled helplessly. He didn't feel embarrassed about being discovered. Instead, he felt warm inside. Lu Mingfei knew that Chu Zihong treated him very well and that he cared about him very much. When the news of Nuonuo and Caesar's engagement came out, Chu Zihong was the first to find him in the cafeteria. At that time, he was turning his grief and anger into appetite and stuffing a buttered bread into his mouth. "Well, actually there is no anger. They are a perfect match, and if I still feel angry, I would be too clown. Caesar, the boss, treats him well. Just now he said that he wanted to lend me a few thousand yuan to go online in junior high school. It would be even better if he didn't charge interest." Sometimes he dared not look directly at Caesar. After all, he was thinking about his fiancée. What can he do? When he was at his lowest point, that girl lit up his world like a bright meteor. At the graduation party where Zhao Menghua confessed his love to Chen Wenwen, Lu Mingfei was just a lowercase I, a background board and a joke in the eyes of others, setting off the beauty of others' youth. Throughout the 3 years of high school, everyone in the school knew that he liked Chen Wenwen and had always had a crush on her. But Lu Mingfei foolishly thought that no one knew and regarded this as his own little secret. He didn't plan to confess to Chen Wenwen. He was inferior and realistic. What was there about him that was worthy of others' love? Just because he was good at StarCraft and accurate in CS shooting? There is a novel called Dragon Clan that makes him the male lead, and he is also the classic image of a good-for-nothing male lead. Forget it, his grades are also the last in the class. Although he hopes that a girl will love him, Lu Mingfei really doesn't have that ability. He thought that maybe at the class reunion more than 10 years later, with a smile, he would say to Chen Wenwen, who already has a happy family, "Chen Wenwen, I used to like you." This is the best ending. Lu Mingfei never thought about touching the untouchable white moonlight. It is too far away, visible but not touchable. It is good to be able to see it at night so that the surroundings will not seem too dark. He is already so humble, but someone still doesn't let him go. At the only high school graduation party in his life, he has stepped into the mud pit as a plank. He is asked to use mud as makeup and be a circus clown to please everyone. If nothing unexpected happens, his Lu Mingfei's youth, which is worthless and even unbearable, will always be covered with mud and become a fixed topic of conversation at class reunions every year in his future life. In fact, he didn't care what others thought, really. He just didn't have the strength to climb out of the ravine called loneliness, and it was hard to accept the reality that there was not even a ray of light in his youth. At that time, Nuonua was like a meteor to Lu Mingfei. No, it should be said that it was a comet, the kind of Halley. When the moon didn't give Lu Mingfei moonlight, she kicked open the door of the party venue with her glory, gave Lu Mingfei a suit and a Ferrari, let him experience the script of the male protagonist of the urban cool novel, and slapped the short-sighted little scoundrel in the face. He left behind the top 10 legends of Shilin Middle School, Lu Shenren. Now thinking about it, fortunately, the times restrained Nuonua, otherwise Lu Mingfei had no doubt that this crazy girl would have invited a few more actors to perform. The 3-year period has come. Please welcome the Dragon King back. At that time, Lu Mingfei would smile crookedly again. Chu Zihong just stared at Lu Mingfei, trying to see something from his face. Lu Mingfei was not panicked. After all, Chu Zihong's golden eyes had no effect on him. He just felt that, from this angle, Chu Zihong was indeed very good-looking. No wonder that little female dragon was so fascinated. Lu Mingfei thought silently in his heart, "Oh no, that guy is a training player." From what I read in the book, when Chu Zihong was in elementary school, this aunt dragon who had lived for many years had set its sights on him, but she didn't expect that she would lose herself in the end. Lu Mingfei suddenly felt that Xiami was quite cruel. He was a little emotional. He didn't expect that the young grass was his senior brother. This was the old dragon eating the young grass. This hypothesis is not true, Chu Zihong said calmly. He just recalled the information he knew. Your father's name is Lu Lincheng. Your mother's name is Qiao Weini. They are all alumni of Castle College. Your father has a brother, who is your uncle. Lu Mingfei looked at Chu Zihong in surprise, who was not playing by the rules and was reporting the family tree of the old Lu family. All of the above, including your birth, so the hypothesis you said is not true. You are a human, strictly speaking, a hybrid. You can't be a dragon. Chu Zihong seemed to be doing a reasoning problem. From arguments to demonstrations and discussions, it was impeccable. Why do you know so much about my family's situation? As the only 2S level in the school, your past information is naturally no secret. Chu Zihong didn't tell Lu Mingfei that he could even buy S-level daily habits from Finger for only $10. Unfortunately, the purchase rate was 0. Lu Mingfei felt that if he were an interviewer, he would definitely give Chu Zihong full marks. But he was the examiner. Senior brother, the answer seems to be wrong. Lu Mingfei didn't know what species he was, and it was unclear whether he was the biological child of Lu Lincheng and Qiao Weini. There might be a deeper hidden secret. Anyway, in the fan-shaped statistical chart of what Lu Mingfei was, the proportion of humans and hybrids combined might only account for 10%. Senior brother, can't you cooperate a little? Lu Mingfei sighed. Everything is possible. Have you heard this sentence? Obviously, this is impossible, Chu Zihong said in a decisive tone. Okay. Lu Mingfei propped himself up, turned around and sat cross-legged facing Chu Zihong. But what if I am really a dragon, senior brother? What would you do if the assumption is true? Lu Mingfei drooped his eyelids. He didn't really want to talk about this topic. After all, it was related to Xiami, and Chu Zihong might feel uncomfortable. But he really wanted to know, if one day he also became a little dragon, would Chu Zihong start a blood rage and chop him, or would he first cut off his friendship and say, "We will be enemies next time we meet," and then let him go? There is no such thing. Chu Zihong suddenly fell silent in the middle of his words, and the atmosphere changed slightly. She said there was never a person named Xiami, only Jurmungandr. But I always feel that Xiami exists. Chu Zihong remembered the key that Xiami left behind, opened the room, and inside was a portrait of a girl's life. An old TV and radio, an old single bed, and only an incandescent lamp on the ceiling that had been used for many years. He lay on the bed in that room for a night, and that night he thought a lot. Brother, why don't you go to bed early? Lu Mingfei felt that something was wrong with Chu Zihong. The topic suddenly turned to Little Dragon Girl. He began to feel that he shouldn't talk about this topic, which awakened Chu Zihong's bad memories. Chu Zihang shook his head and ignored Lu Mingfei's suggestion. Instead, he said seriously, "If you are also a dragon, then does Lu Mingfei really exist?" For a normal person who rarely experiences deep-sea diving once in a lifetime, you have to ask Lu Mingfei if he wants to come. He would definitely shake his head and refuse without thinking. Even as a beginner cultivator, he didn't want to get into the collection of the Caesar Gattuso family when he knew there would be an accident. He could only watch through the observation window on the top. The surrounding area was blue-black seawater with only a glimmer of light. Slowly, the submersible was completely immersed in darkness. The air was filled with nicotine from Caesar's expensive cigars. "Boss, can you please not smoke in public? The air circulation system of the Trieste is powerful enough. Don't worry, it will be gone in a while." Lu Mingfei could only smoke the expensive second-hand cigarettes and use the water group chat to relieve his anxiety. Caesar felt that he was blessed with a lucky uff because he was about to enter the Palace of Marriage, so he was not nervous at all. Instead, he participated in this operation with interest. When he was at the dock, he got along well with the workers and spoke his Chinese and English mixed with poor Japanese. Chu Zihang was even more so. Even at the last moment, he was focusing on how to fight back instead of wasting time on negative emotions. In terms of self-control, he had surpassed most people. As for Lu Mingfei, although he knew that this operation was safe, he was still nervous. Have you seen the butterfly effect? Lu Mingfei was afraid that he would cause unpredictable changes because he stood in the wrong position or drank too much water. Even a practitioner in the late stage of Qi training would be killed by the pressure of the sea, water in the deep sea. In addition to Eri, these bastards from the Snake 8 clan actually let them dive on a bomb. Scientific research? Hehe. Sulin. Picture. It was a round dining table covered with a white tablecloth. On the table were a variety of delicacies, from fresh sashimi to handmade kung fu dishes. Judging from the details in the picture, there are about 6 people around, and with Sulin, there are 7 people. Such a big table of food is really a bit of a waste. If Lu Mingfei is included, it will be just right. "You are spreading poison in the middle of the night. Send me a copy quickly." "Not good. There are people around." "Then keep a record and make up for it next time. I have to continue my journey to find my schooner. I'm offline." "Goodbye, Xiaoyan." "Damn, you kid, wait for me." "Well, remember to give me some good fruits." Xiaoyan didn't reply to the message. Most likely he was offline. "Did you go back to your own world?" "No." "Who are the other people at the table?" "Oh, this is someone else's engagement party. I joined in the fun and they warmly invited me to dinner." Lu Mingfei immediately closed the chat group. He has lived for 20 years, but why has he never encountered such a good thing? It's better to close your eyes and sleep, but the submersible makes a sound from time to time. Lu Mingfei's face is a little strange. If he remembers correctly, there is a beautiful long-legged nanny in the narrow gap of the watertight compartment. "Come on, big sister in tights, quickly dismantle the bomb." Lu Mingfei prayed secretly. In a private room arranged by the Wu family in a luxury hotel somewhere in Beijing, Sulin said to a man and a woman among the people in front of him with an apologetic smile, "Haha, I didn't expect you to get engaged tonight. Sorry." Since getting off the plane, Sulin has been running around all day. There are 2 reasons. One reason is that he wants to play in Beijing for a few more days, so he is anxious to finish the business assigned by the employer first. There is another reason. In the World Limited column in the system store, the prices vary from E-level bloodline to S-level bloodline, from words to authority. Actually, WeChat already existed at this time, but Lu Mingfei still used QQ due to his habit. The art of this group name was too advanced and several people were a little bit unable to adapt to it for a while. A loving family. The 4 mixed bloods who were pulled into the group almost crushed their phones without controlling their strength. No one in the group was talking, but looking at the names in the notes, wow, they were all familiar faces. The Zhao family, Zhao Huigu, Zhao Yusheng. The Li family, Li Hao, Li Qing. The Chan family, the Sun family. Including their Wu family, there were about 20 people in the group, which meant that these guys had already voted. Wu Haoran thought, Just say that when the old and young Zhao family members called to congratulate him at noon today, why did the two grandsons sound so cocky? That's why. Group owner Supreme, administrators, high IQ creature in the late Foundation building period, Supreme's favorite brother. No one in the group spoke, and there was no chat record. Let's eat first, Su Lin said. The dishes are all here. Why are you just standing there? Let's eat. Seeing Su Lin pick up his chopsticks, the others followed suit. After eating and drinking, Su Lin wiped the corners of his mouth and opened a portal on the side. He left Shuijing Peak above Tokyo. Let's go. Su Lin took the lead and the others looked at each other and entered one after another. Wu Zhongcheng approached his brother and whispered in his ear, "If my father and I don't come back, remember what I told you before." After that, he patted his brother on the shoulder. What exactly is going on? You won't know until you go there. Before witnessing it with one's own eyes, all speculation and conjecture are empty. Wu Zhongcheng walked in last and entered the portal, and then the portal closed. In the next world, only those who are qualified and selected can enter. Don't walk around, and don't touch the flowers and plants on the roadside. Su Lin said as he walked in front, "This is private property. You Supremes only have one room here. The one in front, go in." Su Lin pointed to an antique building in front and said, looking inside through the open door, it was dim and no light could be seen. Several people hesitated for a moment, and Wu Haoran took the lead and walked in with Su Lin. He is already this old, what has he not seen? Since he has chosen to come here, whether it is an evil dragon that chooses people to devour, or a god who wants to guide mankind, he must see it before he knows. The matter is done, and since the Black King has awakened, even if it is for humans to get more information, he must go in and take a walk. But I hope there is still a chance for the news to be passed on. The men walked with heavy steps, as if there were lead blocks on their feet, as if they were ready for the final judgment. The corridor was dark, but the physical fitness of the mixed bloods was naturally not affected. After a while, a light was on in a room in front of them, and the door was not closed. They walked into a spacious room and heard a burst of pleasant and high-pitched music, as well as the sound of knocking. They opened the door. "Finally you're here. I've been waiting for an hour." Before they walked in, Lu Mingfei's impatient voice came out first. A dozen people were seen respectfully surrounding a young man, and the young man paused the game in his hand and turned his head to look behind him. "I had dinner," Su Lin said nonchalantly. "You let me play video games for more than an hour just to have dinner." Lu Mingfei asked hurriedly, "Do you know how rubbish the entertainment games of this era are?" The mixed blood families in Beijing with names and surnames have been almost found. The rest are nothing more than some small shrimps. There are also people with excellent bloodlines, but they are not in the local area. Su Lin does not intend to waste time looking for them. Just like working in a company, the performance has been achieved and will not be affected. No matter how hard you work, it is nothing more than adding wealth to the boss, and the year-end bonus will not change. It is time to learn how to slack off. Yuju is so cute. Your grilled fish? Thank you. Su Lin sat at a busy roadside side stall with a grilled fish and a stewed steamed bun on the small square table. He didn't expect that his first visit to Beijing would be to Beijing in 2011. Su Lin looked at the courtyard house across the street. His impression of this city in the past came from various TV dramas and news reports. The standard courtyard house across the street that appeared in various period dramas will be worth hundreds of millions in a few years. If he were the protagonist of the rebirth, he should find a way to make money and buy him a house. Fortunately, he is not. Su Lin took a bite of the stewed large intestine. It smells so good. The chat group and system smell so good. Speaking of which, even Lu Mingfei has his own small goal. What is his small goal? Become an immortal or an emperor. It always feels that apart from having fun and playing around, it seems that he really has no goal. Now he is working so hard just to worry that there will be a script in his hometown where a powerful person returns or spiritual energy revives, which will drag him into the torrent of the times. Isn't that how it's written in novels? The protagonist gets some kind of cheat, and then all kinds of things happen. And then there are adventures and encounters, and then there's the heroine. Sulin picked up a piece of tofu and put it in his mouth. The yellow-brown skin was covered with marinade and full of spices, and the white and tender inside was a little hot. He had to think of a way to keep touching it, to fulfill his mission and save the people, to become stronger. If power comes with a price, he's willing to bear it. But at the same time, if he can cheat and get through the dungeon, why should he work hard? His life is not a novel. It's none of his business whether a failed author who receives the information flow and writes a work related to him will be unable to continue writing. Looking at the busy vendors doing business and the busy passers-by, Sulin strengthened his belief. Try to seize the opportunity to lie down, and one labor will always be comfortable. Holding the fish head in one hand and the fish tail in the other, Sulin held it and started to eat without any image, and the red oil dripped down the fish body into the baking pan. The side effects of Tianwang's practice are really incredible. It actually made his temperament so natural and easygoing. I still have to smash it, set a bigger goal. Sulin muttered to himself while eating grilled fish. He was about to reach the golden core stage. What if his extraordinary talent directly triggered the side effects of the nascent soul stage? It's salty enough now. A bigger goal, a bigger goal. He thought that even the other Lu Mingfei had the goal of promoting human technological progress, although a large part of it was because he disliked the entertainment and games of the current era as too rubbish. A bigger picture, closely related to all mankind. Sulin ignored the surprised eyes of other customers and passers-by and gnawed a fish until only the skeleton was left, without even spitting out the fish bones. He wiped his hands with the free napkins with a texture that was not good enough. The water flow that was almost invisible to the naked eye flowed quickly through his hands, and the temperature of his hands rose rapidly. He waved twice to disperse the water vapor on his hands and took out his wallet to pay. 56 yuan. The owner of the grilled fish passed the grill to his wife, ran over to collect the money, and said to the child who was doing homework at a small table on the roadside, "Right well, I'll check it later." "What grade is the child in?" Sulin asked casually. Group members can only receive the cross-border token of the chat group every month. It is worth looking forward to what permissions the administrator has and what gift packs he has. "Are you going to take out the inventory in the treasure bag and give it to everyone as red envelopes? Then I'll be the first to support Sulin to become the administrator. Also, it's not impossible. Heh, please, little Dora. Ugh, I don't want to experience that taste. Those are 3 fruits with strange patterns on them. I refuse." A group of ghost-toothed vipers with a faint blue light are near the submersible where Lu Mingfei is. He is now in the deep sea, and eating devil fruits is definitely a negative bonus. Those are slender little fish with beautiful silver-blue scales all over their bodies. There is a slender tentacle on the top of their heads like a lanternfish, emitting a faint blue light. It looks like a beautiful painting, but in fact the teeth of these little things can even bite steel. If they bite a gap on the submersible, the 3 elites of Castle will have to say goodbye to this world. Huh? This world? He can take his senior brother and Caesar to escape to other worlds, or find foreign aid. Yes, what am I afraid of? Lu Mingfei just realized that he is no longer the Lu Mingfei of the past. You are not sincere enough. This is the administrator of the Zhutian chat group. You have to pay more, you know? Come on, the administrator who has to vote every year can take turns and come to my house sooner or later. But who will get the first bite of the cake? To be honest, I am going to collect the Earth Core tempering milk recently, and everyone will have a share then. So the position of the administrator, ahem everyone. 50,000 jin of source per person. He has a little experience in arms and medicine, the 2 industries that make the most money. Although the weapons he sells are fake, it represents his love of peace. Thanks to these 2 highly profitable industries, he now has a lot of divine sources in his pocket. Actually, it's not necessary. Everyone can enjoy the benefits of being an administrator for 1 year. As Sulin said, It's just a matter of order. Even if new people join in the future, they can just wait a few more years. Moreover, there are too few people now. If they want to bribe the votes of group members with things, they can't raise the price. After all, everyone's realm is not high, except that Su Lin may have some strange good things. Thinking of this, Han Li spoke again in the group. But as Xiaoyan said, if someone really wants to be the first to become an administrator and try the benefits of being an administrator, they have to show some appreciation. Su Lin. Compared with Xiaoyan and Yefan's bidding, he prefers Su Lin to take the initiative to participate. You are such a big-eyed guy. You want to take advantage of me too? Fellow Taoist Su, that's not true. I am just looking forward to your words of may the peach blossoms of the universe bloom. Klein, who was resupplying and eating at a dock, ate with the cold image of Herman while reading the messages in the group. The taste of the black bread was indeed not very good, but the broth of this restaurant tasted quite good. The herbs similar to potatoes were mashed and stewed with meat and vegetables. The mixture was spread on the black bread to cover the bitterness. This combination was quite good. Thinking of Su Lin's props, he was also a little moved. Han Li was right. Didn't someone make a great wish in the group, saying that if I were an administrator, I would do this and that? This is a classical and luxurious office. From the outside, it looks like a small two-story overlapping residence. The interior is filled with bookshelves and red wine collection cabinets. There is a huge skylight on the ceiling in the middle, and underneath it is an elegant desk. Whether it is rainy or sunny, Angers will make a cup of black tea in his free time to enjoy the leisurely afternoon. If an old friend who had not seen him for a long time came, or if he received some good news, such as the number of dragons killed this year was higher than last year, or a dragon king fell, he would immediately open a bottle of red wine from his collection to celebrate and leave work early. But now, he couldn't even drink the black tea he had just brewed. Today's snowfall might be the last snow in February. The next time he would see the snow scene would probably be in November. Ange frowned, holding a document with the World Triel printed on the upper left corner. Von Schneider sat in a wheelchair, waiting with Manstein beside Anga to finish reading the document he had just received. I don't think the wine I drank the day before yesterday would make me drunk today. Angie put down the document in his hand and said in a low tone with some disbelief, Is today April Fool's Day, my gentlemen? Manstein and von Schneider looked serious and did not fluctuate because of Angie's words. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Ange got up from his office chair, covered his head with his right hand, and closed his eyes. A god went to several mixed-race families and told them that Black King Nidhogg had awakened? Anger spoke calmly, maintaining his usual tone. The god who brought the message said that Black King Nidhogg wanted to recruit the mixed races with the best bloodlines in these families and gave them the chips of dragon blood sublimation and 500 years of lifespan. Angers rubbed his temples and said with a hint of laughter at the end, Oh my God, am I reading a story from a third-rate novel? In the office, von Schneider and Manstein were silent. Look! Angers pointed to the second page of the document and said, The god called Nidhogg at the Wu family's engagement party. Black King Nidhogg said that human beings are developing too slowly and wants to lead humans into the interstellar age. Ha ha ha! Bang! Angers grabbed the document and slapped it on his favorite desk. A huge crash sounded, and the desk seemed unable to withstand the power of the centenarian and made a cracking sound. The inside of the thick wooden boards was mostly damaged, and under normal circumstances Angers would probably feel a little distressed. Gentlemen, may I ask which half-blood who has fallen into insanity due to unstable bloodline provided this information? Can you ask Masashi Toyama to go and treat him? Please, don't tell me this is real information. Von Schneider's wheelchair moved forward a little, and a hoarse voice sounded under the breathing mask. The information was provided by our students in those half-blood families. The other party didn't even take any confidentiality measures. They just showed up and left in a swagger, including 2 students, 21 half-bloods left with the god they mentioned. Manstein pushed his glasses and said to Angers with a solemn expression, Based on the bloodline assessment, They're about 9A level and 12A level. They don't have any room to resist. Angers didn't have the idea of scolding these half-bloods. No matter the power displayed by the other party or the tempting conditions that he didn't know whether they were true or false, he was just thinking about the description in the intelligence. Who is that god? Can we guess which of the remaining 2 Dragon Kings it is? Manstein shook his head in denial. The other party's ability does not match the known word spirit numbers. Based on the description, they are all sure that they saw a god, not a powerful dragon. Angers picked up the still warm black tea and took a sip. Sulin was holding a pancake, wrapped with roast duck, scallions, and cucumbers, dipping it in sauce and putting it into his mouth. Inside the down jacket, a wisp of golden hair tied to a thin rope was emitting a faint light. In an instant, energy that was invisible to the naked eye was like ripples on the water, rippling out in waves, and the world around him was like an old TV playing pictures, turning into frames after frames. Lenny's hair was activated. Sulin was not flustered, still chewing the roast duck in his mouth, comparing it with the roast ducks that cost dozens of yuan on the roadside. The skin was crisper, the meat was tenderer, and the rest seemed to be the same. Anyway, it was not the real body, and there was still a god in the body, so what was there to be afraid of? 10 seconds later, there was a plop, and 2 people fell to the ground in the distance. They were the 2 mixed bloods who had followed him all the way. A little boy was wearing a black evening dress, a white scarf stuffed on his chest, and a trendy ceramic bow tie. He walked elegantly to Sulin's table, pulled out a bench and sat down. Amazing. Lu Mingzi tried to pull Sulin into the spiritual world, but felt an obstacle. Although he could still force Sulin in, it would be a bit impolite. A little? Sulin indicated. Is your brother done with his work? Sulin asked, and he took out a glass of red wine from history that he had seen at the Wu family dinner. The dragon blood is sublimating at a critical moment. That's why I have time to leave. Lu Mingzi took the red wine and took a sip. To be honest, he is not really my brother. Sulin was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lu Mingzi to say that. He is just a poor guy who went the wrong way at the crossroads of fate. Lu Mingzi shook the red wine glass and looked at the red wine in the glass through the light. His golden vertical eyes exuded a majesty that was inconsistent with his body size. He will cry if you say that. Sulin took out a piece of paper and wiped his fingers. He was a little curious. Why did you come to me? At first, he thought it was another troublesome matter of Lu Mingfei. The project was completed. It would be impolite for Party A to ask for further changes, except for the case of additional money. Please do me a favor. Of course, there will be compensation. Oh, it seems that it is a new Party A. Sulin pulled out a sumptuous banquet from history. It was the food that Zhongli had ordered at Chunyushuan. He also took out a classical phonograph and put on a vinyl disc of Carmen Fantasy. He pulled out the image of himself wearing a suit at the campus recruitment fair and asked this historical projection to pour a glass of 1997 Margaux red wine for the 2 of them in an unprofessional way. Tell me about it. The lights in the watertight compartment had all gone out. Unlike the previous high-temperature situation, the submersible had also left the area of undulating lava. Due to the low temperature, the power equipment stopped working. Chu Zihong and Caesar had entered the place where reality and illusion blended. They looked peaceful and had a smile on their faces, as if they had seen something extremely beautiful. The lyrics of the ancient dragon text brought them into a beautiful fantasy. But in Lu Mingfei's ears, there was no sound from the ancient times. He could only feel that in this 8,000-meter deep sea, there were countless giant earthworms rolling in the ruins below. The rolling sound and the dark environment made people's hair stand on end. Lu Mingzi? Lu Mingfei called softly. According to the procedure, Lu Mingzi would come to the door to provide service. Customer, did you call me? A pair of dexterous hands suddenly pressed on his shoulders and worked hard to help him massage the Jianjing acupoint. Lu Mingfei relaxed a little and temporarily gave up the idea of using the cross-border talisman. He knew it was an illusion, and the real Lu Mingzi was watching the show. The roof of a 20-story residential building. A man and a woman from the executive department of Castle College lie on a cement prefabricated board covered with moss. Su Lin sits on the wall of the rooftop, looking at the traffic below expressionlessly, thoughts surging in his mind. He is thinking about a question. If you go back to the past, everyone will try their best to leave no regrets. But if you go back to the past and find that there is another self, you can't replace him and will disappear one day. What will you do? You are just a spectator destined to pass by. But you can't help wanting to participate in this performance. If you encounter something you don't like, you will grab the director's script and smear and modify it. If the script is too bad, you will want to tear up the script and write a favorite script yourself. Everything you want, everything you care about, everything you lose. Su Lin muttered to himself, his legs hanging in the air and his heels kicking the wall rhythmically, making a banging sound. It's really a bad mood. He didn't finish the roast duck and had to pack up and leave. A dialogue transaction with Lu Mingzi made him feel a little uncomfortable. It was not caused by Lu Mingzi, but by the Lu Mingfei from a different future that he had always ignored. I thought that I came to Lu Mingfei's world just to randomly harvest some points and make some big moves, but I didn't expect to get involved in such things. In fact, from his perspective, no matter what, Lu Mingfei's current future is better than the original future. If it is handed over to another self, he will live a happy life no matter what. Just lying down can make you strong, and there are plugins such as chat groups in your hands. In other words, the pain of youth literature has been crushed by the Dragon King's routine in the city. The only flaw is that the bad boy who returned from the future to the present has changed. He knows that he is Lu Mingfei, but how many Lu Mingfeis is he? Lu Mingzi had a disappointed expression on his face, and his eyes were a little dim. He is not my brother. He has become me, but he is not me. Su Lin recalled the expression on Lu Mingzi's face when he said this. The bright lights in the restaurant could not illuminate the gloom in his heart, as if he had been waiting for someone who had left for a long time. In the end, this person came back, but he was no longer the same as before. I want to give him the best scenes in all the scripts, so that he can live a happier life on my behalf. Su Lin suddenly felt that Lao Lu had a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen him somewhere before. After thinking for a long time, he finally remembered. It was when he was a child. At the Lantern Festival exhibition in the back mountain of the small county where he lived at that time, the merchants were hawking candied haws, lotus seed soup, and zodiac sugar paintings. The noisy environment made the atmosphere of the end of the new year even stronger. His parents carried him around everywhere, and he wanted this and that. Children have a sometimes good and sometimes bad memory. When they see something they want, they forget that their parents spanked them hard last time for making a fuss. Unexpectedly, his parents bought all of them. He tasted the food first, and his parents helped him solve the problem if it didn't suit his taste. When he was in elementary school, he didn't know why his parents changed their temper today and bought whatever he wanted. "Lin, are you happy today?" his mother asked him while hugging him. Happy. He forgot what his expression was at that time. Probably smiling brightly. "My parents are only capable of so much. I'll make you happy today." His father touched his head and said, "If your father had that ability, he would buy you a plane. But my parents can't buy a plane, and they can't make you so happy every day. So you have to study hard and strive to make yourself and your next generation happy every day. Choose, brother." Lu Mingzi's dragon eyes emitted a golden light, which was particularly creepy in this dark environment. "Choose a fart." Lu Mingfei pulled Lu Mingzi's collar and yelled in his ear, "Riddler, get out of Gotham City!" "Oh, I'm so sad, brother." Lu Mingzi looked aggrieved. "I finally found a chance to run out to find you." Lu Mingzi wiped his non-existent tears. "I was dominated by that guy, and I always wanted to see you, brother, but you yelled at me like this, woo woo woo. I even tipped you off, not letting you be a prince for 1,000 years. Lu Mingfei said madly, "So, who is that guy? Su Lin? Does that bastard want to be my father?" Lu Mingzi shook his head. "Su Lin is now his imperial envoy. So now is not the time for you to know. You just need to answer me. Do you want that kind of life?" Lu Mingzi said, holding up the 4 photos in his hand, and took out a globe from somewhere. He held the photos in his left hand and the globe in his right hand. They are all yours. Yes. Lu Ming shook the 2 things in his hand. Lu Mingfei remembered a scene in Hour. In his heart, he was shouting madly, yes, 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 yes. He was also a normal man. If he had 4 beauties by his side, no, Lu Mingfei, where was the loyal one? Lu Mingfei patted his face. Are they really willing? Lu Mingfei cleared his mind, and with his heaven forgetfulness in motion, he looked at Lu Mingzi calmly. What do I have that deserves their love? A forced melon is not sweet, brother. Besides, why is Su Xiaoqiang here too? Isn't she my high school classmate? Lu Mingfei took the photos that looked like blind date photos from Lu Ming's hand, admired them, and then tore them apart. It's inexplicable. The Emperor said there is a way to make them fall in love with you, Lu Mingzi said with a smile. He picked up some broken pieces of paper from the cold deck and crumpled them into a ball in his palm. Like a magic trick. A ball of paper turned into a complete photo in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Mingzi handed the photo in his hand to Lu Mingfei, which had a 4-square painting on it. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Mingfei took it and looked at it. The first picture shows that in the center of the playground of Shilan Middle School, Su Xiaoqiang, who is obviously no longer a high school student, hugs Lu Mingfei and cries, holding his windbreaker tightly in her palm, as if someone who has been waiting for a long time has returned to this place. The second picture shows that in the snow somewhere, Lu Mingfei hugs Ling and kisses him, and the snowflakes frozen in the air become the background of this beautiful picture. The third picture shows that on the lighthouse in the suburbs, the stars are like a painting. Nuo Nuo forcefully pushes Lu Mingfei against the wall, like a female version of a domineering president, and lifts Lu Mingfei's chin, with only a piece of paper between their lips. The fourth picture shows the wedding scene outside Meiji Shrine, with relatives and friends sitting in the room. The elephant, Tortoise, holds his hands and stares at Lu Mingfei in the first row with a bad look. A feminine man who looks very similar to Yuanji is sitting next to him and clapping happily. Eri is wearing a wedding dress and blushing at Lu Mingfei. Is this some kind of Japanese gal? Lu Mingfei exclaimed. I'm not, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. This is definitely not me. Do you hope it's someone else? Lu Mingzi said suddenly. Lu Mingfei didn't answer, crumpled the photo into a ball and threw it behind him. At least these things didn't happen to me. All living beings on Earth will never forget the scene they saw tonight. The soft light rushed straight into the sky, and at this moment, the boundary between night and day was broken. Countless rays of light bent and twisted, weaving and entwining, turning into a giant tree that supported the sky and the earth in the universe. The branches of the giant tree of light swayed and grew, and then the giant tree split from the middle and fell to both sides. At the crack, the space was distorted as if a door had opened, and then a brand new world appeared above the earth. It was like a mirage, but it was extremely real. Oh my God! Countless people watched this scene, but there was no commotion or chaos. They only felt that their hearts were extremely peaceful, as if the wanderers who returned to their hometowns saw the fallen leaves in autumn. At this moment, the years of life surrounded their thoughts and arrived at the door of wisdom. One of the elements of creation, light, pouring out from the kingdom of God, they were cheering and jumping for joy. They rushed into every corner they could reach and played the music of the beginning of creation with their companions on the earth. Dark valleys, deep jungles, dark deep seas, all places where light can reach, they are not dazzling, but just enough to drive away darkness and give birth to life. Zhou Tao took off his headset and stared at this scene in a daze. Su Lin in the sky, his eyes were infected by the ultimate divinity. His perfect and holy face was shining, and the 6 light wings composed of particles behind him wrapped around his head, torso, and feet, forming a light cocoon. Boom! It was like the sound of a heartbeat. Whether it was human or animal, visible or invisible, all life had an image of a sleeping young man in front of them. No, he was not in front of them, but appeared in the minds of all living beings. Get out! A gentleman in a suit and leather shoes was bent over with a painful expression. His golden dragon eyes, which could make ordinary hybrids kneel and surrender with just one look, were shining brightly. He was calling on all the power he could to try to get the figure out of his mind. The earth was shaking, the wind was howling, and thunder was raging above the European-style manor. Countless flames burned all the valuable collections in the room. He blew a whistle, and an 8-legged horse stepped on Thunder, smashed the walnut floor, and came to his side. A curved spear was hung on the saddle. The man grabbed the spear and raised it, trying to mobilize his strength to stab the phantom. In the end, he put down the spear. He was powerless to accept the fact that someone kicked open the door of his domain and pressed him to the ground. Feeling the tranquility and peace in his mind, he smiled self-deprecatingly. Under the influence of external forces, his thoughts flowed faster than usual. Many plans and programs were outlined in his mind. Once he perfected them, he could use them to deal with this strange and powerful existence. At least wait until I get the skeleton of the White King. In Castle College, Angers looked at Schneider, who stood up from the wheelchair and took off his breathing mask in silence. Principal. Schneider looked at the frostbite on his arm that was healing and said without raising his head, "He is blessing." Angers looked at the great figure in his mind, not knowing what he was thinking. In the central control room of Castle College, the transparent girl's phantom provided miracles that appeared all over the world. A sloppy man knelt on the ground, as if he was worshipping the figure in his mind, as if he saw the coming of the Savior. The law transforms the body of mortals. At this moment, the false historical projection no longer requires Sulin to consume a fixed spiritual power to maintain. "Brother, what kind of friends did you make outside?" This was what Lu Mingze said to him with a complicated expression before leaving. He rarely saw Lu Mingze show such an expression. Lu Mingfei stared at the illuminated seabed in amazement. Yuan Zhisheng connected to the communication channel. "Is there a figure in your mind?" "Yes." Chu Zihong picked up the microphone and replied, "What is that, an illusion caused by the dragon text? How many things are you hiding from us? Such important information should have been told earlier." Caesar's tone was a little heavy. He could accept detonating the nuclear-powered cockpit in order to destroy the Dragon Clan. But in his eyes, this behavior of concealing information many times was betrayal of teammates. "There is also a person in my mind," Yuan Zhisheng shouted. "Everyone. Including ordinary people, all countries, everyone. All appeared in my mind. No, that is God?" Yuan Zhisheng's voice became smaller and smaller, as if his attention was attracted by something. "Sulin, brother, stop playing." What's wrong with Sulin again? Is he starting to make trouble? He didn't know. Sulin didn't have time to pay attention to the chat group at all. What kind of sect is Shanning sect? Sulin didn't know. There were few records and descriptions of that world left in Wangshu Pavilion. He could only restore the image of this sect in his mind through the cultivation method called Tianwang, a method that tries to fit the Great Tao from the beginning of Qi training, with the core of preserving the principles of heaven and eliminating human desires. He didn't know whether the people in this sect were good people, but they definitely couldn't be bad people. Why is it said that this method requires a high level of comprehension? Since the path to immortality is not accessible, then human desires will be wiped out, and the operation of the heavenly way will be simulated with human bodies. Creation, destruction, cause and effect, destiny. The more you understand the nature of the operation of the rules of the world, the better the effect of cultivation will be, and the easier it will be to cultivate Tianwang. The person who created this technique is a madman and a lunatic, a madman who will do anything to become an immortal. He burned his body madly, and all the vines of good and evil were burned by madness, leaving only ashes and the true self. The influence of the Godhead of Light broke out completely. In the sky of the earth, a scene of ink and color appeared, with clouds and smoke, towering mountains, the sun and the moon in the sky, ancient trees towering, silver waterfalls falling from the sky, and a blurred figure walking out of the painting. With every step he took, light flashed on his body, and the mist on his face became thinner. When he took the 9th step, his figure had already covered the sky, and the mist on his face disappeared. Unexpectedly, he looked very similar to the God that appeared in the minds of all living beings, but his oriental features were more obvious. Unlike the holy brilliance of the gods, he sat high above the nine heavens. His face showed no joy or sorrow, and his eyes were as unchanging as the sun, looking down and observing the development and changes of all things in the world. The world of ink and color guarded, behind him, standing side by side with the kingdom of God in the sky. The vision did not last long, but disappeared together after the thunderclouds somewhere on the earth dissipated. The golden elixir is complete. The clone of the God of Light and Sulin's original body spoke at the same time, and the concept tree outside the planet began to heal and move closer from the two sides of the split, and the kingdom of God in the sky was about to close. All living beings found that the figure in their minds was gradually leaving, and some people called reluctantly, trying to keep the gods. Some people breathed a sigh of relief, and the huge stone hanging in their hearts fell to the ground. What is it like to make a fortune in another world? In the past, Sulin was not interested in this kind of sentence. I don't care what kind of experience you have, it's not my experience. 7W 3000 draws of godhood, except for the side effects, there is almost no problem. Of course, the side effects were also blocked by him. Heh, it's just taking off. The numbers behind the system points are still rising. The final profit is expected to reach nearly 10W. In the process of ascending to godhood, he used the highest holy healing spell, using light as a medium to bring the entire earth into the range of the spell. This is an attempt, and he needs to do several groups of control experiments before he can figure out how to maximize the points, or in other words, whether the number of points is related to the number of people, and whether there are other variables. This is a question worth pondering. It was not until then that Sulin discovered that there were many messages in the chat group. The clone was waiting on Shuijing Peak for Party A to finish the work and come out to pay. His consciousness was attached to the God of Light, controlling the light elements in the God's kingdom, creating a bed that looked like a cotton cloud floating in the air. The brightness was adjusted to the lowest, and the dim light was just right. Sulin smiled, and the main body jumped up and fell asleep, lying leisurely on the bed, flipping through the historical records on the internet in the field of vision. Sulin, what are you doing? You haven't replied to messages for so long. Were you beaten by some Dragon King? Sulin, Xiaosu, do you need me to save you? Look, there's no movement. No news from Lu Mingfei either. In that case, I'll go to survive the tribulation first. Han Li was on a small island, looking at the sky 100 miles away. This was Zhongli's second tribulation in this world. Even if the immortal path is not fully developed and the direction is strange, the thousands of years of foundation are no joke. Seeing the chat content in the group, Han Li sighed at Ye Fan and Xiao Yan's ability to hurt people, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With Brother Su's true ability, I don't think the Dragon King of that world can do anything to him. You can't say that. Is it possible that he was caught by Lu Mingfei's brother, and Lu Mingfei is trying to rescue him, using 1/4 of his soul to pay bail? Lu Mingfei, where have you been? I don't think Sulin has been wandering around in Tokyo and lost contact. Oh, tell me more. That's not something you can talk about. Let's chat privately. I think Lu Mingfei may have to pay the bail on his behalf. These bastards are so mean. It's time for me to show off and slap them in the face. Laxative. I'm on Earth. I just became the God of Light. Don't bother me. Picture? This is a selfie he took before he attained enlightenment. In the picture, Sulin was standing above the city, with 3 pairs of light wings on his back, his white gold eyes without a trace of emotion, and a pure white giant tree seemed to appear behind him. Do you know what you are talking about? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Sulin uses the cross-boundary talisman on you. Do you agree? Why are you coming to my world? Since you don't believe me, I plan to confront the eternal sun in your world head-on. Damn, are you serious? Of course, Klein couldn't really agree. What would he do after Sulin finished the fight? If he was found to be related to him and Sulin just left, he would be in big trouble. Klein rejected your application. Even if Klein agreed, Sulin would not go. What a joke. He was a little scared of the group of gods in the world of the Lord of Mysteries. He didn't know how much power his godhood could exert, not to mention whether he could win. Even if he could win, what would he do if his godhood was cracked? It was just a bluff. From now on, you can call me by my honorable name. As long as the kingdom of heaven does not fall, you will be protected. You will not go to hell, and your true spirit will not be destroyed. So arrogant. The last person who was so arrogant was called Anlan. How come you became a god in such a short time? And a Western style? I got a light godhead a few days ago, and I just put it into the historical clone. You wanted to talk about historical projection? Klein, I have long suspected that your ability is wrong. Seeing this, Klein shed tears of envy in his heart. This guy became a god as if it was a piece of cake. He is still stuck at Sequence 4. Sure enough, his ability is historical projection, just as he guessed. I just don't know where this guy got the historical projection. Is there a similar ability in the heavens and the worlds, or does he have something related to their world? Why didn't this guy show any alienation and is still a human? Alas. Klein sighed. Time was running out. He had to advance to Sequence 3 as soon as possible. The sooner he advanced to a higher sequence, the more initiative he could take. In the past few months, including the more than 2 months he spent on another Earth, he had already digested most of the potion of the Sequence 4 trickster, but the materials for the ancient scholar's potion had not yet been fully collected. The ability of historical projection was really useful. Klein was a little envious. He could summon historical images of people and objects from past history. With this ability, plus his expanded spiritual reserves, many sealed objects could even be obtained for free without paying a price. He could also pull people out to help fight. Klein first thought of Miss Ariana, Mr. Ozick, and Will Osepton. These 3 were angels he knew and was more familiar with. Then there were the group members in the chat group. To be honest, although each of them had a promising future in the novel, it was unknown how capable they were now. Under Xiaoyan's introduction, he traded a yesterday reappearance with Yao Lao. Maybe he could go and see it next time Yao Lao used it. Although the guy named Zhongli is the rock demon god, it is still unknown whether he can be effective in their world. Klein predicts that his combat power is at least at the level of an angel. He has never seen Zhongli use his full strength, so he can only guess. Later, he thought about it. Sulin has become the god of light. He must have the confidence to dare to fight the eternal sun head-on. Hiss! Klein took a breath of cold air. He had a bold idea in his heart. If there is nothing wrong, if he just pulls this guy out to fight. Thinking of this, Klein's eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. Sulin, wait, when I reach Sequence 3, I will come to deepen my relationship with you and increase the success rate of pulling out the image. This time, the copy of George III may be played alone. What is the Godhead? He has not been exposed to the relevant knowledge about the Godhead. It is equivalent to the crystallization of the status and power of the gods. Mortals who obtain the godhood can become the next god. Sulin never expected that his main world would soon be celebrating the new year, and he would still encounter such a thing. Thinking of what happened 2 days ago, he could only shake his head. Party A actually defaulted on the payment. There was no choice but to gently urge for payment. That! You may have to wait, I promise. Give me a month. The long spear in Sulin's hand, as dazzling as the blazing sun, dissipated after hearing the promise. Okay, you got something for nothing. Sulin looked at Lu Mingfei, who looked exhausted as if he had done 800 push-ups, with a fake smile. My authority has long been given to another me. Unless he can take the initiative to separate, there is nothing I can do. Lu Mingfei smiled. I mean the authority of this world now. By the way, sir, do you want the sky and the wind, or the ocean and the water? What about the other 2? Those 2 are not available yet. If you have patience, we will notify you as soon as they are available. Just like that, Sulin was sent away by the evil Party A. Before leaving, he left a lightsaber stuck in the ground and smiled at the other party. He is now sitting on the Shuijing Peak, patiently waiting for the chat group administrator to vote. 1 minute left. Although the kingdom of God is not bad, there is no signal in that place. It's not bad to practice. Sulin found that once he started practicing, some knowledge would drill into his body. It is estimated that it is related to the connection with the God of Light. At least now he has no intention of practicing. Counting the time he bought the point card to accelerate his practice, he has spent almost 20 years in practice. After practicing for so long, can't he enjoy it? This is still with various resource bonuses. When practicing the technique, there is a very wonderful feeling. It feels like I have had a big dream, feeling the body and soul evolving bit by bit. It is like playing a jigsaw puzzle with full concentration. When the puzzle is completed, a day has passed. A group of guys in the group are enthusiastically running for administrators and canvassing for votes for themselves. Elect me, Yatiandi, as the administrator. Go out and say my name. Earth Core Tempering Body Milk, freshly collected Earth Core Tempering Body Milk. At Sulin, red envelopes, tickets, understand? Come quickly. Sulin sent a chicken leg to Klein with a tooth mark on it. I'll leave the administrator's business to you. If I can be an administrator, I'll give myself a day off. The order has come. Go, back to work as soon as you vote. Ah. On a busy street with many monks and mortals, there is a weapon shop that only deals in high-end magic weapons. The building is magnificent and the decoration is extravagant and luxurious, with powerful weapons displayed in the display cabinets. According to an elder of the Yin-Yang sect, all the king's magic weapons are for sale, but unfortunately the price is too high and it is not suitable for me. Aren't they afraid of being robbed? A monk was shocked by the arrogant scene and couldn't help but speak. Shut your stinky mouth. The monk traveling with him elbowed him in the chest. The person in charge here has dealings with the Purple Mansion Holy Land. The last person who dared to make trouble was beaten to pieces by a powerful person in the Dragon Transformation Realm. With the background of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, I don't think it will be that red-haired bastard who sells fake goods. A handsome young man who had just entered the door relaxed his expression. I don't think that filthy saint would run to the territory of the Purple Mansion Holy Land to die. Your Excellency, too. The two people who entered the door first looked at the young man who came later. The three of them looked at each other. All the emotions were in their eyes. They could understand each other without words. Today you have to pick a good weapon. Administrators can make suggestions to the chat group once to add functions. Administrators can retain cross-border portals for a long time during their term of office with the consent of group members until the end of their term of office. Administrators, please follow the group entry notification and contribute to the friendly exchanges between different worlds. Harmonize you and me and benefit all worlds. The fixed gift package for administrators for this month has been sent. Please check it in time. What the hell? God's blessing, suggestions, and fixed gift packages for administrators? Sulin walked out of the kingdom of God without using the cross-border symbol and directly put away Shuijing Peak and returned to his own world. The other Lu Mingfei and the hybrids had already left. Fuck. The strong wind blew on his face, and he almost forgot that the last time he left was at an altitude of 10,000 meters. He paused in midair with one foot in the air, and turned into a stream of light in the dark night and fled into the distance. He randomly found a valley with lush vegetation and began to study the blessing of heaven. When he returned to this world, he felt something was wrong. It seemed that his will had an additional unspeakable authority. There seemed to be something extra in his mind. Sulin covered his head, feeling a little strange. He couldn't understand. No, it wasn't that he couldn't understand, but he was just a little slow to accept it. It was like a person who had been swimming in the water for a long time, and it would always be a little difficult to get ashore. So he summoned the clone of the God of Light to pull himself up. I see. This was equivalent to an state. With the blessing of God, he could mobilize the world's power that his body could bear. Storms, thunder, tsunamis, earthquakes, meteorites, and other natural disasters. All he needed was a thought to do. The most metaphysical thing was that with the blessing of God, everything you wanted to do would progress in a good direction, and negative things would be avoided or minimized under the influence of various probabilities. But it was limited to this world, and it would lose its effect if he left his own world. It was equivalent to being the emperor at home, and the mother of the world loved you and would not allow others to embarrass you. Once you left this world and entered society, the mother of the world could not help you so much. Equivalent to a year of spring water invincibility. Sulin muttered to himself. He told the group members in the chat group about the administrator privileges he had obtained. I regret it. I want to call for a new vote. I always feel that this thing is not the same for everyone. He told the others about the chat group prompt he saw. In other words, this is actually given to you by your world, not directly given by the chat group. Interesting. Does this kind of world consciousness really exist? Perhaps it is more accurate to describe it as the way of heaven. Is it similar to the restraining force of our world? He remembered the story background he saw in the setting, the restraining force of the planet. It is far from being comparable to the planetary restraint, although it is quite absurd that the planetary will of your world can abolish the world line. You can think of it as the will of the universe. I even feel that if I can bear it, I can copy an identical Earth in the sky. If there is no chat group, this is the original ending of the story. In the desolate starry sky, the density of planets is extremely low, and a few stars are scattered at the border of this universe. How long have we known each other? The armor on Sulin's body was covered with cracks, and debris fell from time to time. The debris on the armor had turned into energy and dissipated before it fell to the ground. His eyes were tired, and his long uncut hair hung down beside his eyes. His eyes were focused on his comrade beside him. The girl was wearing a black dress, like a bright black rose. One hand drooped weakly, and there were spiderweb-like marks on her white jade skin. 607 years, she said softly. 607 years ago, that spring festival, I first met you, my distant cousin Tony Sue. Can you please not mention that name? We are not related by blood. It's just that your mother and my mother got confused when they were chatting about family matters. Sulin pulled out a slender purple sword from the broken void. The dark and deep energy surged. With the birth of this weapon exiled in chaotic time and space, the whole universe appeared a vision of chaos. I didn't expect that I would have so much to do with you 12 years later. It's really unpredictable. On the other side of him, hundreds of strong men of different races raised their weapons and looked forward. 100,000 light-years away, a giant beast as majestic as a star field was constantly collapsing, attacking a barren star with the power of Guishu. The man waved it casually, and nothing happened, but the beast broke into two pieces, turning into two balls of energy and exploding. Farah! A fiery red figure responded, turning from illusion into reality. What happened to the West Gate? It's destroyed. A tall girl with straight, red hair and side bangs on her forehead flipped the pages of the book in her hand until a page overflowed with the meaning of destruction and collapse. Don't you really need me to record you? Farah glanced at the man in front of her. It's not bad to live as my collection. You can even have a child. With me. A cyan divine light shot towards Farah, and before it made contact, it turned into a book cover page and slowly fell to the ground. I have something I have wanted to say for a long time. Sulin took 2 steps forward. Luo Shengying, you have such a bad temper, just like the tsundere or yanrei that were popular in anime hundreds of years ago. Oh, I remember. Just like a tsundere old woman, even though you are already 622 years old. He ignored Luo Shengying, whose eyes had become as sharp as a knife, and said to another girl, Farah, with fiery red hair. And you, Farah, you have wanted to collect me as a collection for 593 years. You are a collector. You want to collect everything you like. Just because of that library fragment that you got from somewhere, you used a forbidden spell to hit me the first time we met. Yandere is out of date, sister, because of the two of you. I'm 630 years old, no, 637 years old, and still a virgin. The man's eyes were dull and his tone was sad. This scene was so sad that anyone who heard it would cry. Someone laughed at the side. A hand broke the space and pinched the neck of a blond, green-eyed, handsome man. "Meyer K. Chow Nanfeng, is it funny?" the man said unkindly with a murderous intent. "Yes, my commander-in-chief," the blond, green-eyed, handsome man said pertinently. "Because I have 17 wives and they live in harmony. Ha ha ha!" The man pinched the blond man hard, making the blond man's laughter turn into the crowing of a rooster. The funny scene eased the solemn atmosphere a little. The man threw the blond man away and he crashed into a stone mountain 10 kilometers away. He withdrew his right hand from the crack and continued to complain to the two women. "You two are too good. I have coveted your bodies. I admit that I am cheap. But how long are you two going to fight? Stop playing with me, okay? I don't want to get involved in this jealous drama. Not counting the worlds we have traveled to other worlds, we have been together in this world for hundreds of years. If I touch one, the other will beat me up. Of course." He changed the subject and his tone became calm. "In fact, these things are not important. After all, I have reached my level of cultivation. Mortal desires are not very important. How attractive is the skin and flesh on a skeleton? All things grow and die. Only the heaven, earth, and universe are eternal. Therefore, the beauty of the soul is worthy of admiration. Your souls, in my eyes, are glowing like the most beautiful works of art in the world." The man's eyes were filled with colorful rainbows, and compared with those rotten and deformed souls, you are simply beautiful beyond description. "Look." The man pointed his sword in a direction ahead. "The evil beasts are coming." The endless, dark, starry sky twisted like an uneven rag at some point. After countless spirals in an instant, 13 figures walked out of the twisted and broken places of the universe. There are beings that are chaotic and colorless, deformed all over, but every time they wriggle, one can see the creation and destruction of the world. There are those with 12 wings on their backs, half black and half pure white, sacred and majestic, and wherever their eyes are fixed, all chaos will turn into order. There is an old man in an imperial robe, with an immortal style, and a treasure gourd behind him, interweaving between the virtual and the real. During this period, the yin and yang energies entangled around him like the arrival of an immortal king. Each of them is a cosmic emperor, the top existence in their respective worlds. There is no point in destroying the boundary gate. A beautiful woman in gorgeous clothes spoke coldly, and when she spoke, the sound of the Great Way echoed. The last Hess Gate is also destroyed, but this is nothing more than giving you some time to linger. Even if you haven't broken through, 6 Zeus Emperors alone cannot stop the trend. An old man said with a smile, "There is no point in you and I fighting here. Every demise of a Zeus Emperor is just a short sleep. It's just waking up again from the anchor point in the river of time and taking some time to get back to the present. The fate of this world is to open the door ahead for us. Everyone, can you sit down and have a good chat? I think you are also very interested in the future." The man ignored the 13 Zeus Emperors above as if they were air, and continued to talk to the two women along the previous topic. "So, I think this youth love drama is about to end. If only the time in this world is counted, I am 637 years old. Really bored. You two don't have to accompany me, and you." He pointed to the more than 100 strong men. "Remember, give more care to the original Earth people. I like their current thoughts and behaviors, so I am willing to fight for them." Sulin pointed his thumb at the 13 emperors in the void of the universe. "Those arrogant idiots thought I was trying to buy time for the creatures in this universe, but they don't know that I'm going to kill them all. I blew up the boundary gate because I was afraid that I couldn't help but slaughter their world." After Sulin finished speaking, everyone present was silent, until a beast with a triangle on its head and pale blue scales similar to a giant wolf said, "We don't know what you said. Aren't we here to fight with you?" "Take a break," Sulin said with disdain on his face. "Putting aside the other few cheaters, it's good enough for the others to hold back one. Okay, I'm enough to fight with all my strength. By the way, when you go home later, remember to bring Michael Donfeng with you. He's over there." Manifestation point. If it weren't for these idiots who came to this world to cause trouble and used these points for cultivation, he might be able to transcend after a Yuanhui. It's too late. There is only one way to root it out. Ultimate Sublime Manifestation Points. Withering and flourishing in an instant, a butterfly emerges from its cocoon. All the years have turned into a flash of dazzling primordial light. All existence has merged into the present body, and the foundation has turned into burning firewood. Why are you silent? Speak. Future Su Lin asked curiously. As he spoke, he looked around the room. Wow, so you used to be this kind of cute style. Why are you here? Luo Shengying asked. How should I know? Future Su Lin looked as if it was a matter of course. Didn't you return to your past body? No, your parents are here. I'll hide for a while. He got into the body of the blue fat man doll. Dong dong dong. Can mom and dad come in? The door is not locked. Come in. It was Luo Shengying's parents who were worried about their daughter and came to ask about the situation. After confirming that his daughter was fine, Luo Chenglin took his wife back to the living room to watch the game. Remember to tell your parents if you have anything. Yeah. Luo Shengying nodded obediently. The sound of confirming the game sounded again, and Luo Shengying shook the doll in front of her. Hey, talk! What? Su Lin got out of the blue fat man and asked, Why am I here? Didn't you say that I could return to my past body? I seem to have been ejected. Su Lin was a little uncertain. The most surprising thing was that his past and future had obviously been sublimated to the extreme with the system points. So why did his past self still exist at this point in time? Let me see the pocket watch. Luo Shengjing handed the pocket watch on the bedside table to Su Lin. In my current state, I probably don't understand this thing. Zukote. He had seen Farah and some other characters related to props. What was the origin of this Zukote that allowed him to survive in this state? With the help of the incomplete transformation, he was still in the state of sublimation. He felt that the reversal began when he pressed the pocket watch. Although it was only a short moment, he saw himself sitting in a valley. Why was I in the valley, camping and picnicking 600 years ago? I have no impression. Doesn't the skill of extreme sublimation burn everything of myself? There is no trace of it on the timeline. Why does the self of this timeline still exist? In order to smash the ambitions of those Zhou emperors and to reduce unnecessary casualties, this is the best choice he can think of. He has been planning since he got the skill of extreme sublimation 223 years ago. What is burning is himself, and what is burned is also the imprint of those Zhou emperors at various nodes in time and space. Others no longer have to worry about the return of the group of Zhou Huang, because he will become the riverbank in the long river of time, leading the group of Zhou Huang into the eternal road. Everyone can survive, without taking risks, without having to fight hard. It's a bit strange. He was just about to merge with his past self. In a short moment, he even thought of the script. After merging with this past self, he changed the future of this timeline. Finally, he used the pocket watch to return to his original world line and greet his own ending. It would be best to enlighten Luo Shengjing and let her go back to take He Daozi's wonderful elixir, so that she doesn't have to accompany him to transform into Tao. He doesn't need to occupy the life trajectory of another self, nor does he want Luo Shengjing to disappear. With this heroic thought of a hegemon, he was ejected in a flash, and when he woke up again, he was in Luo Shengjing's room. But I seem to have stopped transforming into Tao, Future Su Lin said. What should I do next? Luo Shengjing asked. I don't know. There's no point in staying in this world. Future Su Lin thought for a moment and said, Go back to see my parents, then be a grandfather to my past self, and finally return to the original timeline. My situation is hard to save. It's better than before. Luo Shengjing thought for a moment and said, Why don't we not go back? Find a way to separate me first, and we can also make a pair in this timeline. I'm 16 and you're 23. This is the best age. Youth love comedy can start shooting again. Oh, this time it's a single female lead. Su Lin was stunned for a moment and shook his head violently. No punishment. No punishment. Lin, do you know? People's dreams will never end. That's right. Su Lin took a big gulp of the immortal drunken brew and loudly agreed with what Xiaoyan said. Dream. What is your dream? One Piece. Luffy, who was eating grass, turned around and answered, and then continued to eat grass, muttering, Meat, 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 meat. Partner of justice. Shiro Emiya raised his hand drunkenly and said he didn't care whether he was communicating with him or not. Become a Dew Emperor and marry Shuner as soon as possible. Heh, Shuner, my Shuner. Become an immortal. I want to become an immortal first. Hanli staggered towards the few people. I feel that after I go back this time, I can overcome the nascent soul tribulation, fellow Taoist Su. Hanli stood up suddenly and made a gesture of bowing, then stumbled 2 steps. Thank you, your wine is really good. I am the Emperor of Heaven, and I am the suppressor. I want to go home first. Yifan thought of his parents in a daze. I want to go home too. Klein sobered up for a moment. My dream is to go home. I want to live a peaceful life and then find a wife, a beautiful lady. Lu Mingfei drooled from the corner of his mouth, and he didn't know who he was thinking of. Zhongli took a sip and asked Su Lin, what is your dream? He felt that compared to the first time they met, this young man's attitude towards things was more indifferent. He didn't know if it was related to the scroll of exercises, so he advised him to change his cultivation before the nascent soul stage. Me? Su Lin narrowed his eyes and pointed at himself. My dream is… What was it? Su Lin, no more wine. Yifan dripped the last few drops of drunken immortal wine from the jade bottle. Anything else? Why did you tell me that you're out of wine? Su Lin thought for a while, then remembered that it seemed like he was treating them today, and then he dazedly exchanged for another bottle of drunken immortal wine. Where were we talking about just now? Your dream. Klein's face changed to look like Su Lin, but his voice was Xiaoyan's. Dream. Su Lin thought for a moment. Probably my parents are always healthy, I am rich, and I can live a long time. It seems to have come true. Su Lin muttered to himself. The moonlight in the sky was shining, and at this time, Shuijing Peak had a kind of cold beauty. Except for a few drunk guys, everything was so harmonious and beautiful. Don't you want to find a beautiful wife? Xiaoyan pulled Su Lin over and showed a meaningful smile. You kid don't want to open a harem in the city, do you? Hiccup. Su Lin pushed Xiaoyan away, took the drunken immortal brew from Yifan and poured himself another cup. I used to. But the more I practice, the less I think about it. Think about it carefully. Everyone has shortcomings and flaws, and so do I. Why would I like someone now? Good-looking appearance? Interesting soul? It's meaningless. It's better to live forever and forget. I forgot the words. Gurgle, gurgle. After finishing a cup, Su Lin lay on the stone table, feeling a little uncomfortable, and took out another pillow. Sala! The pillow ignited a green flame. Get up and have fun. Xiaoyan lifted the collar of Su Lin's neck. Your immortal road is long. It's better to find some ideals. Yao Lao said at the side. How can this young man sleep? He is so young, but he is so salty. Why not accept a disciple like me to kill time? Yao Lao suggested. You see, your world doesn't have any extraordinary power now. Why not open a sect and become a patriarch? Hearing this, Su Lin, who was almost drunk, spent a few seconds to understand Yao Lao's words, and his eyes showed spirit. Hey, this is interesting. I want to open a sect. Su Lin broke free from Xiao Yan's hand and shouted to the sky, the name is? What's it called? Endless Fire Region. Xiao Yan said, I seem to have missed the update on Friday. Oh, it's a headache. It's supposed to be on the shelves on Friday. Am I missing my full attendance? I've been so exhausted by work during this period. Fortunately, I'm on vacation. First of all, I'd like to thank all the readers for their support. As a loser, I'm really grateful. During this Chinese New Year, bump, I'd like to thank all the readers for their support. Thank you so much. I'm really sorry that the update time has been unstable during this period. Bump. Let's talk about the book again. There have actually been a lot of arguments. It's normal for some people to like it and some to dislike it. I'd like to complain a little bit. Some people were scolding me more than 10 days ago, and you're still scolding me in the comments section more than 10 days later. If you don't like it and think that what I wrote is not good, then I'm really sorry, but is it necessary to catch me and scold me or insult me? Not really. What kind of hatred or grudge? I also thank all the readers for their opinions and criticisms. Thank you very much. For example, in terms of system points, I think it's good to play to one's strengths and avoid one's weaknesses. I'm a little sorry for working and rushing home these past 2 days. Bump, bang, bang. It's not broken. It's not broken. You believe me. Woo, woo, woo. I've read a lot of novels in chat groups before, especially the ones about the charlatans, which sometimes feel a bit strange, so I wanted to make one that is not a charlatan. It just so happens that there is a novel outline that I wanted to write before, but I didn't start writing it because of work and study, so I sewed in the outline of the novel that I haven't started writing, the main characters, and the world view. Ha ha ha! There will be 2 chapters on the shelves soon, and I beg all the readers to give me a first order. As for rewards, I know my own shortcomings, and I would be very happy if I get them, but I don't dare to ask for them. I hope there will be subscriptions. Please, the first order is really important. On the occasion of the Spring Festival, I wish all readers a happy Spring Festival, good health, good luck, and a happy family. Bang, bang, bang. The comments for the release of I, the System Flow protagonist, joins the chat group are being typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. There are 5 large and small floating mountains floating in the sky, each as big as Shuijing Peak. In the dense vegetation, there are also some ancient oriental buildings. On the ground beside him, there are several people lying scattered around: Yefan, Xiaoyan Klein, Lu Mingfei, Shiro Emiya, Luffy, and Han Li. Zhongli covered his head and sat at the only intact stone table with his back to everyone. He didn't know what he was thinking. There was a cup of tea on the table, steaming. The grassland around the lake where everyone was more like a wasteland, as if it had been plowed by someone. There was no spiritual grass, weeds, or wild flowers, only yellow and black soil. The boy in the straw hat was holding a wine cup in his hand. His belly was round like a bag that had been expanded, and his mouth was covered with grass. Sulin didn't want to think about what happened in the grassland last night, so he looked away and looked at the others. Yefan, Xiaoyan, and Han Li each held a jade bottle in their hands. It was a bottle of wine brewed by Zuishin Niang. Several people fell drunk on the ground and were still sleeping soundly. It was obvious that they had drunk a lot. 3 bottles? 3? Sulin quickly looked at his system points. Where are my points? Didn't I only exchange 1 bottle? Why? Do they have 3 bottles? Even if it was 3 bottles of immortal wine plus the cake, it would not even be worth 10,000 points. Why did he lose more than 20,000 points? What on earth did I do last night? Sulin squatted down in panic and began to recall the scenes of last night. Can immortal wine still cause blackouts? He only remembered some scattered scenes. He pulled everyone to point out the mountains and rivers. In front of a picture, what was that painting? The spiritual energy surging in his body and the enhanced physique could not make him feel a little warm. He only felt cold hands and feet. What happened last night? He looked at the only person who was awake and walked towards Zhongli. Zhongli, Sulin greeted. Good morning, last night? Good morning, but it's noon now, Sect Master. Zhongli flipped through an ancient book and picked up the teacup with one hand. It turned out to be 12 o'clock. Sulin sighed. He really drank too much last night. He usually didn't drink, but he didn't expect that because of the effect of immortal wine. He drank a lot last night. Wait a minute. Sulin pinched his forehead and paused for 2 seconds. What did you call me just now? Sect Master. Zhongli looked at Sulin seriously. If you are not used to it, I can continue to call you Sulin. That's not the question. Sulin shook his head and asked softly, Why did you call me Sect Master? Alas. Seeing Sulin's appearance, Zhongli sighed. It was just as he expected. Sulin probably couldn't remember anything. Sulin didn't know where he got the drunken immortal wine. It had a rich spiritual energy that was convenient for others to refine. After years of precipitation, this wine not only tasted excellent, but also helped practitioners to practice. The only drawback was that the alcohol was too strong. While the spiritual energy was being refined, the alcohol would also penetrate the body. You founded the Tianyi sect last night. I am responsible for the management and operation of the sect. Zhongli closed the book and explained, including the selection and assessment of disciples as well as some martial arts teaching courses. Aha! Is this true? Sulin's mouth twitched. Really, Zhongli affirmed. It was a joke after drinking. Sulin hurriedly denied it. He hadn't thought about the sect yet. He felt a little guilty for bringing Zhongli with him after getting drunk. "Forgive me, Zhongli." But Zhongli shook his head and pointed to a golden scroll not far away. "Take a look at that first." Su Lin suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He ran to a broken stone table and picked up the golden scroll from the pile of stones. There were various auras on it, mixed with his own aura. Su Lin recalled his thoughts when he first came into contact with the cultivation of immortals. Eternal life, free and unfettered. I don't have to go to work anymore. He had thought about cultivating immortals, but he had never thought about establishing a sect. Strictly speaking, he had never really wanted to establish a sect. The idea of the previous script for the spiritual energy revival flow was to just find some tools, or teach them casually under a pseudonym, pass on some skills, and let them develop on their own. In short, he wanted to be a hands-off boss, rather than always doing his best for the development of the sect himself. This list, in a sense, is very luxurious. But, it's like you're having fun, and the next day you're notified that school has started. Oh, you're the principal. You can't just lie down, you have to worry about the enrollment rate. One is to live forever and roam freely in the world, and the other is to work hard to develop the old white-haired master. Of course, it's not that exaggerated, but he's not used to the sudden increase in things he needs to do. Su Lin's IQ is running wildly, thinking about how to get rid of the burden of the master within the maximum scope allowed by the contract. Old Su, you're awake. Ye Fan stood up from the ground and dusted off his body with his hands. Ding, he flicked his fingers on the jade bottle. The sound was crisp, the texture was not bad, and there was still some wine liquid attached to the bottle wall. Don't waste it. Go back and get some spiritual spring water to rinse it for Black Emperor. Why are there 5 more mountains in the sky? What kind of plane is Su Lin doing? Ye Fan was a little confused. Why does it feel like one of the mountains has a connection with him? Ye Fan was very confused. Xiaoyan rubbed his eyes and got up from the ground. Seeing Yao Lao standing with Zhongli and Su Lin, he greeted them. "Good morning, teacher." "Morning, Lao Su, Lao Zhong, Lao Ye." Feeling the movement around them, the others woke up from their dreams one after another. Han Li looked at the bottle of wine in his arms. He still had some impression of what happened yesterday. He seemed to have seen Nanggong Wan and then hugged her. Feeling the spiritual energy in his body and his stronger body, he shook his head. The wine is good, but it's best to find a place where no one is around to drink alone. Too out of control. Fortunately, the others should be about the same. Han Li guessed secretly. Klein retracted the tentacles on his face and returned to his normal appearance, feeling that his spirituality had been improved. "Lao Su, what are you daydreaming about there?" Ye Fan walked over. After eating and drinking, he thought he was about to leave and wanted to say something to Su Lin. "This is?" He walked to Su Lin and glanced at the scroll in Su Lin's hand. Thus, there was one more person who remained silent and motionless. "What good stuff is there?" Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows and used 3,000 thunder movements to cross a short distance like lightning. "Let me see." Xiaoyan stretched his head to check, but the next moment, the whole person was silenced and fixed in place. "What is that?" Klein touched his head, then snapped his fingers, and a flame jumped to the side of the few people. Han Li looked at the few people in front of him who were motionless, with a strange look on his face, and looked at Zhongli, who was drinking tea on the side. Zhongli looked at him. "Elder Han, would you like a cup of tea? Elder Han?" Several fragments flashed through Han Li's mind. It seemed that Su Lin, under the state of God's blessing, swept away the clouds and overlooked the city buildings below with everyone. There was also a scene where he was under the overpass, holding a Qingyuan sword art and talking to passers-by. Qingyuan sword art? He glanced at his storage bag. Fortunately, it was still there, and went forward to find out what everyone was looking at. "We don't have anyone named Su Lin here." A middle-aged man with glasses and a white engineering hat pushed his glasses and said, "You may have found the wrong place. Sorry." Outside a construction site, a girl walked back while mumbling, "If you don't want to merge, then don't merge. I promised you, but you don't have to give me false news." "No." A blue Doraemon doll hung on the school bag and talked to her. I was indeed working on the construction site of Oasis Real Estate at this time. Future Sulin was also in a state of confusion. You open that app. Yes, search for Recast the Glory of the Killer Matt on TikTok. A non-mainstream avatar with red and green smoky makeup, that's me. There is no such user. Impossible? What else can he do besides making art? Recast the glory of the God of Light. It is our duty. Sulin clasped his hands behind his back, the light of the 10 realms illuminating everything. He looked up at Ye Fan, Klein, Xiaoyan, and Han Li, who were lying exhausted on the ground. Even if my godhead is